objetivo de dar forma al futuro de la salud cerebral a nivel mundial. Este encuentro solo ha sido posible por la dedicación y el compromiso de numerosas personas e instituciones, en primer lugar a nuestros coorganizadores, la Swiss Brain Health Foundation, la International Alliance of Brain Health y the Lancet Commission on Brain Health. Además, el valioso apoyo de la Alzheimer's Association y la Universidad de Berna, y la colaboración the World Federation of Neurology, the World Psychiatric Association, the European Academy of Neurology, the European Brain Council, the European Psychiatric Association, the European Federation of Neurorehabilitation Societies, Alzheimer's Disease International, and the Global Brain Health. Además, contamos con una representación de Débora Mejeli, de la World Federation y de Matías Ibarzábal como representantes de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud. También nos honra compartir este encuentro haya sido declarado en el INECO por la legislatura de la Ciudad de Buenos Aires, un reconocimiento que destaca la relevancia de la salud cerebral como una prioridad clave para la sociedad tanto a nivel local como global. Además, queremos agradecer especialmente la presencia del ministro de la Ciudad de Buenos Aires, doctor Jorge Macri, el doctor Fernán Quirós, ministro de Salud del Gobierno de la Ciudad de Buenos Aires, y el doctor Jonathan Confino, de la subsecretario de las Políticas de Cuidados de Salud del Ministerio de Salud de la Provincia de Buenos Aires. Ahora invitamos al doctor Jorge Macri a brindar unas palabras como jefe del Gobierno de la ciudad anfitriona de esta conversación global. Muchísimas gracias.
Bueno, muy buenos días. Qué lindo poder estar acá. La verdad que es un verdadero orgullo. Es un orgullo para nosotros, con Fernán, como equipo de gobierno de la ciudad, pero además es un orgullo para la ciudad, que todos ustedes estén acá, que hayan elegido a esta ciudad para este encuentro, que se discutan estos temas en una gran ciudad como es Buenos Aires. La verdad es que es un honor que profesionales del nivel y de la talla de los que van a estar participando tanto en el escenario, en los debates, como escuchando, sumando miradas, pareceres, estén reunidos acá. Muchísimas gracias a la presidenta Teresa Torralba, muchísimas gracias de verdad. Y presidenta y directora ejecutiva de INECO. No soy doctor, lo único aclaro, así que no me pidan ningún diagnóstico ni fallo legal. Facundo, fundador de INECO, muchísimas gracias, Facundo Manes. Claudio Bassetti, director del Depto de Neurología del Hospital Universitario de Berna. Fernán Quirós, obviamente, nuestro ministro, un gran ministro. La verdad que estamos haciendo una transformación histórica en la salud de la Ciudad de Buenos Aires, en la salud pública. Estamos muy orgullosos del trabajo que estamos haciendo y del trabajo que hace Fernán, que de hecho se va a quedar un ratito porque de acá también salimos juntos a seguir con esas tareas. Especialistas, instituciones, speakers de diversas partes del mundo que nos acompañan. La salud cerebral es una de las grandes agendas de nuestro tiempo y tiene sentido. Salimos de una pandemia que nos aisló y nos dejó secuelas, sin ninguna duda, y transitamos una revolución digital que está cambiando la forma en la que vivimos. Recién hablábamos brevemente con Facundo, ayer estuvimos en la apertura de la Feria del Libro, el primer panel que hablaban 3 escritoras y una periodista, terminó hablando de qué nos está pasando con cómo nos comunicamos, cómo hablamos, cómo nos dirigimos, cómo quienes más responsabilidad tienen se dirigen a la gente en general, qué clima instalan y cómo eso termina repercutiendo en nuestra salud mental y emocional. Así que es un tema que ya trasciende áreas y especialidades. Estamos en una semana donde las amenazas escolares se han instalado casi como si fuera cosa de todos los días y nos obliga a interpretar y a establecer protocolos, mecanismos, a aprender rápidamente. El cerebro es un órgano social, se desarrolla en vínculo con otros, necesita del encuentro, del diálogo, de la comunidad. Cuando esos vínculos se debilitan o se reemplazan por relaciones superficiales, eso impacta en nuestro bienestar socioemocional. Fenómenos como el estrés, la depresión, el síndrome de burnout o de bore-out son parte de esa descripción epocal, ¿no? La sociedad del cansancio. En ese sentido, el entorno que habitamos resulta determinante. No da lo mismo vivir en un lugar que integra, cuida y ordena que uno que expulsa y abandona. Porque a las ciudades las hacemos las personas. El capital humano representa el verdadero motor de desarrollo, su capacidad de aprender, adaptarse, generar valor, especialmente para ciudades como la ciudad de Buenos Aires. No tenemos litio, no tenemos energías renovables, no tenemos campo, no tenemos petróleo, gas. Parecería que entonces no tenemos futuro. Sin embargo, tenemos lo más relevante que podemos tener, que es gente. Y esa gente transformada en capital humano, transformador, con capacidad de desafiarse, integrar, abrazar, amar, son lo que ha hecho de esta ciudad un lugar maravilloso, donde se concentra el 21% del PBI. En un pequeño punto del mapa de la Argentina, concentramos 1 de cada 5 dólares o pesos que se producen. ¿Por qué? Por personas como ustedes. Por esa capacidad de agregar valor, de vincularse, de crear. Y eso es lo que está en riesgo también, además de nuestro estilo de vida. Por eso Buenos Aires, que está entre las mejores ciudades para vivir y trabajar, lejos de conformarnos con eso, nos plantea un enorme desafío, seguir construyendo una ciudad más humana, cercana y amigable. En ese marco, entendemos que hablar e incorporar la salud cerebral a la agenda de nuestra gestión significa hacerlo desde una mirada integral, con honestidad y humanidad. Así fue que junto a nuestro ministro, Fernán Quirós, avanzamos en un plan integral de salud mental y neurodesarrollo, pensado especialmente para la detección temprana de patologías y el acompañamiento a las familias frente al diagnóstico. Pero nos preocupa y ocupa también otra problemática. A las adicciones tradicionales se le sumó la adicción a las pantallas. Hoy les diría que los bebés, ustedes saben que en un maternal siempre hay un proceso de adaptación. Hoy casi que cuesta más que ese niño deje la pantalla que se separe de su madre. Es increíble lo que está pasando con las pantallas. Y esos bebés quedan como hipnotizados viendo videos en tablets o celulares. Aún peor, los adolescentes en redes sociales, los algoritmos ocultos, les despertaron una necesidad permanente de validación y aprobación que deviene en ansiedad, estrés y angustia. Estos jóvenes están hiperconectados, pero cada vez más solos. Son nativos digitales, sí, pero están desnutridos emocionalmente. De nuevo, estamos criando nativos digitales, pero desnutridos emocionalmente. Frente a esto, decidimos actuar. Restringimos el uso del celular en las aulas para recuperar la atención y el aprendizaje real. Y no porque estemos en contra de la tecnología, sino porque entendemos que hay aspectos negativos sobre los que necesitamos trabajar. Y fíjense lo que ocurrió con todas estas medidas que fuimos tomando. Más de 48.000 familias de la ciudad de Buenos Aires, en 2 semanas y media, firmaron ya un acuerdo, un compromiso para postergar el uso del celular inteligente hasta secundaria. Hoy, la edad inicio de un niño con un celular inteligente, o sea, enfrentado a redes, algoritmos, es 8 años. 8 años. Pero hay esperanza, porque tenemos 48.000 familias que levantaron la mano y dijeron, nos vamos a poner de acuerdo para encontrar un equilibrio en esto. Sabemos que prohibir no alcanza, pero es imprescindible generar discusión en la familia, charla, habla, que no es lo mismo que mandar un chat de WhatsApp y decir ¿cómo estás? Todos sabemos que el vínculo requiere de espera, escucha, silencio para que haya respuesta. Prevenir en casa entonces resulta clave, porque cuando los vínculos se rompen y el sistema llega tarde o no llega, lo que aparece después es mucho más difícil de abordar. Ahí nos encontramos con una problemática que afecta a las grandes ciudades del mundo, las personas en situación de calle. Los datos son contundentes. 7 de cada 10 personas que viven en la calle están atravesadas por problemas de adicciones y de salud mental. A veces arrancan por un problema de salud mental de base y le agregan adicciones. Muchas veces les evolucionan en un nivel de adicción que termina hasta afectando o generando un problema de salud mental de base. No hay libertad en ninguna adicción y no hay humanidad en vivir en la calle. Están atravesados por problemas que los rompen. No es digno para quienes viven ahí. Sabemos los efectos nocivos y enajenantes que el consumo de estupefacientes tiene en la salud mental. Pero tampoco para el resto de la sociedad es sano. Un adulto mayor que agrava su soledad por temor a salir, por temor a lo que puede ocurrir ahí afuera, aunque no pase nada, pero el miedo paraliza. O un niño o una niña que ve lo que no debería haber visto volviendo del colegio, porque cuando se vive en la calle, se hace todo en la calle, todo. Por eso decidimos abordar este desafío con una mirada integral, prevención, intervención y rehabilitación. Contamos con centro de salud mental, creamos el SAME psiquiátrico, un sistema con equipos profesionales para intervenir en emergencias de salud mental, pero también de cronicidad, ¿no? Porque al final estamos frente a un fenómeno crónico. Pero nada de eso alcanza si no tenemos una herramienta legal que nos permita sacarlos de la calle. Por eso necesitamos que el Congreso apruebe la nueva ley de salud mental. La actual quedó desfasada y limita mucho más de lo que puede ayudar. Tenemos que animarnos a dar cada discusión integrando saberes, disciplinas y miradas, como bien plantea este encuentro. Y hacerlo con una mirada profundamente humana, que ponga a la persona en el centro. Creo que este espacio representa una gran oportunidad para que los que trabajamos en el sector público, para que podamos tener la chance de escuchar y aprender. Aprender de la experiencia y el conocimiento de todos ustedes para aplicar mejores respuestas. A los que nos visitan por primera vez, muchas gracias por haber venido. Disfruten de esta, que para muchos de nosotros es la ciudad más linda del mundo. Muchísimas gracias y buenos días.
Okay, since this is an international meeting, we are going to switch to English. So good morning, thank you for coming. There are people around the world watching this online. 20 years ago, we had an idea that the human brain was not only a matter of medicine, it was a matter of society. Today, this idea has become a reality. And we are very grateful to each of you for being part of it. Artificial intelligence is transforming everything. And some conclude that machine is winning. The machine is winning, and we are scared. I reach a different conclusion. The capacities that will define our future, creativity, human decision-making, the way that we decide with our bodies, empathy, resilience, leadership, cannot be digital, cannot be replicated. We are uniques, we are humans. And they require healthy brains. So healthy brain is a prerequisite for human capital. In politics, we talk about human capital, the experience, the education, the skills. But if we don't have the brain, with good nutrition and good cognitive and emotional stimulation, we don't have the capacity to generate el valor humano, the human capital. They require a healthy brain, and the healthy brain require investment. Brain health today is more than medicine, excess medicine. It's not only about treating diseases. It is important to treat diseases because 1 or 2 persons in America will develop a brain disorder in their life, 1 or 2. And in the rest of the world, more than 1 in 3. So it's it's a problem for us, for everybody. But even if you don't have a disease, in the artificial intelligence era, we have to develop the human abilities that the machine won't replace, like cognitive flexibility, resilience, decision-making, etc. And in the age of artificial intelligence, the question is not only who is ill, who is sick. The question is whose potential is being developed. And in Argentina, we have an additional problem because many people from here, many speakers come from Europe, from America, from Singapore, rich countries, developed countries. And they have 2 problems with brain health. 1 or 3 or 1 or 2 persons will have a brain disorder in their life. And even if they don't, in the artificial intelligence era, we have to develop the brain and emotional skills that cannot be replaced for the machine. And we have in Argentina this problem. But we have an additional problem, not only in Argentina, in Africa. There are African speakers here, in Asia, in Latin America. For example, in Argentina, 60% of the kids live under poverty. And poverty creates a cognitive task. So, and people who live in poverty without proper stimulation, emotional and cognitive, with malnutrition, cannot have and cannot develop a proper human capital. So in the 60s, the economy coined a term, human capital. We are talking about now a prerequisite for the human capital. The most consequential artificial intelligence investment that Argentina can make is not digital, it's neurological. If the stimulation with nutrition, affective stimulation and cognitive stimulation of these kids living in poverty. And also we are talking about economy. Brain disorder costs our country, Argentina, 1.4% of the GDP. I repeat, brain disorder costs Argentina 1.4% of the GDP every year. And this is not a health statistic. This is a developed failure. And serious investing in brain health could add 1.4 additional points of growth every year. So we are talking about economy here. It's not a matter of medicine anymore. It's not a matter of neuroscience anymore. It's a matter of economy, productivity, social cohesion, democracy. I want to acknowledge Jorge Macri, the mayor of Buenos Aires. Mr. Mayor, your presence here is a statement. As you said and explained very well, brain health is a city agenda, built in the classroom, clinics, neighborhoods. Investing, as you say, in the human brain, in the human, is not a cost. It is a return. There is a paper from one of the speakers, Alfred, who is from Cameroon, who say that every dollar that we invest in the brain is going to multiply a lot of dollars. So we need to see it as an investment. To finish, I want to thank Teresa Torralba, whose work made this meeting possible, all the people from the INECO Foundation, Claudio from the Swiss Brain Health Foundation, and the Lancet Commission for Brain Health, all the speakers, all the associations that are making Buenos Aires the capital, the world capital of brain health this weekend. Thank you so much.
Buenos días, Buenos Aires. Buenos días, Argentina. Qué placer. Welcome to the second international meeting of the International Alliance on Brain Health. You're right to be here. I'm so glad to see you so numerous. This is the right place and the right moment to be. As we have heard from the mayor, as we have heard from Professor Facundo Manes, brain health has become a public health priority, not only for Switzerland, not only for Europe, but for Argentina, for the entire world. So you're right to be here, you are right to join. This is a long journey, we just started, and you should help us, and you should motivate us to do what we need to do to make our society better and to make our future a brain healthy future. Let me say a few words where we come from. The initiative is relatively new, and it started actually where I come from, Bern. This was a meeting a few months ago, which was actually organized by the Swiss Brain Health Foundation and the Swiss Brain Health Plan Organization. And it gave birth to what we called, a little bit emphatically, the Bern Declaration on Brain Health, a decalogue to launch an international alliance. And this actually collected a group of experts from all over the world. Now, this is not the first ever event that takes place in Bern. Let me just make a few words about what happened in Bern otherwise. I mean, obviously, the Brain Health Initiative is the most important in history, but there were a couple others. Toblerone was founded in 1908 in Bern. So if you like Toblerone, associate with Bern. Einstein described the relativity theory in Bern, and actually he was Swiss. He was born in Germany, but then came and studied high school in Switzerland, became Swiss, and actually the discovery of the relativity is a Bernese invention. Now, something that not even Swiss know is that the first South American female doctor was formed in Bern. So Bern has always been progressive. There were two schools of medicine in the world where females were admitted. The first one was in Zurich. We're talking about the 1870, 1880. And the second one was Bern. And actually, the first female doctor was coming not from Argentina, was coming from Colombia. And she applied to the University of Bern to be admitted, was very young. She sent a small letter, and the rector said, yes, she seems bride. So she was admitted, and this was Anna Galvis-Hotz. So actually there is a link between South America and Bern, and I like to say Alfonsina Storni is also a direct link because she comes from where I come from, southern Switzerland. Now Bern is also the first place where a professor received the all academic rights. This was Anna Tumarkin, who was a professor of law, and she became the first professor not in medicine in general, in Europe. So coming back to the beginning, so in Bern 1 year ago we had 22 brain health plans presented. They were from all over the world, and some of the people are still here. We started a journey, and this gave rise to the Decalogue, which actually was a moment of reflection about the definition of brain and mental health. There is a little bit of confusion in general about mental and brain health. And actually, these are two sides of the same coin, as you stressed, Facundo. We discussed in Bern 1 year ago, and we started discussing how to measure brain health. We want to improve brain health, but we first need to measure it. So how do we measure it? We discussed with pediatrician and with expert in child neurology and psychiatry the need of investing in the youth, as you mentioned. If you want to promote longevity, if you want to promote good life, you have to start early. So you have to have a lifelong approach. We need to work together. As you said, Facundo, brain health is not only about the brain, it's about mental health, it's about creativity, it's about productivity, it's about social skills, it's about being empathic, it's about communicating, it's about moving together. So we need to have an interdisciplinary approach, and last night we discussed with artists the importance of having artists involved in what we do. We need to think about individual brain health, but we need also to look how to promote at population level, at city level. And finally, and this is what motivates me most, we need to be concrete. You know, when you come to conferences, you speak great words. You speak about big scenarios, future, what we should do. But when you go home, you need to really transform these statements in concrete action. This is more challenging. So the journey just started, and the plant is very small. But I'm really happy, Facundo, that you were the first to say in Bern, I want to do the next international meeting. So I was very proud. I've never been to Argentina, but I promise this is not the last time. So what is the International Alliance? It's an international platform. We offer a platform to everybody here in the room and worldwide. We want to promote exchange and collaboration across cultures and across countries. In a world full of wars and full of poverty and full of conflicts, we need to use our brains to promote a better world. So we need to promote exchange and collaborations. I like a term that I learned from my friend Thomas Zeltner. We need to promote reversed innovation. The rich countries have to learn from the less rich countries how to do things in a more effective way, in a more practical way, in a more global way. We cannot talk about brain health and think only about Zurich or Milano or New York. We need to think about the entire world. We deal with global questions, as I mentioned, but we need to find local solution. Local solution must be framed according to the needs that Buenos Aires has, that Ecuador has, that South Africa has, that Nepal has. So we want to create a platform that will promote concrete implementations, and the Lancet Commission, which I was trusted to coordinate with some of you, will use these hubs, the local hubs, to implement brain health at global level. So how will the journey continue? Well, we will go to Italy, to Rome. We will be hosted by the Swiss Embassy, Matilde is here and others. And the next event will be in Singapore, Christopher Chen, and then hopefully we'll go to Africa in 2027. Before I end, I would like to thank the 4 people that I show here. You know, men have ideas, but women then realize them. And this was also the case for us. So Teresa Toralva, Karen Fernandez, Esther Piovesan, and Valentina Rossetti actually realized what we had in mind. And I would like to invite you to give a clap to these 4 wonderful people. So we have spoken about plants and flowers. I want to finish with a aphorism of Borges, which I really love. So plant your own gardens and decorate your own soul instead of waiting for someone to bring you flowers. Thank you. So we start with a scientific session, and I would like to invite the session co-chairs, Christopher Chen from Singapore, Susanna Ladi from India, and Joanne Pike from the United States to take over the moderation of the first session. Thank you.
Buenos dias. Good morning. I am Joanne Pike. I'm the president and CEO of the Alzheimer's Association and chair of the World Dementia Council. I am pleased, along with my co-chair, Dr. Christopher Chen, to welcome you to the first scientific session. Today's first session is called Promoting Brain Health in Aging Populations, Prevention, Policy, and Population Strategies. What a great way to start our day. Thinking about people, places, habits, and policy that impacts all of them. The World Health Organization has said that 1 in 6 people globally will be 60 or over by 2030. This speaks to the great urgency we have to develop and understand how do we impact populations. There's great interest as well, whether if that's from government, researchers, clinicians, and public health. Today we have 2 speakers during this session. I'm going to introduce both of them and then would welcome the second speaker to just come up as the first one finishes. We're going to start with Dr. Jacobo, but he was telling me last night I can also pronounce it Jacobo. Yes, thank you. Mincer from the Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences at the Medical University of South Carolina in the United States. He also has academic appointments at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem and the University of Exeter. He has over 20 years of experience in Alzheimer's disease research with a focus on improving the understanding and treatment of neuropsychiatric symptoms of dementia. His presentation title is Strategies for Preventing Cognitive Decline in Aging. Our second speaker is Lenny Shallcross, Executive Director of the World Dementia Council. Prior to the WDC, he held several positions in leadership at Alzheimer's Society UK. He also has worked in the UK government as a special advisor at the Department for Culture, Media, and Sport, as well as the Department of Health. He has worked in the UK Parliament and for the Labour Party. His presentation title is International Policy Perspectives on Brain Health. Let's welcome our first speaker, Dr. Mincer.
Hello, buenos días. Primero, I would like to start with a disclosure. It's easier to lose your hair than your accent. So if you have any problems understanding what I have to say, ask Facundo, he's very good at understanding that. I'm here with Joanne, and I will not dare to describe to you the pointer study, because I'm sure you all read it in JAMA, but I will try to spend some time today talking about how can we move from the lab to the actual community. Because we can talk and do all the papers in the world, but if we cannot take it to humans to change their behavior, we haven't accomplished anything. Sorry for the slides, it didn't go very well, but as you know, the Pointer study showed that that's increasing physical activity, healthy diet, cardiovascular health, monitor the cardiovascular, social engagement, and increasing cognitive level appears to be very helpful to promote brain health. So instead of going on each one of them, I tried to think about how to organize in a more structured way. And if you think about it, there are two ways to think about this. First, some of these behaviors are geared to improve the survival of the brain cells. The second group is more geared to improve, if possible, the stimulation of the brain. So, obviously there are some behaviors, like exercise, that actually does both. So clearly exercise is a useful behavior since it improves both the survival by increasing blood flow, nutrition of the brain, but also by stimulating the brain by creating new connections, but also to increase the brain activity and also to create this generation of neurogrowth factor. However, I'm not expecting everybody around the world to be able to run a marathon, to go to the gym every day, or even to play pickleball every day. So what can we do to actually make it more culturally appropriate? So we started to do an experiment to see if we can achieve the same thing by doing a slightly more culturally appropriate behavior. Our first study was a very small study, 20 people, 10 each side, where we try humming and yoga breathing against a control situation where just fixing attention. What we learned was that individuals, first of all, we recruit people in a week. So those that are clinical trials have difficult recruiting, think about this. But second, what we saw is that in the people that were doing humming and yoga, we have an increase in neurogrowth factor in 60% of them, with none in the control group, suggesting that we can probably develop some culturally appropriate activities that will be beneficial without imposing our patterns, our cultural patterns, in other cultures. What about cardiovascular monitoring? Sorry for the slides, I apologize. It didn't go very well between my program and there. But the story here, we assume that if we keep the blood pressure at about 120, we will do very well. Unfortunately, that appears to be not always the case. If you look at from the bottom to the top, the first study I came across was actually negative. The second study only managed to show statistically significant differences with cognition when we added a number of other negative studies. And my mother used to say that if you put lots of good ingredients in a soup, you get a good soup. But if you put many negative studies, you don't get a positive one. So the third one is actually a meta-analysis that show borderline kind of effects. So I took my time to go to what they call the spaghetti plots, where you see actually what happened with each individual. And when we looked, there were individuals that actually got a lot of benefit, but there were individuals that did not. And what it tells me is not that we shouldn't control the heart health. What we should is we individualize it. Not is 120 systolic pressure is not good for everybody, but to control your blood pressure is good for everybody. Just talk with your doctor. Now, I don't know you, but my problem in life is that everything I really like is bad for me. So I wanted to know where it's coming from. And what I learned is that actually is epigenetic ancestry. In other words, when guys were fighting dinosaurs, and sometimes they kill the dinosaur, sometimes the dinosaurs kill him, sometimes they eat the dinosaurs, sometimes the dinosaurs eat them. So they learn, our body learned, that we were not going to be blessed to eat every day. And therefore, we developed an epigenetic trend, specifically the secrete of dopamine, that the hormone that gives us pleasure and joy. That secretion is what makes us, in conjunction with our vision and our taste palate, the desire to eat all these things that are bad for us, because we will not be eating every day. So if you are not going to eat every day, when you get food, you want to get the maximum nutritional capabilities. Our ancestors did not have McDonald's. So whenever you get upset because you cannot eat the cake, think about dinosaurs. But if you're like me, the dopamine is good for you, and you really want that cake. How we manage? If you're like me, that you're tired of eating, blueberries every day, how you address that cake and how you address it? Well, it turns to be that if we get a little bit of it, we secrete almost the same amount of dopamine and pleasure that if we eat the whole cake. So what I do is when I get my chocolate cake, I divide it in 20 different pieces and eat a little bit every day, so I maximize my dopamine pleasure. What about social activity and social connectivity? Probably the most powerful of all the behaviors that allow us to stimulate the brain. Unfortunately, my grandpa, for example, was not a social guy. He hated each one of his neighbors. They all were misbehavior, didn't treat him nicely. He wasn't paranoid, but he was just an angry old man. So I couldn't get him in any way, shape, or form to be connected, but he liked music. So of course, thinking in grandpa, we did a study looking at music as a factor for brain stimulation. The primary outcome were clinical measurements, cognitive measurements, sleep, and attention. And we randomized individuals to either receiving nature sounds or being stimulated with music they like. The findings were stunning because it was a small sample, but still we found a strong effect in all the measures other than cognition, which cognition showed to be basically borderline because it was a small sample. But you know what? This is a single blind study, small study, who cares? So in order to make it see if it's relevant, what we did was to also combine it from functional MRI. And what we did look at functional MRI, we saw that there was a clear difference between resting state, the functions that we saw in the individuals when they were nature sounds, and what we saw in music. As a matter of fact, there were different hubs in the brain that interacted. And we can see here, not unexpected, with music we saw strong stimulation in the amygdala, emotion, and the hippocampus in memory. But interesting enough, we found that the network also was focused in the occipital area, which I was not expecting, probably suggesting that we can have synergistic effects if we combine music with visual stimulation. As you see, the same was true for all the measures we evaluated. But, sorry. But I don't know how can I get this video. But we wanted, just because of curiosity, we wanted to know what happened if music stimulates the brain in individuals with a clear disorder. If you think about it, what music can do is basically reorganize, reshape the brain cells firing. And therefore, we said, well, Parkinson's disease is one of these diseases where the frontal area, the motor areas, are functioning but in disagreement. Can music modulate that? And if we can see the slide, the film, please. Yes, no, the film. Can you put the volume higher? person could not walk until we give him music. Music is magic, as all other types of brain stimulation. I have 10 minutes, so I have to run out of here. But I just wanted to finish with one thought. The most effective campaign for health has been the removal of cigarette smoking from society in many areas of the brain. I challenge all of us to do the same for brain health. Thank you so much.
Great. Sorry. So thanks very much. As Joanne said earlier, I'm Lancet Commission. I'm the Executive Director of the World Dementia Council. And in my 10 minutes, I'm just going to offer some perspectives on brain health. And in doing so, I want to actually draw some observations from what was a very fashionable policy idea over the last decade, which is the dementia-friendly initiatives, because I think there is some read across into brain health, because policy ideas are a bit like fashion. They come in, they come out, and you kind of need to learn from what you can. And the first thing I would say from dementia friendliness is like, it set out to solve the problems of the world. You know, it was a dementia-friendly world, and you ended up, there was nothing that you couldn't fit into this idea. So you ended up sort of struggling with the concept of like, what problem were you trying to solve, and what could you effectively deliver? And this entire academic cottage industry kind of sprung up, but started talking about how you were define a dementia-friendly community and how you would measure it and what its outputs were, and so on and so forth. And I'm kind of not knocking it, but it was a very big challenge to actually get things done because the concept was so broad. And, you know, as someone mentioned, my background was politics, and you can see on the screen there, David Cameron, who like did a great job in the dementia space, but we lost the election to him, so I'm not kind of knocking him. But like, he played the broadness of this initiative for political reasons. So because the initiative was so broadly drawn, it enabled him to pick out the things that he wanted and ignore a lot of the things in the dementia space. So there's a danger if you have a very broad like concept in public policy, but you actually create space for politicians to do things that you don't want them to do under the name of the initiative that you're promoting. And so the second observation that I would give to you from dementia-friendly communities, like, you're probably going to see this several times today. So I've done it, and like there's no one else talk about this thing. But like, you put it up there and you say it's amazing. 40% of dementia can be solved through these risk reduction measures. And I'm like, well, that's absolutely lovely, but it's never going to happen, right? Because you look at all of those, and they vary from the difficult to the unpopular. You mentioned like smoking, okay? So I was a political advisor when we banned smoking in restaurants and pubs in the UK. And you would have thought we had announced the murder of the firstborn, because there were demonstrations outside, there were debates in Parliament, like we were shutting down the hospitality industry for the political blowback you got. And like 20 years later, it's all fine and everyone thinks it's ridiculous that you can smoke indoors. But delivering these interventions burns up political capital. And so it's very difficult to do. And in the dementia space, right now, The thing that is important is that there are treatments that can modify the disease. And so brain health as an initiative needs to not repeat what dementia friendliness did as an initiative, which is to kind of wish treatments away. Like, if you want to improve brain health in the dementia space, you need treatment. Oncology has no problem talking about treatments and risk reduction interventions. In heart disease, they're fine talking about statins. So in this space of improving brain health, you have to be an advocate for the delivery of treatments. And so the third observation that I would draw is like sustainable and impactful delivery. And it was one of the challenges in the dementia space that sustained delivery in any system requires individuals. And when that individual left, you often saw that the delivery just stopped because it was never embedded into systems. And you need to think about how you deliver system change. And the other thing was that what you saw, we did a report on this a few years ago, but what was copied around the world was the easiest thing to lift and drop between countries and not measures that were most impactful. So there's a danger in the brain health space that people look around the world, they see an initiative that's easy to copy, and they don't think about like the impact it has on individuals. So I will just briefly now talk about how I think you can kind of see some of the opportunities in the brain health space that you can kind of draw lessons from the DFCs. So Claudio talked about this at the start, but there is something about the broadness of this concept, right? And I think there's a question about, do you just live with the broadness of the concept? You know, you can see there on the screen kind of, which is an institution in France actually, the Paris Brain Institute. It covers like everything in neurology. And then you've kind of got, and it talks about delivering brain health in France. And you've got the other there, which is the Brain Health Scotland, that only does cognition for older people. So the same term in the public realm, in two different countries, separated by 20 miles of water, that is completely different. And maybe we just live with that, right? Because when you think about brain health, you know, when I was kind of 20 and living in London and, you know, as a kind of, young gay man, I was sustained by alcohol and kind of adrenaline and antidepressives, and like you said to me, what is like brain health? And it would all be mental health. And now that I'm 47 and kind of looking to old age, and I think, well, what is brain health? And I think it's cognition. So maybe just because of the way that we change, the idea of brain health is always just going to be this thing that changes all the time. And maybe we just live with that. But there is risks with that. So I kind of pose this question for this session, which is, do you settle on a definition, or do you kind of get comfortable with vagueness? And then the second thing I would observe, I mean, this is a British phrase, so if you're translating this into Spanish, good luck. But like, there is something about kind of bringing a horse to water, right? Which is you can take the horse to water, but you can't guarantee that the horse is going to drink. And I think if you think about trying to influence public policy, and you think about trying to influence individuals, in the end, you can only bring the politician to water, you can only bring the individual to water, but you can't guarantee that they're going to do something. And in this space, what you have to think about is like how you are bringing the government or the individual to water. And you talked about smoking, right, okay? So smoking is great. Everyone goes around the world and says, isn't it amazing how much we've done on smoking? 1 billion people today are going to light a cigarette. Like, so we've done something, but all these individuals could give up smoking. And if you look at what the WHO says, it says most countries aren't implementing measures that have been shown to be effective in stopping smoking. And like, smoking has no social utility. It's not like alcohol. Like, alcohol has lubricated our social interactions since it was kind of first there. Like, the only use of smoking is like an opening line for a chat app, like, do you have a light? Okay, beyond that, it has no use. It just makes you feel rubbish. 1 billion people smoke. So you can have all these great initiatives, but like, they do not necessarily lead to implementation. And the thing in the brain health space is you've got to think about how you do intervention. And my final thing is around, you kind of talked about, like, if you see a piece of cake, think of a dinosaur, right? And I say, if you see a piece of cake, just jab yourself with a GLP-1, because it's a lot easier than, like, dreaming about dinosaurs. And the thing in the brain health space that really matters, which is something that never happened in the dementia-friendly space, is how you enable innovation. Because the thing about GLP-1 is that it is changing public policy. And it is changing it because it is driven by individuals. So for the first time, you are seeing the food industry recalibrating its food because consumer behavior is changing. And we are just at the start of this because, you know, I think in India it's kind of come off patent. So you are seeing the introduction of much cheaper GLP-1s. So you are going to see public policy being driven by changes in consumer behavior. And if you want to think about how you are improving brain health and the initiatives that are enabling you to do it, think about how you are delivering innovation. And also think about how you are exploiting innovation. Because the other thing is that how we are behaving is changing. Facundo mentioned at the start artificial intelligence, right? And since the medical industry kind of popped up, the concept has always been you go and see someone and that doctor is a gateway for information. And now you kind of had Google and people are going on to ChatGPT to find out medical information. But what you are seeing is people are starting to pay for biomarkers, they're starting to pay for their own diagnostics. So over the next decade, you are going to see consumer behavior changing because of innovation. And so it's not just how you enable innovation, it's how you exploit innovation to deliver your public policy goals. So in conclusion, like the worst thing about kind of speaking, you know, well, I suppose the best thing about speaking at the end of the meeting is that you can say, this is what was discussed. And like the great thing about speaking at the start of the meeting is you can say, this is what I think we should discuss, and I'm not going to actually answer these questions, I'm just going to pose them and allow everyone else who's speaking to like give you the answers. So I think when you come to brain health, there's a question around, can we define it? And then there's a question of, can you sell it to politicians and to consumers? And then there's a question of, do we actually solve things by delivering this? And finally, and I think this is the most important, it's like, how do you innovate? And I think those are good questions, and I'm just going to pose them, and I'm going to leave all the other great speakers to answer it. So thank you very much.
We have some time for questions and comments, both from our co-chairs, but also from the audience. So first, I might turn Dr. Chen to you. Thank you for joining us. If you have a question for either Dr. Mintzer or Lenny.
Hi, everybody, and thank you, Joanne. I'm so sorry to make a dramatic entrance. So I'm going to pose my question to Lenny because I actually was here for his talk. Okay. Lenny, I'm not going to let you off the hook. You know, you say that you're not going to give any suggestions or answers. That won't do. Can you just give us 3 things off the shelf that you would encourage us to go and try around the world? 3 policy changes that the politicians will drink from.
Right, so thank you very much for that. Number 1, look at US Pointer and wait for, you know, in a few months' time, you're going to have the results read at AAIC from LATAM Finger, right? And so what you see, as you just talked about, is the science has shown what is possible, and from, at least from Pointer, we await LATAM Finger, you kind of then need to think about how you implement. For second, I would say, is like you think about how you exploit GLP-1s, because I'm kind of friends with the UK Health Secretary, and we were on holiday in Italy when Lilly increased its price of GLP-1s. And he said he had never been contacted by as many people within his social circle about the drug price because everyone was on it. Like, Westminster is full of politicians who've suddenly lost a lot of weight. So you've got people who understand that you can change through innovation and ask them how they're going to innovate. And then the third, I would say, is you think about what kind of international collaborations like this enable learnings that you can lift from one country to another with the proviso that you are lifting something, not that is easy to copy, but that you can evidence is having impact.
Anything from the audience?
Hello. I don't remember the name, but I know the first name is Jacobo. So I'm a high schooler from the United States, and you mentioned music on the impact on the elderly, and I'm in a community. In my high school, we kind of have an organization where we partner with nursing homes to kind of have this silent disco where we have headphones and we put them on the elderly and we kind of dance with them. They hear the music through the headphones, so it wouldn't be disturbing to the people who live at the nursing home. And I mean, whenever the first time I did it, I honestly cried. It was so powerful to see the change, like even on the elderly's faces, whenever they were able to dance with other people and hear the music. It was from music that's a little bit older. And I was wondering if anything like this is anywhere else, because I mean, I haven't heard much of it. It is something that we're doing in our community, and I wanted your opinion on it.
So two things. One, I use the opportunity to relate to you for a minute, and then I go to the question. And as a good Jewish boy, I always need to talk about my rabbi. And my rabbi used to say that I asked him how we know the difference between the law and tradition. And he said it's very easy. The law is what people do not do. Tradition is what everybody follows. So I think we need to get brain health into humans' tradition. And coming to you about the music, I think that we're at the moment that we can pivot from something that we all have an experience and we saw it, and we saw in our patients, to a point that we have a scientific basis that will tell us why does it work. I didn't have the time to talk about the principle of entrainment, but if we have a time to understand a little bit better how music works, then we can translate it. And if we're lucky enough to find which wave of music and which rhythm of music affect which area of the brain in which way, then we will be able to actually use it as a therapy, not as to improve the good feeling, but to target specific behaviors and the specific areas of the brain. Music is powerful, but as every tool that is powerful, we learn how to use it right. So we don't want to use atomic bombs, we want to use a scalpel to actually do what needs to be done for an individual at the same time. I just said story and I'm out of here, and that is once I gave to one of my patients, severe Alzheimer's patient, by mistake, metal music. And he was getting seizures. Eyes got big, and I asked the family, what do you think? He said, I've never seen him so happy. So we need to learn. I hope I answered your question.
Hola, buenos días. Aquí. Bueno, soy Fernanda Rodríguez, soy musicoterapeuta, así que no puedo dejar pasar el comentario acerca de la música. Existen técnicas específicas en relación a Parkinson. Aquí en Argentina se ha realizado un estudio con pacientes con dificultades leves en el Hospital Posadas, en un equipo del que formé parte, y la musicoterapia neurológica ha desarrollado técnicas específicas basadas en investigaciones de la música aplicada a diferentes patologías y una de las técnicas que tiene relación con lo que mostró el doctor es la estimulación rítmica auditiva, como un estímulo rítmico externo colabora en esta coordinación y sincronización de la marcha. Como dijo el doctor, el entrainment, ¿sí? Que es una capacidad que tenemos y justamente en el Parkinson existe una desconexión con esta capacidad de sincronizar y la música como estímulo auditivo externo ayuda a esta sincronización. Así que lo que puedo decir es que justamente aquí en Argentina se están haciendo trabajos de esta índole. Gracias.
Siempre Argentina gana. Argentina always the first. Even in soccer.
Gracias.
I want to, we'll have one more question and then we'll move on.
Yes, just one question to Lenny. Thank you, Lenny. One of your statements was very serious for us to debate at international level. You said nobody discussed the oncology therapy, while everybody is discussing about the costs of the disease-modifying therapy for Alzheimer. We have to go into this statement because I do think that maybe countries discuss also the oncology therapy, but the oncology community plays different, completely different from the brain health community. So your statement was super useful for further reflection on how do we sell brain health to those who should buy, because that is also, you didn't mention, because you mentioned brain health could be very, very big, like in France, or very, very small, like in Scotland. But who is buying the two things? They're not the same audience. So thank you for giving us, and I would like to have a comment about the disease modifying. The costs are impacting on their introduction in countries, and how do we deal as brain health community with this?
So, when I was at DH, the Department of Health, I think our underspend, I think our budget error was between 1 and 10 billion pounds a year. And the cost of treatments is easily absorbed in most high-income countries' health budgets. The thing is, it is a political choice. And what I think is interesting in the dementia community as opposed to the oncology community is that we all have got off the bus and debated cost, when that is a decision that rests with politicians. And I'll make this point, which is, a friend of mine from university died a couple of years ago from bowel cancer. And when she was dying, she really wanted to she was diagnosed in July, and she wanted one last Christmas with her kids, who were 9 and 7 at the time. And the entire medical staff around her really got that. And they were rooting for her. They were letting us use our social networks to get second opinions and all the rest of it. And she died 6 weeks short of Christmas. And those 6 weeks would have made all the difference to her. And everyone around her thought that that time mattered. And what you have seen in the dementia space is when we have treatments that give someone between 4 and 6 months extra time, too many people in our field have started talking about how difficult this treatment is to deliver, what its costs are, questions around equity. And what they have not said was older people deserve the right to choose as much as anyone else. And so my question on cost is not how expensive it is, but why aren't people paying?
If I can add to that, I had the opportunity to talk with the Deputy Commissioner of the FDA a few days ago. And the conversation was why we can give to individuals with cancer real poison to give them suffer 3 more months in their life. But we're not willing to give to patients with dementia 6 or 7 or 8 months of being able to relate to the world. So somebody said, well, those are young, and the patients with dementia at the end of their life. And I called one of my patients' daughters who said, doctor, don't think about father, think about my children. They deserve to have 7 or 8 more months of grandpa when they grow. And I think that's the important thing. Thank you.
Thank you. We are out of time. We're probably past out of time at this point. I want to thank our speakers, thank my co-chairs, and certainly thank the organizers for setting us up for success for the rest of the meeting. Thank you.
It is now a privilege for me to welcome Dr. Natalia Rost, who joins us virtually today. She cannot make it in person and will be live, however, on stream for any questions you may have. Dr. Rost is the president of the American Academy of Neurology. She's professor of neurology at Harvard Medical School and the C.M. Fisher Endowed Chair in Stroke Research at the Massachusetts General Hospital. She's an internationally recognized expert in cerebrovascular neuroimaging and personalized stroke outcomes. The title of her lecture, you can read it here, Brain Health Imperative of the 21st Century, a Neurologist's Vision. Thank you, Natalia, for being with us today.
Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to be here with you today, and it's a great honor for me to join this important conversation on brain health, both as a practicing neurologist and as president of the American Academy of Neurology. I would also like to take a moment to congratulate Professor Bassetti and the INECO Foundation on organizing this second meeting of the International Alliance on Brain Health in conjunction with the Lancet Commission on Brain Health. For those of you whom I haven't met, I'm a vascular neurologist and a clinician scientist at Massachusetts General Hospital in Boston and professor of neurology at Harvard Medical School. But I'm here on behalf of the AAN to represent more than 44,000 neurologists and neuroscience professionals, with nearly a quarter of whom reside in 146 countries outside the United States, and who are driven by our renewed mission to promote brain health for all. In this way, joining this conversation today brings about a truly global significance. I like to start my presentation on brain health with a larger view of what's truly important in our lives and what is possible. Imagine what our collective vision for optimal brain health may look like. Hope, dream, success, possibilities, joy, comfort. But the reality is that over 1 in 3 individuals worldwide are living with neurological disorder or disease. And this statistic doesn't even spare the youngest, both pristine but also so vulnerable brains of our babies born into this world today. And while many of you are familiar with these global data, thanks to our colleagues from the Institute for Health Metrics and Evaluation and Global Burden of Disease and beyond, now with the latest AAN data published in JAMA Neurology in 2025 in collaboration with the IHME, we are facing yet another reality in the United States. More than 1 in 2 Americans are living with neurological disease or disorder. 54%. And while the population-wide numbers of the top 5 diagnoses are overwhelming, as neurologists, we know that the realm of brain disease extends way beyond dementia and stroke, which is often the focus of the public and professionals when it comes to brain matters. But there are more than 270 neurologic disorders of which we take care across the lifespan. And yet it's looking at the recent dementia data, like the one from the Lancet Commission on Dementia Prevention, that gives us hope that with rigorous methodologies and systematic approach, we can quantify the effect of what is preventable for the whole brain, and if we can measure it, we might be able to intervene and optimize. And this is an attractive concept, especially as we think about the individual risk factors in that equation and preventive neurology, the the American Academy of Neurology has been championing for a number of years now. But what we shouldn't forget is that prevention is far more complicated beyond individual risk factor control, although it's a good start and effectively the nucleus of what we all can do and control in some ways. But the determinants of neurological health are multi-layered and multifaceted. That would take the proverbial village, individuals, communities, organizations, and the society as a whole to act in the interest of prevention and health. For this to be successful, and this is what this meeting is about. And this would bring us to brain health, a concept that is not new. As we know, first PubMed papers on brain health actually date to 1993. But the one first popularized by giants in neurology like Vladimir Hachinsky, and ultimately enjoying exponential uptake on the global scale. And everybody now has a voice in brain health. But I'm proud to say that neurologists are everyday champions of brain health, and more importantly, that neurologists now have a plan. I'm also delighted that we've come far on this issue, and we have an entire army of neurologists in the United States, as I refer to it, and around the globe now championing brain health. Every day in our clinics, on the hospital floors, or in the emergency departments, or as pictured here on Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C., during our annual AAN advocacy event called On the Hill, when we knock on every door of every congressman or congresswoman, and we stand up for our patients, their families, and the public, as we fight for the future of neuroscience research, the future of brain health, and the future of the neurological profession. Many of you are aware that the AAN has been in brain health for decades, including our work on local level, with our bike helmet giveaways in Minneapolis for those of you who had an opportunity to participate, on a national level with the annual meetings award-winning brain health fairs, and truly on a global level with our Brain and Life suite of public education products, including magazine, online education, and podcasts, including Brain and Life en Español. After decades of practice advances in the evaluation and management of neurological diseases, the era of preventive neurology, focusing on strategies that offset the development and progression of disease, has arrived. The AAN Brain Health Initiative was launched in 2022 with the goal of establishing field of neurology and the AAN leaders in brain health and leaders in preventive neurology and convening stakeholders in this space to promote brain health for all. In 2023, we published the AAN Brain Health Platform and Position Statement, which outlined key positions on brain health and the need for cross-specialty and cross-sectoral collaboration to achieve our shared goals. These positions constitute a key framework on the AAN Brain Health Platform, which is designed to provide a blueprint toward achieving the future of optimal brain health across the lifespan for all. The 4 brain health pillars supporting our brain health platform are science, patient care, public education, and public policy. We use scientific methodology to define brain health through neurologic health, defining brain health as a continuous state of attaining and maintaining the optimal neurologic function that best supports one's physical, mental, and social well-being through every stage of life. And focus our action plan on 5 individual life epochs across the lifespan, including fetal and childhood development, youth and adolescence, adulthood, maturity, and senescence. Each epoch is centered around an overarching goal toward achieving lifelong optimal brain health. The AAN's framework and approach to brain health culminated in the brain health vision by 2050, where first, brain health research leads to accumulation of critical body of knowledge and scientific breakthroughs. Second, preventive neurology is thriving disciplinary field that develops new leaders in brain health. Third, evidence-based practice guidelines on brain health for all ages are available and continuously updated. Fourth, a brain health visit is standard of care and part of well visit at every stage of lifespan. Fifth, education on brain health across lifespan is widely available and results in highly aware and engaged public. And sixth, National Brain Health Plan is established to guide scientific research, care, and public engagement priorities. With a number of brain health-centered efforts across the globe, we call to action on brain health by all of us, collectively, because to advance the future of optimal brain health for all will require us to collaborate, innovate, and synergize. In the United States, one way we keep the momentum and bring the AN Brain Health Initiative to life through our Brain Health Summit, a unique annual event that brings together all kinds of stakeholders working together to promote brain health for all. The theme of the 2025 summit was empowering communities, to emphasize the work of communities that have organized, advocated for, and implemented evidence-based science, patient care, public policy, and public education to support brain health at every stage of life. The summit convened multidisciplinary professionals representing over dozens of different organizations, including a wide array of research institutions, professional, medical, and patient organizations, government, industry, and advocacy groups. Passionate stakeholders from multiple institutions, academic, private, and patient advocacy organizations were immersed in the activities of the summit, which continues to serve as our main convening event for brain health in the United States. Events like that bring about real change that impacts public in many ways, from education to policy. In 2022, AAN teamed up with two U.S. representatives to secure a bipartisan congressional resolution declaring September 15th National Brain Health Day, the first in the United States and an important public awareness milestone. But we understand that when we communicate with the public and our policymakers, we must uphold the highest standards of evidence-based medicine. And our first work in this space, the Emerging Issues in Neurology article published in 2025, summarized emerging evidence that informs strategies to support and maintain brain health across the patient lifespan and across neurologic subspecialties. This article also explored gaps in the evidence concerning brain health, outlining possible next steps required to realize the ambitious mission of ensuring brain health for all. We also introduced the Safest Brains acronym, which highlighted the 12 domains that are both current evidence-driven determinants of brain health and also the areas where patients can get engaged with their neurologists and other care providers regarding potential preventive practices for brain health. Public trust is precious, and we must exercise utmost care in delivering brain health information that is most up-to-date, strictly evidence-driven, and amplified by our global scientific community. I will finish today by saying that we are on the right track with the global brain health community as we forge these collaborations and keep up the momentum in conversations on brain health. Collaborations create value that surpasses individual efforts by pooling resources and knowledge, advancing education, and identifying solutions for global neurological health. Most importantly, it increases the collective voice on the global burden of neurologic disease and magnifies the level of impact we can have on advancing brain health as a unified front. We should be proud of the progress the medical community has made on brain health. Let us collectively contribute valuable insights into the next steps of research implementation, public health engagement, and identify mutual priority areas for the benefit of our patients, the public, and for the future of our professions. So let us continue together on the road to brain health for all. Thank you for your attention today, and I wish you a very successful rest of the meeting.
Hello, Natalia. Thank you for your inspiring talk. Yes, you're here. So, Can you, hello Natalia. Thank you very much. It was a big applause for the inspiring talk. We cannot hear you yet. If we could get the audio, please. We are still.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, hello.
Can you hear us?
Yes, good morning, Buenos Aires.
Good morning. So I would like to ask the audience if there are any questions for Dr. Rost. Otherwise, I may start. Natalia, it's a huge program, 2050, lots of activities. We started the day discussing challenges and opportunities. What do you think is the greatest challenge in moving into a brain health promotion and a brain health initiative such as the AAN initiative? What is the biggest challenge that you face in the United States in promoting brain health? And maybe a second question, what is the lower hanging fruit that you're discovering in promoting brain health?
Yeah. Good morning, everybody, and thank you, Professor Bassetti and the Foundation INECO for organizing this event. I wish I could be with you this morning, and I wait for the day when the science can actually effectively replicate us, so I would have an avatar that will travel around the world.
Could you hear my question? Could you hear the question?
Yes, I could. Yes, I could. But I wanted to start with the greetings.
Thank you.
And I will say that in this particular era, I think the biggest challenge is for all of us across the house of medicine, the medical profession, to coordinate the approach to brain health. I think if we are across neurology, psychiatry, preventive medicine, and multiple other sectors along the individual lifespan, if we can agree on common priorities, then we can mobilize the external environment around of us. I think if we all speak with the same voice, we can get through the walls of communications with those who are outside of this immediate brain health bubble. So I see that as a potential opportunity, and I think our steps toward engaging, for example, with our colleagues in psychiatry are fundamental to this. And I think neurologists, even though we're the champions and the leaders in this field, we have to be working together with the entire house of medicine. We want the professionals in maternal and fetal medicine to be involved. We want pediatricians to be involved. We want adolescent medicine to be involved. We want geriatricians. And I think this is the professional silos are the hardest for whatever reason. I think it's historical, but this is for whatever reason it's hardest to break.
Thank you. So how does the EAN promote cross-disciplinarity? I mean, I do agree this is one of the greatest challenges, how to bring people from the different silos to work together. So what do you do concretely to promote this joint approach?
So as you know, we have convened the Brain Health Summit. Now we're in the 5th year. In September of this year, the AAN is going to hold the 5th Brain Health Summit. And that summit is going to bring together the representatives from different organizations. We already engaged the American Psychiatric Organization, which is an organization beyond the United States as well. We have engaged with the American Academy of Family Practitioners, American Pediatric Association, and many other that are part of what we call Council of Medical Subspecialties. So I think we have to start this dialogue. I'm personally going to American Psychiatric Association meeting this year to speak about brain health. So we need to keep building these bridges.
Great. I look at the audience. Are there any questions? Please, Facundo, come.
Hola, buenos días. Mi nombre es Alejandra, soy argentino-chilena, soy voluntaria internacional. Trabajé con personas con duelo postraumático. Me formé en la Fundación INECO con el doctor Rafael Kichik, que trabajaba en la Fundación INECO. He estudiado con Facundo Manes también. Siento que es como mi casa. Y mi pregunta es, soy estudiante avanzada de gestión de políticas sociales en la UNTREF, y mi pregunta es, usted habló de cuestiones emergentes y el diseño y las estrategias de problemas especializados. En nuestro país, en Argentina, no contamos con datos oficiales de, si bien tenemos 500.000 personas con trastornos del espectro autista, no contamos con datos certeros en las páginas oficiales de cuántos pacientes con TEA, cuántos niños grado 1, grado 2, grado 3.
Yo entendí la pregunta, ¿le parece que ya terminamos, así la traduzco?
Sí, por favor.
Bárbaro. So Natalia, this is Facundo from INECO Foundation. Thank you for being here. We are all excited to have you here. The question was, I will summarize the question, but it's a long question that, you know, you are in America, one of the most powerful country in the world. How countries like Argentina, with the same situation, middle-income country, low-income country, can create synergies with organizations like the American Academy of Neurology or American Europe to work together in this brain health problem, because there is a lot of inequality. So any idea, any project that you have from the American Academy of Neurology to working together with countries like Argentina, middle-income countries or low-income countries?
Yes. I think the inequalities and inequities in access to care is a major problem. Fortunately, most of the interventions that we're currently aware of for global brain health, whole brain health, actually do not require, big investments at the beginning to start. But I think for us at the American Academy of Neurology, it's going to be critical to work with our global partners, like the International Alliance on Brain Health, like the World Federation of Neurology. So we are a professional association of neurologists, and so we're partnering with the World Federation of Neurology, which is a federation of 126 neurological associations around the world who have direct access to the countries, low income and low middle income countries, as well as the other countries around the world, and building a consensus on public education, public policy, patient care guidelines, and also science, of course. So just now, at the AAN annual meeting that happened in Chicago this week, we've had a global leaders roundtable in collaboration with the WFN. And that global leader roundtable brought together representatives from all over the continent. And we specifically discussed on how to engage individual regions through the leadership of neurological organizations in those areas. And there were representatives from Asia and South America and Europe and America. So we're looking forward to collaborate with, let's say, organizations like WFN, like International Alliance on Brain Health, and Foundation INECO, of course, on these initiatives.
Thank you so much, Natalia. And I have a personal question, because you said in Paris a few months ago, and I think that you have data from the last year, that 1 of 2 Americans have or will develop a brain health or brain problem through their life. And in the world, we say that 1 out of 3 people will have a brain problem. So can you explain us the difference between the world and America, and can you comment us about this incredible data, 1 or 3 people with brain problems?
So this is an unfortunate new statistic. We have partnered with the IHME to deliver the same methodology on the data by the Global Burden of Disease. And now 54% of Americans, based on the data in 2021, are living with neurological disease or disorder. Now this is startling. And I think that this is actually a new global hotspot of neurological disease. And so I think that, despite the fact that we have all the resources in the world, there's still a lot of inequality and inequity in access to care. neurology, because we are at the point of no return. Knowing these statistics, you can no longer deliver care the way we're delivering, so we have to have a complete overhaul on how we look at neurology through preventive lens, because otherwise we're just going to drown in the economical and also societal burden of brain health.
So, Claudio, thank you, Natalia. Now, Claudio is taking over because the next question will be in English.
So thank you, Natalia. We have a last question from Professor Paul Boone, past president of the European Academy of Neurology. We actually started together the European Academy of Neurology Brain Health mission and plan. Please, Paul.
Well, thank you, Claudio. Natalia, fantastic talk. Thank you so much, and good to see you. Just wanted, it's not a question, it's just a comment. I'm glad that the American Academy of Neurology now adopts a much higher burden of neurological disorders. What I can say from the European point of view is that we are also beyond, from the European point of view, and the figures that we know, we are beyond 1 in 3. And for the European space, 900 million people, the burden of neurological disorders is 43%. So, I mean, we seem to concur on that. Probably the situation in the United States is even worse. But, I mean, we are far beyond the 1 in 3. And the narrative should be that it is more than 1 in 3, right? Not 1 in 3. Thank you so much.
So Natalia, it was an honor and a privilege to have you. I mean, we are happy to see you virtually. We leave you with a promise you will make that you will join us for Rome. So we want you to come to Rome. Just say yes.
Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Natalia. It was an honor to have you. Thank you. So with this, I hand over to Facundo to introduce the next speakers.
Okay, let's moving forward with the morning. It is a great honor to introduce our next speaker. He's an Argentinian working in an international platform, Matias Irarrázaval. He's the regional advisor on mental health and substance abuse for the Pan American Health Organization. And in this role, he provides technical expertise on mental health policy, dementia action, and health system strengthening across Latin America and the Caribbean. His work is related with the World Health Organization, global mental health and dementia frameworks, with a strong focus on translating normative guidance into country-level implementation. So he has represented the Pan American Health Organization at regional and international levels many times on brain health, on aging, and the integration of mental health into primary care, which is a very important topic. So, Matias.
Muchas gracias, Facundo, por la presentación. Buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Matías Irarrázaval y estoy encantado de estar acá con ustedes. Es un honor para mí poder hablar en esta importante audiencia y simposio, ¿cierto?, que se está formando. I want to start today with a single number, 205%. That is the projected increase in dementia cases in Latin America and the Caribbean between 2019 and 2050. For comparison, we were talking about North America. North America is looking at roughly 100% growth. So we're aging at twice the speed, and we're doing it with a health system that were never built for that. The GDP data that we have tell us that approximately 4.5 million people in our region are living with dementia today. By 2050, that figure reached nearly 14 million. So the dependency ratio of older adults in America is expected to triple over the same period. Central America is the most dramatic case, a projected 221% increase. These are countries where the median age is still relatively low, where health infrastructure is more fragile, and where the transition will hit fastest. So the demographic window is not opening, it's already open. The question in front of us today is not whether this wave is coming, it's whether the systems we're responsible for can respond before it overwhelms them. Let me be precise about what this burden looks like right now. Dementia is already the 5th leading cause of DALYs, disability adjusted life years in adults over 70 in Latin America and the Caribbean. It's the 4th among women, ahead of COPD, lung cancer, and kidney disease. The increase in dementia-related DALYs from 2000 to 2019 was 124%, the second highest increase of any condition in that age group. Stepping back to the broader picture, mental, neurological, and substance use conditions combined account for 1/3 of all years lived with disability in the Americas. Death from neurological and mental disorders rose 180% between 2000 and 2019, and they were the only disease group where both mortality and disability rates increased simultaneously. Now, here's what troubled me most about these numbers. They are almost certainly underestimated. Population-based evidence on dementia prevalence exists for only 11 of 33 Latin American and Caribbean countries, and most of those studies are concentrated in urban areas of Brazil, Mexico, and Cuba. So the absence of data is not a technical gap, it's a symptom of how much political priority this condition has historically received. You cannot fund what you do not count, and you cannot count what you have decided not to prioritize. Now, here's something counterintuitive, and arguably the most important public health message I can offer the audience today. The 2020 Lancet Commission tells us that approximately 40% of dementia cases worldwide are attributable to modifiable risk factors. This is already a remarkable figure, but for Latin America, a study combining data from 6 Latin American countries, Cuba, Dominican Republic, Mexico, Peru, Puerto Rico, and Venezuela, estimated that up to 55% of dementia cases may be attributable to just 9 modifiable risk factors: low education, hypertension, obesity, diabetes, physical inactivity, depression, social isolation, hearing loss, and traumatic brain injury. So Latin America has a higher prevention ceiling than the United States, higher than the United Kingdom, higher than the global average. What this chart is showing us is not a crisis story, it's an opportunity story. We have more to gain from action on modifiable risk factors than almost any other region in the world. The complication, and this is a key tension I want this audience to hold, is that capitalizing on this opportunity requires exactly the system we currently lack. Primary care platforms capable of delivering cardiovascular risk reductions, depression screening, and hearing assessment on a scale, integrated with one another and sustained over time. So the science is ahead of the infrastructure. That is a challenge this room needs to help us solve. Let me put a number on the implementation gap, and let me be clear about what that number means. WHO's Global Action Plan on Dementia set a target. 75% of member states should have a national dementia plan by 2025, or 1 year ago. In the Americas, only 5 countries had the national dementia plans: Chile, Costa Rica, Cuba, United States, and Mexico. 5 out of 32. That is 15% against a global target of 75. This is not a failure of scientific knowledge. It's not a failure of awareness. Published research tells us clearly what drives this gap. Countries are significantly more likely to have dementia plans if they have universal health coverage, if they have high income, or if they're more than 14% of the population is already aged over 65. Most Latin American and Caribbean countries do not yet meet this criteria, but they will. So the mental health financing picture is equally clear. Median government spending on mental health in the Americas is 3% of total health budgets, only 3%. And that already inadequate allocation, 43%, goes to psychiatric hospitals, institutions that are not the best place for the dementia challenge we face. So the treatment gap for any mental condition in our region is 75%. For some conditions and some countries, it exceeds 90%. I'm not presenting these figures to indict any country. I'm presenting them because this is the honest baseline. And this is what PAHO and WHO and this alliance are here to change. So the cost of inaction is not future spending. It's a cost that is already being paid by families and overwhelmingly by women. Total dementia costs in Latin America and Caribbean reached 46 billion only in 2015. This is double what they were in 2010. But unlike high-income countries, where formal care systems absorb a significant share of those costs, in Latin America, almost 2/3 of the total cost is carried through informal care. Family members who stop working, who stop studying, who reorganize their entire lives around a condition that the formal health system is not equipped to manage. In Brazil, 25% of caregivers had stopped working or left school to provide care. In Chile, indirect costs represent 75% of total per patient dementia costs. So the infrastructure gap is structural. Our region currently needs close to 5 million formal care workers to meet existing long-term care demand. So that figure will nearly double by 2035 and reach 14 million by 2050. In Mexico today, less than 3% of long-term facility staff are properly trained. So when we discuss the cost of inaction, we're describing a cost that is already being transferred, invisibly or inequitably, from the health system to households, and within those households, disproportionately into women. This is not a health system failure, it's a gender equity failure and a labor policy failure, and that framing matters enormously who needs to be in the room when we design the solutions. So this brings me to what I consider the central implementation challenge in our region, the relationship between mental health and dementia. There are not parallel tracks. Depression is simultaneously a risk factor for dementia and one of the earliest symptoms, a clinical overlap that creates a real diagnostic confusion with real therapeutic consequences. And the scale of the mental health burden in our region is significant. The Americas has the highest prevalence of anxiety disorders and the second highest rate of depressive disorders of any WHO region. Here's the structural problem. Mental health care in Latin America remains concentrated in psychiatric hospitals. 28% of all psychiatric hospital stays in the America exceed 5 years, the highest proportion of any WHO region in the world. So these institutions are not the best platform for managing the dementia challenge. Dementia care built on a specialist-dependent, hospital-centered models will not work at the scale in this region. We do not have enough specialists. It's better to have more specialists, but we don't have enough. And they're not in the best places. The practical entry point we have, and PAHO and WHO has invested in this, is MHCAP, the WHO Mental Health Action Program, which includes a dedicated dementia model designed specifically for non-specialists at the primary care facilities. It enables task sharing, which in our context is not a compromise. It's the only realistic way or path to meaningful coverage. It doesn't mean to replace the specialists. It's to help the specialist to see only the cases that are most important for him. The iSupport program provides structured caregiver training. The anti-stigma work we do with Alzheimer's Disease International addresses one of the most powerful barriers to help seeking to help seeking the false belief that memory loss is simple and normal part of aging. So integration is not an organizational preference, it's an operational necessity. The interventions I have been describing need to start much earlier than the point of dementia diagnosis. Previous speakers talked about this. Brain health is built or eroded across a lifetime. Low education attainment in older cohorts is one of the most powerful dementia risk factors in our region. Depression in midlife raises dementia risk decades later, and hearing loss that goes unmanaged in the 50s contributes to cognitive decline in the 70s. So our health system addresses these risk factors, but separately, in silos, often at the point where damage has already accumulated. High-income countries have shown the decline in dementia incidence is achievable. The Rotterdam study demonstrated it, but it took decades of better education and cardiovascular risk management to produce those results. The equivalent investment in Latin America must begin now. In schools, in primary care, and in NCD programs that do not yet know how to manage dementia at that level. One final point on the slide. There's no Latin American country currently tracking dementia prevalence trends over time. So we cannot demonstrate progress if we cannot measure. So important for this audience, researchers, to do those type of measures. Let me direct about WHO's and PAHO's roles, what is the role actually in this landscape? Because I think sometimes it's misunderstood. Frameworks are not the bottleneck. We have frameworks. WHO has frameworks. This alliance is building frameworks. What is scarce in the capacity to turn normative commitments into operational reality at country level is implementation. And that is where PAHO operates. We provide technical assistance to countries developing national dementia plans aligned with WHO's global action plans on dementia. We promote MHGAP implementation at primary care level, including the dementia model. We support the deployment of support for caregiver training. We run regional awareness anti-stigma campaigns with Alzheimer's Disease International, and we work with countries to build data infrastructure through the Global Dementia Observatory and within the decade of healthy aging in the Americas. We work with what exists. We do not wait for ideal conditions, and when a country brings political commitment, PAHO and WHO can accelerate implementation considerably. What we cannot do is to substitute the political will. That is something that only governments and the pressure that civil society and partnerships like this one can create on governments. It can be generated. So based on what PAHO observes across 32 countries, across the data and the implementation experience, I want to name these 3 priorities, not the most politically comfortable ones, the ones that will actually move the numbers. The first one, primary care as a platform. Non-specialist referral as a default mode of care, but MHCAP, more MHCAP-trained primary care teams with protocol for cognitive screening, depression management, and cardiovascular risk reduction. This is evident from the Lancet Neurology last year. Training primary care personnel in MHCAP, implementation tools, including the dementia model, is a fundamental step forward or toward achieving neurological health targets in the region. The second is financing and long-term reform. So the invisible care economy I described, carried by families, predominantly women, needs to be formalized and supported. And third, data and surveillance system. WHO's target was that 50% of countries will be collecting core dementia data every 2 years by 2025. And we don't have those numbers right now. These are not aspirations. They are the specific structural bottlenecks that, if removed, will allow the region to begin converting its extraordinary prevention potential into actual outcomes. So this is my last slide. Latin America and the Caribbean is not a region that lacks scientific knowledge about dementia. The researchers in this room, including many of our colleagues in Argentina, are producing some of the most important brain health science in the world. What the region lacks is the system capacity, the finances architecture, and the political priority to act at scale on what the science already tells us to do. So the data on population attributable risk says that up to 55% of dementia cases in our region may be preventable. This is not a clinical finding, this is a political mandate. Our job at WHO and PAHO, and the job of everyone in this room is to close the distance between what the science says is possible and what the systems are actually delivering. So the window for action is still open. Our region has more to gain from investment in brain health than almost any other region in the world. But windows close. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthias, for this wonderful presentation. Actually, I have good news. We have time for one question, and that question is what separates us from coffee. And then we will have a few minutes for coffee. I think we are going to be back at 11:30 for a great panel. So any question for Matthias? Yeah, Carlos?
Thank you very much for your presentation. Numbers are really astonishing. But you know, in Argentina, only 1 in 16 patients with hypertension receive the correct treatment. And probably the treatment of hypertension should be one of the most important measures to prevent dementia. So I will make you an observation. And please, what I don't see yet, I make internal medicine. I used to run the largest healthcare organization in the country, in Argentina. So what I don't see is a single or 2 or 3 practical measures that could be really influential to prevent dementia in Latin America. Now, perhaps you could make a list of 2 or 3 points, you know, because we don't have budget. You know it better than I. The child mortality is rising, at least in Argentina. So this is very complex. And dementia is not a reported disease. So we do not have the doctors do not have the obligation to report a case of dementia, so we do not have the numbers. So my question is, do you have 2 or 3 bullets of concrete measures that could inspire a public policy to diminish that tragedy that you describe?
Thank you so much for the question. Because I think that the statistic is striking, and it also illustrates exactly the system problem I was describing. If only 1 in 16 people with hypertension receives treatment, the gap is not the drug. It's more the platform or the way that we are detecting and managing those risk factors. So the first recommendation, to integrate. Don't add, integrate. Hypertension screening and follow-up should not be a separate program. It should happen at every primary care facility, contact that already exists. So the MHCAP platform, for example, is designed for non-specialist providers. It's important also to have the specialists. We need them, but they are in another level. They are for the complex cases. In a practical way, we need to detect very early and to refer when it's possible. So we do not need new infrastructure. We need smarter use of existing contacts and referral pathways. The second thing, act at a population level. I think cardiologists made it very well during the 90s. Not just individual level, dietary salt reduction through voluntary or regulatory agreements with the food industry can lower blood pressure across the entire population. WHO has recommended this for years, and the exercise as a cardiovascular benefit. And by extension, brain health, which is, I think, the evidence is solid. We have speaking about that through the morning. And the third one, that's the last one, mind the timing. The evidence, including the Rotterdam study, is clear that hypertension in midlife drives dementia at risk. So by late life, blood pressure often falls as the disease is already developing. So we need to start early. We need to detect early. We need to work with earlier ages. So the bottom line is that the treatment gap you cite is real, but it does not make prevention impossible. We need to work at the treatment level and at the prevention level and also the recovery level. So more treatment, but also more prevention. We need to work through the symptoms and population, not just individual clinical outcomes.
So thank you so much, Matthias. Wonderful presentation. I like the point that you made regarding that we have the evidence, we have the data. We were talking with Ricardo Allegri last week in Lyon, in France, but the evidence and the knowledge is there. We need courage, and we need the political will and the political decision. So it's a matter of a political decision and also the courage from us to fight for it outside the circles, the conference, outside this meeting, the meetings like this, so we need to fight for it. So thank you so much. Now we have a break. I ask you to come back 11:30 because we have a great panel with Joan Pike, the president of the Alzheimer's Association, Victor Balcoul from the Atlantic Fellow, and also Juan Rodriguez from the Global Council of Brain Health. Great session. Thank you.
Encantado.
Sí,
encantado.
Vale. Armate las agüitas para la siguiente sesión. Mira el programa, fíjate cuántos son. Tiene que estar. No, me parece que está ahí. Tenemos la presentación acá.
Mira, yo te mandé una nueva hoy en la mañana, porque la quise cortar un poco, sabemos que pasada no sé si la podrían imprimir.
Sí, la podemos cambiar, pero no, estoy pensando en voz alta a ver cómo me organizo, porque ya tengo todo acomodado. En el lunch la cambio.
Dale. Hay algo que me preocupa, pensando en la presentación del doctor Jacobo.
No, el problema es el siguiente. Unas fotografías que después no. Hay que usar Arial, está en Roma. Claro, hay cosas que sabemos que
Pero sabes que una pregunta que te iba a hacer es que a veces en algunos proyectores la tienes en formato muy ancho, horizontal.
Sí, pero en este caso no es eso, es la tipografía y la compatibilidad con el PowerPoint. Entonces yo ahora estoy chequeando nuevas, acomodando lo que... Entonces, no te preocupes porque yo en el lunch voy a rechequear las presentaciones. El tema es que necesito la tuya nueva y no sé si está ahora. ¿Qué pasa? Sí. No me cambies nada de la compu, por favor. Entonces, yo en el lunch la voy a chequear, pero necesito la nueva y ahora voy a ver quién la tiene. Si no, no me lo querés enviar para no estar haciendo un pasamano más que nada, porque sí, hasta ayer todas las presentaciones Karen me las pasaba, yo las descargaba todo el y demás. Pero teniendo en cuenta que ahora no tengo tanta para saber si, porque el break es ahora y el lunch es para saber si es el largo o
el largo.
Bueno, te tiro un mensajito.
Voy a cambiar el Office. Tiene la versión 2016, voy a poner la 2019. A ver si se encuadra mejor los PPT.
Yo los estoy encuadrando mal, así que...
Bueno,
Espera.
a ver si se soluciona.
Claro, espérame, porque capaz yo los encuadro mal, los guardo, ya queda bien. ¿Entendés? Y lo hacemos para mañana más.
¿Cómo que sabes en un momento lo desinstalo y lo instalo, ¿viste?
Bueno, cuando corten para el lunch te tiro un mensaje. Dale.
Y tengo una computadora por si falla todo.
Listo, buenísimo. Dale, buenísimo. Acá está, acá. Vale. Está acá. Está acá. Sí, sí, sí.
Hola. Hola, probando canal español. ¿Estamos bien? Va a probar Mini. A ver. No, espera, se fue.
Welcome back, everyone. We'll get started in just a minute or two. Oh, sure, please.
Necesitamos avanzar con el programa. Les pido por favor que tomen asiento, así arrancamos con la nueva sesión. Bueno, ahora sí. Empezamos.
Thank you. And welcome back. I'm Steve Lewis. On behalf of my co-chair, Dr. Suvarna Alati, we'd like to move on to our second session of the day titled Global Leadership and Advocacy for Brain Health. Our first speaker is Joanne Pike. Joanne Pike is President and CEO of the Alzheimer's Association, the global leader in Alzheimer's and dementia research, care, support, and public policy. Since 2022, Joanne Pike has guided the association's relentless pursuit of its vision of a world without Alzheimer's and all other dementias. She also serves as chair of the World Dementia Council, a global coalition focused on driving progress in Alzheimer's and dementias, and is CEO of the Alzheimer's Impact Movement, AIM, a separately incorporated advocacy affiliate working to develop and advance policies to overcome Alzheimer's disease and all other dementias. Please welcome Joanne Pike with her lecture, The Evolving Brain Health, Global Brain Health Agenda, the Alzheimer's Association Perspective.
Appreciate everybody coming back. I know you've had to have enjoyed that coffee, and we'll certainly have a great and lively discussion with this panel. So I would like to just recognize really quickly the International Brain Health Alliance and the partners for your vision in convening this meeting. It's incredibly important in order to bring people, partners, researchers together in a way that creates dialogue beyond just the silos that we all work in on a daily basis. I want to mention who we are as an organization. The Alzheimer's Association, as you heard in that introduction, is proud to be the leading global nonprofit focused on brain health, Alzheimer's, and dementia. We focus this work in a couple of ways. We are accelerating global research. I'm going to talk a little bit about that research, especially as we think about the translation of brain health science into brain health practice at the community level. We're driving risk reduction and early detection and maximizing quality care and support, and also leading public policy solutions through our grassroots network nationwide in the US, and through the work that we do in collaboration with other organizations globally. The last few years have been fairly seminal in terms of brain health knowledge and the dramatic progress that we're making in Alzheimer's and dementia care, but also the knowledge that we have on risk reduction. So I'm going to focus today on some of the work the Alzheimer's Association is doing in 3 core areas to take science to practice. We're going to talk about breakthroughs that are driving our work, how the association is approaching and improving brain health for all, and then some of the resources available that our organization has created that is available globally to each of you. But first, let's talk about that science. You heard from Jacobo and Lenny a mention about US Pointer, and I'm not going to dive into this significantly, but I just want to highlight some core pieces from our US Pointer study. In July, we announced the results of our 2-year trial that was able to show that lifestyle intervention did change outcomes, cognitive health. That result that research study is spurring us into taking bold action. The study was able to look at two groups, one with a structured lifestyle intervention and one with a self-help lifestyle intervention. What we were able to show is that both interventions improved cognitive health. However, the structured intervention that had more accountability, more in-person touch points, had greater benefit on cognitive function. That benefit was not different. There was no difference in age, sex, race or ethnicity, ApoE4 status, and also heart health. When we looked at a conservative model between those two groups and what that impact was, we were able to show that the difference between the structured group versus the self-help group resulted in 1 to 2 years of additional cognitive age. Now, I know days like today where I might not have had enough coffee, I might be a little jet lagged from Lyon from last week. I could use an extra 2 years of cognitive health. This is extraordinary because what that does is it gives people time, it keeps them sharper, it keeps them intellectually engaged longer, it keeps them as less of a burden on their families or the healthcare system. So we know that active intervention can lead to significant population benefits. Now, research doesn't always translate to public action, but we didn't see, when we launched the results in July, a significant amount of public interest. At the time of that launch, we had national and global media pickup of the US pointer results that resulted in 58 million media impressions. That told us that not only did journalists want to talk about it, people wanted to read, watch, or learn about those results as well. And that continued to grow. So that 58 million impressions was only at the time of that launch in July. This week, we also launched a new survey of results. We wanted to find out, what do people know about brain health? What do they know about the actions they need to take to keep their brain healthy long term? On Tuesday was our annual Facts and Figures release, where we release a state of the union, so to speak, of Alzheimer's and dementia numbers for the US. This year we had a special report that really looked at Americans and their brain health. What knowledge do they have? What we found is that in this survey, by the way, the survey was over 3,800 people. It was representative of race, ethnicity, and it was actually oversampled in minorities within the US. We looked at it. What we learned is that nearly 9 in 10 US adults, 88% of them, said that maintaining brain health as they age is important. But here is the key piece within this. 99% said it is at least as important as physical health, but only 9% said that they know a lot about how to maintain their brain health. That is a big delta between knowledge and ability. Most people believed that lifestyle behaviors were important for their brain health. And as I know this is going to be shocking, we know, people don't take the action associated with that. So many adults, while they know that physical activity is important, they are not doing that on a regular basis to reduce their risk of cognitive decline. And in particular, they did not make the connection between healthy behaviors and dementia risk in particular. While they may have been able to connect it to brain health, they were not able to connect it to their risk of dementia
conectar con el riesgo asociado a la demencia.
So as a result of US Pointer and what we are learning on the need for continued growth of brain health information, the Alzheimer's Association recognizes that we have a challenge in front of us. So today we're launching the Brain Health Advancement Institute that brings together the ability for public health, clinical care, and scalable interventions to help individuals protect cognition, to empower communities and the systems that support them, to support brain healthy environments, and also to enable systems to deliver against those promises. People, community, and the systems that support them. But in order to do that, we have to focus in on that core principle of translating research into practice. So there are some primary focus areas. Research and translation is certainly the guiding principle within this work. Building awareness, education, and scalable initiatives is another big piece. And an example of this room is partnerships and collaborations. I know there is a saying about going fast alone, right? But if we're able to do this together, we're going to change the future of cognition and brain health. So let's dive into those three areas: research, initiatives, and partnerships. With US Pointer, we know that that was just a first step. We have an ongoing related initiative to look at what can we do next with US Pointer. Who are the people, and where are we going with that? We've made a $40 million investment into following and building on the US Pointer results. That's inclusive of continuing to analyze and monitor the participants from that clinical trial. $40 million investment within US Pointer is part of a broader research portfolio of the Alzheimer's Association. And I want to highlight just really quickly the global nature of our research portfolio and the work that it is doing even here in Argentina. Right now we have $490 million at work in research grants globally. And that's about 1,200 projects in 59 different countries. Here in Argentina, well, actually, before I get to Argentina, 23% of that portfolio, about 110 million, is on brain health specifically. When you dive into Argentina and the work that we are doing here, over time we've funded 4.3 million in 22 grants and 13 studies. Today, the dollars at work are focused in on 14 active studies, totaling almost 3.5 million. So our investment in Latin America is a significant portfolio of our global initiatives, especially our research initiatives. But we also know it's important to think about how do we translate US Pointer to other core areas within that work. And part of that is taking US Pointer into implementation studies next. You can't go from petri dish to bedside without understanding how do you get there. And so US Pointer, a rigorous research study, needs to be translated into on-the-ground implementation, practical intervention. And so we're going to be awarding, as part of this investment, 15 million in implementation projects, and we're going to be launching and announcing those very soon. An important piece, though, to building on the knowledge of what is Worldwide Fingers, the Fingers Network, US Pointer, and what we can do here in Latin America started back in 2020 as well. And that's with LATAM Fingers that is currently almost to report out. LATAM Fingers will be reporting out at AAIC. We're all very excited about the work that has been going on here. Started in 2020 with 11 Latin American countries. So please keep your eye on AAIC announcements related to the Fingers trial that has been going on right here in Latin America. I'm going to switch directions just a little bit, because it's important in order to be able to do all of this work. I mentioned partnerships, going together. And another speaker that's going to be coming up after me is Victor Valcour. Dr. Valcour is a big partner of ours, along with the Global Brain Health Institute at UCSF and Trinity College in Dublin. That work has translated over time to about 5 million in over 200 pilot projects around the world. And I think Victor's going to talk some more, so I'm going to leave that to him to describe in a little bit more detail. But it's also capacity building beyond just looking at the grants as well. Initiatives, so research, collaboration, and now personal initiatives. There are several things that have launched from the Alzheimer's Association that are available globally to anyone who is interested. They are personal habit builders. They are clinician-based education through INECO, system workforce-related brain health activities, and also the Brain Health Roundtable, which is a cross-sector collaboration that is launching very soon. But global momentum is strong, and it has certainly been critical to what we can do together. When it comes to protecting brain health, we know that there is a significant urgency. What you see here is the Worldwide Fingers Network in partnership with the Worldwide Fingers Group, where we have brought together multiple countries, 70 countries, and their finger-related lifestyle trials, harmonizing their data and working on now what the next step is, going from research to implementation. The other thing I want to highlight, which is a core partnership of the Alzheimer's Association, is the World Dementia Council, as you heard from Lenny. And he brings together both researchers along with policymakers to drive initiatives forward around science, medicine, public policy, and other core areas of work, from care to prevention and everything in between. So just really quickly in closing, we believe strongly that everyone deserves an opportunity to have a healthy brain, and that we have to be able to do that in partnership and also thinking clearly about the research to practice translation. Thank you.
So thank you, Joanne, for this very inspiring talk and for sharing all the amazing work the Alzheimer's Association is doing with the International Alliance on Brain Health. It's now my privilege to introduce Dr. Victor Valcour to this meeting. Dr. Victor Valcour is the director of the Global Brain Health Institute at the University of California, San Francisco. He's also professor of the geriatric medicine in the Department of Neurology at UCSF. He is internationally recognized for his expertise in the effects of HIV on brain health. He leads international NIH-funded initiatives that focus on strengthening global capacity for dementia research and care. And I personally know him as an excellent mentor to so many young people. He has inspired to do very committed work across the world, which takes me to his presentation, which is appropriately titled, The Atlantic Fellows for Equity in Brain Health, 10 years of training the next generation of leaders. Please let's welcome Dr. Valcour.
I'm sorry? Okay. Okay. Next is all I need. Where? Okay. Okay. Very good. Muchas gracias por invitarme a esta charla. I'd love to give it in Spanish. I will be in English, and I have probably too many slides because I know listening in Spanish and understanding things, I appreciate it when people speak slowly and clearly, so I will I'll go a little slower and maybe not get through the end of my slides. It's wonderful to be invited to speak about the work we've been doing now for, I would say, 12 years. Our first cohort of Atlantic Fellows was in 2015, but we started in 2013, and I wanted to take the opportunity to think a little bit about this with all of you. So the Atlantic Fellows for Equity in Brain Health program is a signature training program within the Global Brain Health Institute with 2 training sites. One is at Trinity College in Dublin, and the other one is at the University of California, San Francisco. I'm going to talk about our work at the University of California, San Francisco. I've led the program since its inception in 2015 and was one of the people who wrote the money to get the grant. I will share with you that we're actually part of a very large network of equity programs worldwide. Last night I spoke to some business people in the community here. A businessman from duty-free shops spent $1 billion addressing equity worldwide and all of these programs, and we were fortunate enough to be one of the programs addressing equity in brain health. We began discussions around this in 2013 when we had the first conversation with the funder, and pulled together people from Latin America who were leaders to Cuba to really understand how we might be able to do this better. Maria Carrillo from the Alzheimer's Association was there and was an immediate partner, and the Alzheimer's Association has worked with us in funding pilots and also working on conferences. But it was in 2015 that we enrolled our first cohort. It's pretty unbelievable to me that we have almost 400 fellows in 65 countries over the past 10 years. This training program has really been incredibly robust. These circles show a very large investment in Latin America, and these smaller circles show the countries. There's hardly a country in Latin America that we have not touched, and particularly here in Argentina, we have 12 fellows. And I'm going to speak a lot about science, but you can see, at least I can see from these faces, we have artists, we have lawyers, we have anthropologists, we have musicians, we had a violinist, we've had people of every walk of life, because brain health, changing brain health, is not going to happen in silos. These folks spend 12 months together at one of the sites for training. We had some early successes in the research realm with the World Federation of Neurology and also the Fogarty International Center, funding some of our earliest grants to fellows. One of my favorite things about my job is I don't do a darn thing. I do nothing. Everything is done by the fellows. I accompany them, I champion them, I sometimes write grants, a lot of grants without my name on them. But the work goes to the fellows, they're designed by the fellows and their mentors locally, and this is a sustainability model for us. It's a model of accompaniment that I'll talk more about. We got more partners around 2019 with the Alzheimer's Society UK funding some of the pilots, and also Foundation Alzheimer's in France sending us some fellows and paying for them. And then a big gain with the Red LAC Consortium from the Fogarty Center. Many of you know this is a protocol that's running across 6 Latin American countries, and the funding came from the National Institutes of Aging. The funding was far less than what we needed, and our faculty quickly started writing to other organizations, including the Alzheimer's Association, and we were able to quadruple this money to really do a large effort across Latin America. We've since had multiple R01 grants in Latin America. Nano Santamir Garcia, who's here, has one on epigenetics in Colombia. And in 2024, if I can see on my slides, we launched the capacity building grant with the Alzheimer's Association, have funded 2 sites in Sao Paulo and in Mbarara, Uganda. And now we have new capacity building grants from the NIA, believe it or not, in the current administration. These have all been funded, and new R03s and U01s. This opportunity came out from the National Institutes of Aging about 2 years ago, and of all the funded grants, about 80% are to Atlantic Fellows, which is incredible across the world. We're really making some change. So the fellowship is really a core curriculum across multiple areas, epidemiology, economics, law, etc., with very in-depth clinical experiences. We feel that even if you're an artist, even if you're a lawyer, you need to see the lived experience of dementia. You need to see somebody receive a diagnosis. You need to see how families work with them. So we have really grounded individuals. We put a lot of emphasis on leadership training, and we use a community organizing approach, Marshall Gant's approach, which really makes people do self-reflection of how they engage with groups, how they motivate groups, how they move ideas forward. The idea is really to create leaders who act with humility. We are looking for leaders who don't take ownership of everything, but often are behind the scenes and let others lead. This is really a big part of what we try to do, to create a generation of leaders that's collaborative and understands the issues around equity. We move forward with our values, which most fellows, there are 4 or 5 in the room, who could tell us a force. Authenticity, fairness, openness, respect, courage, and empathy is a core part of what we try to model. And then at UCSF, we have about 25 faculty. Every fellow that comes into our program has a unique mentor in our program. So we are able to provide really tight, high-level guidance. I lean a lot on Paul Farmer's work. Now, he was really a global health champion before he died a few years back. And he talks a lot about accompaniment. And if you're really interested in this topic, he gave a beautiful speech at Harvard where he had worked. But he says accompanying is someone is to go somewhere with him or her to break bread together, to be present on a journey with a beginning and an end. And this is critical to what we try to do. We have a 1-year incubation period, but our goal is really to stand beside people. I've been running international research for 30 years, and there's nothing more satisfying than getting a call at 1 in the morning for assist on an MRI and can we do an LP, we don't know, in a place in the world that may not have this knowledge. So that level of accompaniment is necessary. You have to be there at every step. There are several books you can read about this. Aaron Berkowitz is one of our faculty. He teaches the fellows, and he wrote this book about Paul Farmer's approach in Haiti, where he worked as a neurologist and developed neurology training there. So more if you have interest in it. We were fortunate enough to say, if we bring people in for 1 year, we can really make change if we give them money the next year. So we developed this pilot program where people compete for $25,000 worth of funding, and most of our fellows get it. We really judge them on feasibility and capability within the space and likelihood to move things forward in their own personal career arcs. So we've been fortunate to fund a lot of these. This is an example of one of our fellows in Belo Horizonte, Brazil, who looks at late life literacy. So we know early life education is important, but what are we going to do with folks that are illiterate now? Is there a benefit to literacy training when you're 65 years of age? Elisa has demonstrated that, in fact, there is, and she's garnered more funding from the World Federation of Neurology and the Institutes of Health in the United States. Joanne Pike mentioned this. 211 pilots have been funded in 52 countries, over $5 million investment. What she didn't mention is this $18 million, which is one that I'm most proud of. The $5 million investment, our fellows for those same projects raised another $12 million on their own from other agencies. So there's been a 3-fold return on investment immediately to do the work. Those same fellows in their research portfolios have raised almost $160 million across the agencies across the world, and the number keeps growing. The Red Lot Consortium is one that I spoke about, looking at genetics and the social determinants of health across Latin American countries, led by Agustina Beñez, one of our fellows, but with a lot of support from the faculty. Bruce, Jen Yokoyama, Kate Posina, myself, all have independent grants to fund this project, yet it's driven entirely by folks in Latin America. We have other R01 grants, such as this one in Argentina with Adolfo Ibanez, looking at speech recognition and analyzing it for early markers of dementia. And another one to Tunano, Santa Maria Garcia, looking at epigenetics across the Red Lot Consortium with particular interest in violence and social interaction. Nano and I also wrote to the Fogarty Center and received a grant to fortify what he had developed, which is the first neuroscience PhD program in Colombia. He's now graduated about half a dozen folks. And what's really fascinating about this program is it's designed for Colombia. It's addressing social cognition, violence, and things that are specific to the society and brain health within Colombia. So I'm very proud of that work. We just launched the second round of capacity building grants with the Alzheimer's Association. These are designed to develop infrastructure to get more research across places in the world. The first two funded, one was in Sao Paulo, fortifying a brain banking program and a fellowship training program. And then in Mbarara, Uganda, we funded a program on training in Alzheimer's disease, where they're switching from chronic disease and HIV management to addressing what has become an increasing burden for them, which is cognition in old age. In Africa, we find particular challenges with availability of cognitive tests that have been validated and have normative data. Lucia Crivelli and I were just speaking about a series we have in Nature where we're trying to get papers from around the world about this type of work in cognition. We developed a battery called the Bridge Battery, which is harmonized across many countries now in Africa. I think we have about 10 countries that are engaged or being engaged. It's a 1-hour multimodal cognitive testing battery with minimal linguistic needs and very little cultural bias. And it's working incredibly well. Some of the tests that we think work really well, like the Trails A test, works terrible in most places. We need new tests that are designed for these different regions of the world, and this seems to be working very well. We'll have more publications coming out soon. We also have a new protocol that's developing Alzheimer's research infrastructure in Kenya and Ethiopia. And I'm happy to say Alfred, who may be listening in Cameroon, has also gotten one of these grants to build infrastructure in Cameroon, Chad, and other countries in the region. The First Fingers protocol is now launched in Africa. I understand the cultural adaptation has been done. It's being done in Kenya and Nigeria. And a series of grants are now funded by the National Institutes of Health, including one to Fahim Arshad, who works with Sravana. Now, this one I should be careful. I put an asterisk. It hasn't been funded yet, but I'm almost positive it will be. We keep kicking the can on this one, but we'll get it funded. But this is really an amazing investment that's going around the world, that's going in large part to a lot of our Atlantic fellows. I was going to speak a little bit about my lessons learned, but I think I'll skip it for the sake of time, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Victor. It's really remarkable work. Thank you for sharing it with us. Our next speaker is Juan Rodriguez, Vice President of Policy and Brain Health at AARP, and Executive Director of the Global Council on Brain Health in the United States. His lecture is entitled Turning Evidence into Action, A Decade of Lessons from the Global Council on Brain Health. We're honored to welcome Juan, who will now join us on stage. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, qué orgullo estar aquí con ustedes hoy. Como yo soy Juan Rodriguez. I'm the Vice President of Policy and Brain Health at AARP, and I'm also the Executive Director of the Global Council on Brain Health. And I'm here to talk to you a little bit today about the work AARP does in knowledge translation or research translation, and how we try to implement that work into practice. So why the need for knowledge translation? Why does AARP have a need for a global council on brain health composed of experts from around the world? And the reason for that is that brain health is unique in all the different things AARP touches, in that it is a fast-growing area of science with more consistently coming and with consistent changes. Information or research results are not always clear, consistent, or actionable, especially for consumers. And consumers have a need to maintain a trusted messenger of credible science to combat misinformation, both from neutral experts and from a neutral organization. And we use this information to both inform our programs, inform our partnerships, and inform how we engage, not just with AARP members, but with the public.
Se rompan las manos aplaudiendo.
Puede hacer que estalle la tribuna, puede generar un grito ensordecedor.
Pero también puede traer calma.
A la mitad de los niños con autismo, el sonido del mundo los lastima.
El sonido de una silla que se arrastra a ellos les molesta 10 veces más.
100 veces más.
1000 veces más.
Pero podemos dar vuelta a este partido.
Con 4 pelotitas de estas puestas debajo de una silla en las patas, podemos silenciar ese ruido.
4 pelotitas.
4.
4.
4. 4. Así que si tenés pelotitas viejas
Que ya no usás. Que ya no pican.
O con las que tu perro ya no juega,
llévalas a clubes,
canchas
o escuelas
para que vuelvan al juego dentro del aula.
Busca puntos de recolección en www.fundacionineco.org.
Cada pelotita suma.
Démosle pelota al autismo.
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 Our evidence syntheses don't end up at journals. They're not written for research audiences. They're written for the average consumer to consume and to use.
¿Y este quién es? Papá, soy yo. Enrique, ¿no me reconoces?
Yo veo una cara conocida, pero no me acuerdo de dónde.
¿Desde cuándo te importa el abuelo? Vos si se puede saber. ¿Sabés? Si no le
Estás todo el día viendo la televisión.
Vamos a ir a buscar sus cosas y lo vamos a internar.
¿A quién van a internar?
A vos.
Soltá, yo no le conozco. ¿Qué hace?
Arrancalo por la buena, te lo digo. Lo que pasa es que mi hijo está viviendo con mi papá. Porque me prometió que lo cuidara. No le eché la cuida. Perdón, no está enfermo. Sí, ya sé.
No entiendo nada de lo que dicen.
Este señor trabaja en retiro. Vamos para casa nosotros. ¿En retiro? ¿Qué te fuiste? ¿Te volviste loco vos también? No, papá, acá no se volvió loco nadie. El abuelo tiene Alzheimer, que es muy distinto, es una enfermedad. Y no hace falta ser un especialista para cuidarlo. Se trata de quererlo mucho, de acompañarlo, de contarle la vuelta todos los días. ¿Qué cagazo? Me haces pegar, no, te estoy buscando hace 2 horas. Vamos para casa.
from earlier today, and then in The Magic of Music, exploring the rich potential for music to promote brain health and mental well-being. But so we have these 14 reports, so I wanted to give you a taste of just some of the things AARP has done with this information in order to make it actionable and reach people. So the first thing is that the information from these reports has helped us to integrate brain health into the AARP ecosystem through developing a framework we call the 6 pillars of brain health. These digested a lot of the information and organized them into 6 pillars, and this framework then now acts as a common language that aligns internal departments at AARP around a common theme and provides all the consumers that these different departments at AARP interact with a clear model for goal setting and to help individuals figure out where to invest their time and where to invest their efforts. We also are integrating the results of these reports into digital health tools. AARP has a virtual tool called Staying Sharp. It's our flagship brain health program that consumers can use in order to make changes to their lifestyle, to behaviors, and to improve their knowledge on brain health and dementia prevention. It develops practical, engaging, and fun, it can be fun, content, educational articles, videos, activities, and guides, and empowers people to take action to support their brain health. All this information also finds its way into some of AARP's many publications. AARP uses all of its dissemination channels to put out articles and other content that reflect the knowledge we've gained from the GCBH. It is rare to find an issue of AARP magazine, which is the magazine with the highest circulation in the United States, very proudly to claim. On brain health, the AARP Bulletin consistently has information on brain health, and AARP.org puts out at least an article a week on subjects related to brain health. We also work through our state offices in order to activate communities. There is an AARP office in every state in the United States, including a few US territories like Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands. AARP's network of state offices conduct events and programs and sponsor activities to engage local communities in brain healthy activities. The GCBH reports serve as the backbone of the educational program and activities our state offices are putting on across the country. We also have strong feedback loops we've built in order to continue to inform the work of our GCBH. In collaboration with AARP Research, we do surveys of AARP members and of the general US public that helps us inform the selection of topics. It helps drive special research projects. Like last year, AARP did a large research project on the impact of falls and traumatic brain injury on older adults. And it also helps us understand how much impact we're having. It helps us assess change in knowledge, behaviors, and attitudes over time. We also work on institutionalizing that knowledge and creating a one-stop shop or hub for people to learn about brain health. We have AARP's Brain Health Resource Center. It's a centralized, publicly accessible hub where all things brain health live, including our Hearing Resource Center. That's where you can get access to all the work of the Global Council on Brain Health, where you can get access to Staying Sharp and all the articles that we're consistently putting out on brain health related topics. And then also, working with communities and engaging partners, our Brain Health Action Collaborative extends the work into practice by engaging partners and communities to apply, adapt, and scale insights in real-world settings. We're shifting some of our work to create a community of practice that supports partners in implementing, adapting, and scaling strategies across diverse communities. But I'll end with a couple of lessons learned from our work with the GCBH over the last decade. And that is that one of the key things we try to do is, even while we're still synthesizing evidence to create our reports, we're already thinking about how do we put this into action. Lots of reports are written, not every report is used. And so we want to make sure that all the reports that are put out by our experts are implemented in some capacity and make their way into the ecosystem of our organization. We have found that it is important to have an honest broker. Finding consensus can be a challenge, so having experts at the table who are honest brokers and are there for a mission-driven purpose makes things so much easier to do, since we're all there for the same reasons. It's also important for AARP to be a neutral, trusted source, to be a messenger. Health information is more controversial today than it potentially has been in a long time. And I think we can't take for granted that context and delivery of our health messages matter. We've learned significantly about the need for a data loop. We need data to identify potential topics for future synthesis, inform synthesis process, and evaluate impact. And we also need to consider scalability and sustainability. Strategies for dissemination, continued synthesis and translation, and updating evidence as it continues to evolve are all completely necessary. So I'll leave you with this QR code if you want to learn more about the Global Council on Brain Health and AARP. Please visit our website. And there are also several experts and members that have participated in Global Council on Brain Health reports in the room today. And so thank you so much for your efforts, and looking to continue working together into the future. Thank you.
I'd like to thank all our speakers for these valuable talks and wonderful contributions. Start with one question for Joanne. Will the new Alzheimer's Association Brain Health Advancement Institute take a coordinated approach across sectors?
Yes, that's a quick, easy answer. It will, and it's really looking at from the standpoint of how can we take. Sometimes I can be loud enough, but I guess not at this point. The easy answer is yes. So it's intended to not only be cross-sector, but also to think about how do you change behavior using a socio-ecological model for all of the public health junkies in the room like myself, really thinking about individual behavior, the sectors or the systems that can impact individual behavior, and then also the science that it takes to translate it into those two types of activities. So both multi-level and cross-sector.
So thank you, Joanne. And my question is to Victor. You've shared about the amazing research gains that you have done. Can you share a few stories about how your artists fellows or your journalists are spreading the message of brain health in the communities? Because I know that's really special about what you do. The artists, the journalists, the lawyers.
Well, there are better people in the room to answer that because Susana Ley is here. She's a journalist from Peru, is a fellow, and she's writing a story about progranulin dementia here in family, here in Argentina, elevating the story of another fellow of ours who's a neurologist at Fleni. Also, Danny Macri's here. He's putting on a play at San Andreas, which is a play about a person living with dementia with delirium, as it turns out. Very interesting. I've seen the play. It was delivered at San Francisco, and now Danny's going to do it here for an audience on May 20th, I think. So that's a huge way of creating awareness. The fellowship interacts with all disciplines. So we always have 2-3 artists or folks that are in journalists or filmmakers. We just launched a film of another fellow in Ghana who created the very first stroke unit in Ghana, and now stroke awareness is really being elevated. As you probably know, stroke is a major cause of morbidity in Africa, with people presenting often in their 50s. So it's a critical piece, and I didn't have enough time to go into all of the work, the fantastic work that's being done, but we don't do a great job changing the narrative as scientists. We need to learn a lot from folks in other aspects of life to really impact and keep this movement forward.
Thank you, Victor. I think we're all saying that we have to move out of the bubble of brain health and talking to each other, and I think this work that your fellows are doing is incredibly important to reach the community. So a final question for Dr. Rodriguez. The evidence base for what promotes brain health is rapidly advancing. Every week you have something in the newspaper that says this is good for your brain. So how do you collate all this information and provide what is really credible to your members, while you keep, how do you choose what stays in, and how do you evolve as the evidence base also changes?
I mean, a lot of what we do to decide what topics we tackle is we listen to the people. I'm looking at Dr. Minter because he was, we held a meeting in February at ARP offices where we invited 20 caregivers and people living with dementia, and ask them, what are the things you struggle with? What are the things you don't understand, or you think there could be clarity on? What were the struggles you faced when trying to understand this disease, or trying to understand what this means for you? And those are the things that kind of help inform where we go. Thankfully, ARP has a strong research department, and so brain health consistently rises to the top of concerns that that Americans have about their future health, at least that we've seen through our research. It seems coincides well with what Joanna and the Alzheimer's Association are finding. And so I think we allow it to be led by consumers, and then we also talk to a lot of experts to say, particularly clinicians, like, what are you being asked about in clinic? What are the questions people have? And we take all that in stock. The biggest challenge with knowledge translation and research translation in of itself is that it's a slow, deliberate process that you need a lot of experts around a table, so we can only do so much at any given time. But it's something that we're committed to doing into the long haul, and something I think all our experts are committed to continuing to work on.
Thank you very much, and I think with that we come to the end of the session. Dementia is very complex, but it's in safe hands. We have leaders who are dealing with the complexity on the go. And I'd like to thank every one of you for paying attention, and the speakers and my co-chair for conducting a marvelous session. Thank you.
I look around, but I don't see my co-chair, so I will try to do it by myself. Professor Cristina Doriani is expected to come, but I don't see she is coming, so excellent. Maybe I just start saying that when putting together the program, Facundo and I and the organizers decided to dedicate a session to an important determinant of brain, physical, and mental health, which is well known and was cited many times this morning already, but it's actually concretely very neglected, and that is sleep. So to discuss how sleep, circadian rhythms, and interventions may promote brain health, we have 3 internationally recognized experts, and I would like to invite the first of them to come to the podium. This is Alexander Datta. Alexander Datta is a pediatric neurologist from Switzerland, from Basel. He's one of our board members of the Swiss Brain Health Plan. He's an expert in neurodevelopmental disorders, epilepsy, but also sleep. And he has been devoting a lot of research on how sleep and circadian rhythms develop and can be promoted in early stages of life. And Alexander, I'm happy that you accepted the invitation to talk about sleep in the first year of life and brain health. Please.
And I will show you the time near the microphone, please.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Facundo and his team for inviting me here, and thank you very much to Claudio for the kind introduction. So I would like to take you into the very beginning of life and show you how sleep actually is developing and how important sleep is at that point, and why sleep is actually one of the fundamental topics of brain health. So you know that there is a hypothesis called synaptic homeostasis hypothesis, meaning that sleep is actually the price the brain has to pay to be ready for the new informations of the next day. And you know that sleep is very, you will find sleep in animals, in human beings, so it's really universal. But there are differences, like if you look at the dolphins, you will maybe know that dolphins are able to sleep with one hemisphere only and have one eye open and the other closed. But it's also, living in herds is different, associated to different sleep, because there is one looking for the others and being awake, and the others can sleep in fragments. Or there are also security issues which actually nature has foreseen, like in the koala bear that can sleep but not fall down. So, well, what is sleep for? Sleep is, and I am a pediatric neurologist, at the very beginning of life, important for brain growth and development. But it's also a regeneration in total of body, brain, and psyche. That's for sure. But if we go more into detail, well, sleep is also important for synaptic strength, for reducing all the numbers of synapses you won't need to remain efficient. It's about learning, memory, and attention. Actually, sleep is the fundament of development and learning. But it's also about emotion regulation. It's about regulation of appetite, feeding, weight, growth, risk-taking, pleasure-seeking behavior. And it's about strengthening the immune system. And the last very important thing is there is a very interesting cleaning system, the lymphatic system, which plays also a role in the development of dementias, which is shown here. So let's go to the very beginning. And if I say we need to go to the beginning, well, that's actually intrautero. I see it's not very clear, but I hope you can see it. So you will have, during pregnancy, you will have the phases of proliferation of the neuronal cells and the migration, as well then as the organization. You will actually also have the myelination, and you have here the importance of the subplate, which will then disappear again, and we have the white matter volume increasing. But today I'm talking about sleep, so you will see that sleep cycles will not be visible at the very beginning. So we have preterm babies. We know very well when they are 24 weeks, we cannot see the sleep cycling. We see the sleep cycling after 28 to 30 weeks. And what we see is actually the alternation of active and quiet sleep. Going after birth, well, we have a lot of active sleep already between 24 and weeks and term. Most of sleep is actually later REM sleep, active sleep, and then active sleep is going to decrease, and non-REM sleep, and especially slow wave sleep, is going to increase. Why? I will explain you. Well, one important aspect is you don't have to forget that all these networks need to be developed, and for this you need to have new synapses, and this is why at the very beginning the synapse formation and the blooming phase is important, and then followed later by the synapse pruning phase. But the real thing is, and we're talking about sleep, that during the day children build up new synapses, and during night they do the pruning process to reduce the number of synapses to the number we really need to keep the system efficient and to learn. Now, if we go to the preterm babies, and as epileptologists, I also look at EEGs like this. You see a very discontinuous EEG with bursts. And this is actually reflecting the ongoing network which is under development. So we have here the interactions between the cortical plate and the subplate. And more the baby goes to term, well, the system and the network becomes more complex. And you also see now the continuity of the tracee at 1 month post-term, because this is now the interaction between the cortical and subcortical as well, the thalamic network. But there are a lot of particularities. For example, GABA, the most important inhibitory neurotransmitter, is not inhibitory at the very beginning of life. It's actually excitatory. This is because of a transport system which is also immature. As soon as it becomes more mature, chloride will then be reduced in the cell, and then GABA can be inhibitory. But the fact that it's excitatory at that age has a sense, because it's important for the developing brain, for the synaptogenesis and the circuit development. And the maturation goes from the subcortical to the subcortical areas. Now, if we talk about sleep, what are the neuronal structures of sleep? Very complex, but let's say one of the most important centers is always the hypothalamus, where you will find the internal clock, but you will also find the production of the wakefulness hormone, orexin. Important is also the retina giving the information to the hypothalamus if it's bright or if it's dark, and then leading to an excretion of melatonin in the pituitary gland. But a very important aspect of sleep is also the ascending reticular system in communication with the thalamus to induce sleep or wakefulness. So, still, the team players of sleep are sleep pressure, which is going to increase during the day and be released by sleep. And sleep pressure is extremely important during childhood. You will have certain pathologies. They have another pathophysiology at childhood age, like insomnia, because the sleep pressure is still very high. And it's more of a behavioral aspect that insomnia is due to. On the other hand, we have the internal clock, which gives the pace, and these two systems need to be well synchronized. And the thing is that all naps during the day for children are as important as actually the sleep during night, because they consist of the same sleep architecture. Now, if we look at sleep as a global thing, we can say it's like a big orchestra where we have a lot of musicians, and the maestro is the internal clock trying to synchronize all these members of the orchestra. The most important one is actually the exogenous Zeitgeber called the light, which gives a very important impact. But it's also eating, it's also physical activity. And on the other hand, you have the endogenous Zeitgebers like the sleep hormone, the wakefulness hormone, the cortisol, and temperature. But that's not it all, because if you go in each cell, you will also find clocks, and these are the clock genes. And the clock genes, they actually also determine the circadian rhythm during 24 hours. And, well, it even becomes more complicated because they are also epigenetically influenced. So the protein produced by these genes can be changed by environmental factors. So we look at the sleep as a development process, and we have a lot of biomarkers there. We have to look at to be sure it's a good sleep architecture, it's a good sleep health. So we have the spindles coming up, like here the early spindles at 4 weeks, the vertex, and we have other elements which are typical for sleep. And here you see how much at the beginning we have active sleep, which then will decrease, and non-REM sleep will increase later on. Now, if we talk about active sleep, that's not exactly the same thing as you may know from REM sleep. So if we go into the first 3 months of life, the child will fall asleep in active sleep and then go to quiet sleep, and then go to active and to quiet sleep again. And these are the sleep cycles. And it's different because you have a lot of movements. You have a brain development, especially in active sleep. This is why we have so much active sleep at the beginning of life, especially for the somatosensory and the visually as well as the auditory cortex. But we also have these typical muscle twitches, and you see them here. What do they reflect? Actually, they reflect potentials being generated from the brainstem in interaction to the thalamocortical network. So this is actually a sign of a developing network. And you see a lot of facial expression. This is when a lot of brain development takes place. It's actually about basic brain development processes, whereas quiet sleep, later non-REM sleep, is more a refinement of these basic processes, and there you will more have the synaptic downscaling, the pruning, and the learning. Now, the sleep structure after 3 months is different, because then the child falls asleep in non-REM sleep in 1 and 2, and then slow wave sleep in 3, and goes to REM sleep only later. So here we have a very important biomarker, the spindle, which is sustained and relayed by the thalamus to the cortex by these thalamocortical and thalamo-thalamic feedback loops. Essential absolutely in the sensory processing, you may know, the long-term memory consolidation, fluid intelligence, motor task accuracy, and transfer from the hippocampus to the cortex. On the other hand, a very important biomarker is the slow wave sleep with the synaptic downscaling, pruning, as I said. Whereas REM sleep is more for dreaming and emotional processing as well as procedural memory. But we are not born with a perfect day-night rhythm. The child is born with an ultradian rhythm, which is going to be repeated every 3 hours. And you see here that at the beginning, well, you have a lot of phases of sleep during the day, and they will be more and more reduced, and the circadian rhythm will be developed. But when? Well, between 0 and 3 months, we still have the ultradian rhythm, and then we have the transition to the circadian rhythm, and between 6 and 12 months, actually, we have the consolidation of this circadian rhythm. But at the very beginning, in the belly of the mother, the child will have 2 rhythms. Will have an endogenous ultradian rhythm, and you have the circadian rhythm of the mother, which will more or less sort of be synchronized. And all the Zeitgebers you will have later on, they will play more and more a role after term, like light and melatonin and so on. But there are also the clock genes, I said. You will find them very early, already in the fetal, nucleus suprachiasmaticus, but only after day 10 we will understand that they are oscillaries of these genes and proteins. So we need to go even to pregnancy and understand that the maternal subcortical nucleus with the circadian rhythm has an influence on the future rhythm of the baby already during pregnancy, and later on through breast milk also on the born baby. So this is why now we start to make first projects making interventions during pregnancy, because actually that's where good sleep health starts also for the babies. That's where you learn the good the regulation, and you can already make a difference at that point. We know this because we know about maternal psychological distress factors, what they can cause later on in life, and that they have also sort of an impact on the developmental outcome of the baby. So this is why I take the example of epilepsy showing you what is actually not good sleep. Well, if the sleep is fragmented, like in this baby, and absence of long-sustained sleep, inadequate continuity, but also absence of physiological sleep elements, the biomarkers I told you, but also the lack of decrease of the slow wave, so showing the regeneration actually of the brain, the good pruning process. So if we look what has actually been done for good sleep and brain health, we know that sleep physiology, this slow wave distribution, is actually very important for the myelination and the brain development. We know that good sleep duration, really duration, is important for white matter volume. We know that habitual nappers have a better hippocampal volume. And we know that good sleep duration in adolescence is linked to better functional connectivity. We know that appropriate sleep architecture improves mood and socialization, and good sleep, emotional and attention stability is actually a predictor for good school adjustment and achievement. So the role of sleep in the brain development and cognitive outcome, I think, has really been proven a lot. So it should be clear that this is one of the big pillars of the brain health plan. So there is a bidirectional relationship between sleep and neuronal development. We know that having good habits, having a good regularity, good bedtime routines, they have an impact on mood. They have family distress, causes child literacy-related outcome, and has on long-term developmental consequences. And this is my last slide. So an inadequate sleep duration will lead to an aberrant functional connectivity in 5 to 11-year-olds. Sleep disturbances and irregularities are associated with more depression in early childhood. We know that later sleep timing, poor sleep continuity, and shorter sleep duration is associated with a cortical thinning, a greater cortical thinning in adolescence. We know that disturbed sleep is correlated with stability and efficiency in multiple functional networks. And finally, children having obstructive sleep apnea, for example, they have disrupted sleep. And they can have this already at the very beginning of life. And they have a reduced white matter, more cortical thinning, as well as insomnia patients are also linked to smaller brain surface. So to say, well, sleep disruption functions, they are actually markers of vulnerability, but also modifiable risk factors. And this is why sleep is actually absolutely fundamental. And this is why we go to the families and we develop programs for schools to increase the awareness, what is actually sleep good for, and why is it important to have good sleep and good sleep habits. And the moment where you learn all of this is at home in your families and is at school and is not at adult age. Maybe you can correct certain things at adult age, but everything starts in childhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alexander, for this brilliant talk. So you see, sleep has nothing to do with anesthesia or coma. It's an active process of the brain. It's a complicated machinery. And as you pointed out, it's a fundamental driver of brain health from early stages. I'm now happy to introduce our next speaker. This is Dr. Carolina Lustenberger. Dr. Lustenberger is a neuroscientist, a neurobiologist. She is the head of the sleep lab at the Swiss Institute of Technology in Zurich. This is the most prestigious university in Switzerland. 22 Nobel awardees came from Zurich. So, Caroline, maybe we will have you in the future, who knows. Caroline has been working for a long time in basic neuroscience devoted to sleep. She has been pioneering work on closed-loop stimulation to promote sleep. And more recently, she devoted lots of work on the assessment of the use of wearable technologies to assess sleep and sleep health. And I'd like to mention that she's also the co-founder of Herencia Solution, a company developing digital biomarkers for the early detection of Alzheimer's disease. So your talk is going to be shown how to assess sleep health. Please. Please, Caroline.
Hello, everyone. It's wonderful to be here in beautiful Buenos Aires. Thank you. And it's also wonderful to talk in front of a community that fights together for a shared cause. So it's really great to be here. As already said, I'm actually a sleep researcher, so I made my favorite hobby also my profession, or it's potentially also rather that I watch other people sleep. And today, I will talk a bit about how sleep and health are related and introduce the concept of sleep health. So already in 1609, Thomas Dekker described sleep as the golden chain that ties health and our bodies together. And more than 4 centuries later, he seems to have been strikingly right. The evidence linking sleep to physical health, mental health, and brain health continues to grow every day. And as Alexandra already mentioned, sleep is the most important regenerative process we hopefully engage in every day. And it's deeply embedded in almost all major processes that define our brain and body health. And this is beautifully illustrated in this figure here, where you can actually see that sleep works across systems. From the cells to the system, it supports a plethora of brain functions, for instance, lymphatic clearance, memory consolidation, emotion regulation, but also pro-social behavior. And it also is actually important for functions beyond the brain, such as cardiovascular and metabolic regulation. You know, and sleep is a fundamental resource for health, but it goes beyond that. It's also fundamental for resilience, for performance, for productivity, and how we are socially engaging in our world. So, as Facundo Manes already said, it's actually an important resource for human capital. So, sleep and health are tightly regulated. Sleep is very closely related to health. But the question is, of course, how do we now define this term sleep health? And a useful definition, going back to Daniel Baisi in 2014, is that sleep health is a multidimensional pattern of sleep and wakefulness adapted to individual, social, and environmental demands that promotes physical and mental well-being. So sleep health is not just one single number. And it's also not just the absence of disease. What I really like about this definition, it is showing sleep health as a broader, multidimensional construct that goes across a continuum. But for a long time, the discussion around sleep health was mainly focused on one dimension, sleep duration. And there were many population studies showing that too short or too long sleep are related to increased mortality risk, but also to other health risks such as dementia, cognitive decline, and cardiovascular disorders. But duration is not enough. In fact, already this U-shape shows that more sleep is not necessarily better, because it can also mean that you have more fragmented and less consolidated sleep. So the field has moved to a more multidimensional view, and new frameworks more typically include the following dimensions for sleep health. Besides duration, there is also efficiency or continuity. So how much time in bed do I actually spend asleep? So how consolidated is my sleep? But then also factors such as regularity and timing of bedtimes. This is closely related to the circadian rhythm. And then there is also a component about daytime function. So how alert and how sleepy do I feel during the day? What is my personal satisfaction with sleep? And newer frameworks also include the dimension sleep disorder or sleep disorder breathing. And the final component is actually the sleep macro and microstructure, what really happens within sleep. Now, all these dimensions have, in one way or another, been linked to health and health risk. For instance, regularity has recently emerged as a very powerful signal that seems to predict mortality risk even stronger than duration. Or as I mentioned before, efficiency. So it seems not only that I'm in bed is important, but of course it's important that I have a consolidated sleep. And fragmented sleep has been related to increased metabolic and cardiovascular risk. And there are a lot of other studies for all other dimensions. Now, all these dimensions are also sometimes taken together to make a consensus score or like a construct score. But it's important to also mention, while these dimensions carry individual information, they also depend on each other. And still, some of these dimensions might weigh stronger on health and health risks. So the nature and extent of the relationship between these dimensions and health is still not clearly understood and part of further investigations. Now, most of these dimensions can be assessed on a subjective level, quite easily actually, with questionnaires and diaries. And this is very important because it means we can also measure most of these scales, most of these dimensions at scale, right, in the population. And we can also add an objective layer to that. Quite simply, I mean, probably a lot of you, I saw some people before wear these rings, they wear these trackers, right? And they can measure activity quite accurately, and so they can also cover some of these dimensions today quite accurately, such as duration, regularity, and timing in real life across time. This is absolutely vital, right, that we can measure that. But one important thing is, of course, when you think about the dimensions that are most often related to health, are of course also the ones we most often measure at scale, such as duration and regularity and timing. But when we look at these dimensions, the ones that are now covered by these measurements, they also rather capture sleep from the outside, like the framework that is provided from sleep. But we also know sleep is not a uniform process. It is a highly dynamic, multidimensional process where different brain oscillations together with different physiological body processes unfold across the night. And this deeper phenotyping was largely confined until recently to the sleep lab, so we cannot really measure it at scale. But this has changed too, because now we have tools at hand where we can also very scalable and variable do deeper phenotyping of sleep, and we can move beyond only core sleep measures to measures that really show what happens within sleep. And one of the gold standard methods how we define sleep is the electroencephalogram, or short EEG, helping us to visualize the cortical activity that unfolds in the brain. And this cortical activity actually defines our sleep stages, and it shows microstructures, such as sleep spindles and slow waves. And these microstructures, they have increasingly been shown to be likely carriers of the restorative effects of sleep. One key example is, for instance, that the slow waves, these high amplitude, low frequency waves that actually are characterizing our deep sleep, that they are linked to the clearance of our brains at night. So that the process of cleaning seems to most efficiently happen in stages when we have pronounced slow waves. And hampering with this cleaning process can also be potentially causal for neurodegeneration. But of course, sleep is not only defined by cortical regions. Also, subcortical regions that are involved in arousal regulation play a fundamental role. But as you can imagine, it's a bit more difficult to access that in humans in a non-invasive way. But one method that emerged to actually get a window into these arousal regulating regions is the pupil. And in our lab, we developed a new method where we can also track in natural human sleep the pupil over the whole night and look at this dynamic of subcortical regions. Well, you can also imagine that using such a pupil measurement is not going to be at scale soon in the home setting. This is still confined to the lab. But for EEG, for instance, we have now very high accurate, like really lab-grade quality tools that can be easily applied at home. And with that, we also open the door to look longitudinally and at large scale at these phenotypes. And because actually these brain oscillations relate to function, they might also carry predictive value. And this was beautifully shown in a recent Nature medicine publication where they trained a AI-specific foundation model on 65,000 patients one night with polysomnography, where one of the main measurements was, of course, EEG. And they showed that with one night, they can predict over 130 health conditions and health risks with very high accuracy in the future, such as dementia, stroke, myocardial infarction, and mortality risk. What's important about this is that sleep might contain much richer health information than that we normally look at when we look at these more coarse sleep health dimensions. And because we have now the ability to have so much data and even collect that now in real life, longitudinally, and using AI, we start to actually see signatures and patterns in sleep that are related to health that were largely invisible to us before. You know, and prediction matters because prediction allows us to move from a reactive and sick care behavior to a proactive, preventive behavior and real health care. And on one hand, of course, by identifying very early risk markers, but also by identifying and helping us to understand which specific aspects of sleep are actually relevant targets for our health. So how should we move forward measuring sleep health in the future? And actually, I see there are parts of the graph missing, but I will explain it. So first of all, sleep should just be much more routinely measured. If you really care about brain health, if you care about health in general and prevention, sleep cannot be the missing dimension. And it doesn't mean that we always have to measure very deep phenotyping, but already these coarse sleep health metrics such as duration and regularity that we can capture with questionnaires and like simple variables are adding an important layer. Second, we also need to measure sleep in real life, in context. Sleep behavior isn't only defined by individual traits and individual choices, it's very much defined by the systems that we live in. For instance, by the schools, the workplaces, social connection, stress exposure, economic burden and conditions, and also by the environment. There are many studies that show that, but there was a recent one published in JAMA, where they showed that in Appalachia, in a community that is also shown or like suffering from health disparities in the US, that not only sleep problems were very common, but they were socially patterned, directly linking sleep health to inequity and the conditions that shape our daily lives. So if we want to improve sleep alongside health, we have to understand in which world sleep is shaped. And finally, for some questions, we need to go deeper. Again, having measurements such questionnaires and actigraphy already add an important, valuable layer. But for understanding mechanisms, for having precise early risk prediction and precision intervention and prevention, we also should use more tools that can do a phenotyping of actually what happens within sleep. But of course, more and better measurement does not automatically mean better care, right? If we just, always track and measure, we might create data that creates anxiety without linking it to action. So the real goal is not endless tracking. The real goal is to link these important measurements to prevention, to giving people agency, and to help us improve sleep alongside health. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline, for introducing so nicely this new concept, the concept of sleep health. We have discussed this morning how difficult it is to define brain health, and actually defining sleep health is not less complicated, but you have shown us, the path to develop this. And I'm happy to now introduce the third speaker, who is Professor Diego Golombek. Diego, I'm happy to meet you face-to-face, physically and in person here in Argentina. We have been interacting for some time because we are working with you, with Alexander and others, on a Lancet scoping review devoted to the topic of sleep health. Diego is a biologist. He obtained a PhD at the University of Buenos Aires. He serves today as professor and chair of the Department of Life and Behavioral Sciences at the University of St. Andreas. And your topic is actually the other side of the sleep-wake behavior, which is circadian rhythm, circadian health, and how the circadian rhythm and the disturbances of circadian rhythm may influence brain health and brain health trajectories. Please, Diego.
Quieren almorzar, guachos, ¿no? You'll have to wait. It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks a lot for the invitation. And yes, I'm going to talk about yet a new definition of health, which is circadian health. But before that, I need to make a few disclaimers about this talk. I don't work on aging. I don't work on dementia or Alzheimer's. I don't treat patients. I don't even work on brain health. So that's the end of the talk. Thank you so much for having me here. No, I work with time, with circadian time. So what do people think about circadian rhythms? I'll give you an example. If you now go to a bookstore in Buenos Aires, you might ask for a book on circadian rhythms like this one. It's a good book, very old, by a French guy called Alain Rimbert. But where is it in the bookstore? Who are our neighbors? Take a look. Our neighbors are aloe vera miraculous plant, predictive astrology, of course, Ernesto Che Guevara, very well-known chronobiologist, and my favorite, which is the one on the top, the great book of cooking for a better living, for brain health, you know. So that's where people think that circadian rhythms are, right? And, well, maybe they are there, but it's a lot more of what can contribute from circadian rhythms, for example, to sleep. The main question usually is, why do we sleep? And the right answer is we have no clue, but one of the reasons, and Alexandra introduced this, is that we sleep because we have a clock. We have a clock that tells us what to do at different times of day. When to eat, when to take medicines, when to do activity, when to sleep, when to be active. And we know quite a bit about this clock, and it was introduced too. The simplest model of the clock is something that is within the brain, the orchestra director, as Alexandra said, but it has to be entrained, it has to be synchronized, and the main entrainer, the main Zeitgeber, is the light-dark cycle, and from there you go to the body and measure and control all of the rhythms. Well, this is a very simple scheme. This is actually from the 70s, and then we started to learn that there are many other kind of interactions in the system, like, for example, the Zeitgeber, the environment can go directly to rhythms, or rhythms can feedback into the clock and so forth. So the actual model is more like an Ouroboros, you know, the dragon that eats its own tail. That's what we think about the circadian system right now. But actually, what we can contribute from chronobiology to sleep research and eventually to brain health is not the question on why, but the question on when. That's our main question. And regarding when do we sleep and when do we do things, there is a very simple concept called chronotype. You all know about what I'm talking about, which divides people within very early chronotypes, intermediate, and late chronotypes. And the story goes that sometimes very early people meet very late people and they get married. And if that happens, babies are a miracle. But how do you measure chronotypes? It's very easy to measure chronotypes. You just do surveys. And one of the ways of measuring chronotypes is doing what we call social jet lag. We know what jet lag is, right? You travel to Europe, Asia, whatever, and then you'll be desynchronized, de-entrained for a while. You can be desynchronized or de-entrained at your own home if your body clock does not talk correctly with environmental social clock. How do you measure this? One of the consensus for measuring social jet lag is comparing the mid-sleep timing, that is the time between going to sleep and waking up, in weekdays and weekends. The difference is social jet lag. This is very easy to measure, and it gives you a lot of information. So my first take-home message is consider measuring social jet lag. It will give you a lot of information. It's also a predictor of health, including mental health, including brain health. How do you measure this in real-world scenarios? Well, the problem of doing this is that it's a longitudinal kind of data gathering, right? You need this for a few weeks at least. And the problem, of course, is data. How do we get longitudinal data, both individually and at the population scale? Well, we have lots of surveys. We have, in some countries, there are sleep surveys, just a few of them. Some countries do have the time use surveys, but usually for our countries, this is rubbish or non-existent. So we cannot rely on official data, at least in Argentina. We have to take our own data. So we are doing that. But I have two suggestions, just two for this short talk. One is we can measure this without really measuring this, going for a proxy. A proxy is something that gives you information about something else. And there are lots of circadian proxies out there that will give you loads of information about how your population, even how your patient, how your subject is behaving on time. For example, you can go to social networks. And we have been measuring, we are not the only ones of course, using Twitter or other social networks to measure social jet lag, which is the difference between your body clock and the social clock. And it's amazing. We can measure social jet lag the same as it can be measured in any other place. Like, if you're a user of Twitter or X or Instagram or whatever, you'll change your temporal use of the social network in weekdays and weekends. That's social jet lag. Another proxy, transportation data. I mean, all of us take public transportation at least once a day or whatever, and that gives you a lot of information regarding the population circadian rhythm and also social jet lag. Actually, there is a very good correlation between transportation data and social networks. But then what if you want to do an individual proxy? Well, we all have an individual proxy, and if you touch your pockets, you'll see this individual proxy, right? And that's an absolutely marvelous way of measuring social jet lag, circadian rhythms, and sleep. Here I'm showing and superimposing the use of a smartphone for a single person together with actigraphy, right? Together with the measurement of locomotor activity. There is an incredible correlation between what we do with our cell phones and what we do with sleep-wake and with our circadian rhythms. So up till now, my first take-home message is do this. Most of you are researchers or physicians, and you have loads of information at the tip of your fingers. You just need to have surveys or ask for data from cell phones or data from social networks or whatever. You don't need saliva samples, you don't need blood samples, you don't need melatonin, you don't even need temperature recordings. You do have all of the data, and it's incredibly strong as a proxy for knowing how circadian rhythms work. My second and last point is, what do we do with this? Well, of course, we can treat people, we can increase quality of life, we can increase wellness, but that's not it. I mean, if we're doing science, we want things to change in the big picture. We want to change public policies. And there are many opportunities for doing public policy changes or advices from the circadian rhythm field. For example, if we ask ourselves, what time is it? Well, it seems an easy question. It's not. What time is it according to your watch, according to internal clock, or according to the sun? They should all be the same. They are not. And that's something where we can do and improve public policy, so there is just one time for all people. What happens with light? Light has an incredible effect on mental health during the day, but it's absolutely detrimental during the day. What do we do with street lighting? What do we do with lights in schools, in hospitals, and so forth? Talking about hospitals, at what time are drugs delivered? There has been a paper a couple of years ago, I think, that showed that most drugs are delivered between 9 and 12 a.m., 9 a.m. and 12 p.m. in the morning. Why? Because that's after the round of the doctors. And that's not necessarily the time in which chronopharmacology tells us it has to be. What about schools? We are starting a pilot program here in the city of Buenos Aires, changing the opening time of high schools from 7:20, 7:30 to 8:30 to see what happens. And that's public policy. What happens with work? What happens with people that work at night? With doctors, with people that work in safety and so forth? What happens with people that work in shift work? Well, we know that shift work is a very strong predictor of detrimental health, including brain health. What can we do? Now that we know what's going on in the lab, what can we do for the real world? In summary, and now I'm really ending this, we need to measure sleep, of course, but we also need to measure circadian rhythms, which are the foundations of sleep. We need more data. What about if we can use proxies for data, consider time of day, and incorporate a circadian dimension in brain health, which I hope we can talk about more throughout this wonderful conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Diego, for this strong statement and fantastic talk. So we have time for a few questions, and I may start with Alexander. So Alexander, you have shown how complex and how articulated the whole machinery is, but what would be your recommendation? What can do parents, what can we do to promote sleep in the first, let's say, 2 years of life? What would be your 1 or 2 major suggestions today, looking at the data that we have?
So, I think it doesn't work. Okay, thank you. I think at the very beginning of life, actually what is the most important aspect is regularity. That's where you actually solve most of the sleep problems children may have during childhood. So it's about being regular in time, in bedtimes, in routines, in meals. And on the other hand, so I think this is the most important one, and then you learn what means good sleep hygiene. And this is things which should then be internalized already at very early stage, so that you can go on actually having a good sleep health also later on. And then you have a behavioral aspect, how to correct certain problems they may have, falling asleep or falling through the night. But I think the basis is always having a regularity, which is also having a good circadian rhythm and having a good sleep hygiene. I think this is the basis.
Thank you. So you have to choose the right parents.
Exactly, yeah. I think that's, yeah. Parents should show how, sleep should be done, absolutely.
Caroline, actually you made a strong statement. I mean, if you want really to measure sleep, you have to measure at the head. I mean, at the wrist, you have limitations because you measure just activity. But there was a statement that you made that you kind of made quickly, which is a little bit paradoxical. You said there are studies showing a U-shaped relationship between sleep duration and health. So the longer you sleep, would be the statement, the less healthy you get. So this is a little bit paradox. If you say, well, long sleep is not healthy, but we are saying sleep health is important, how do you solve this issue, or how do you explain it?
I think exactly what you mentioned with the EEG and with all the tools, duration is one concept, right? But duration doesn't say anything about the quality of sleep at all, right? And duration, actually, interestingly, is often defined as the time in bed even. All these tools we measure, we use, people are not so good in exactly saying how long they were awake at night. Even with the trackers, we are not so correct. And the assumption is that these studies that relate long sleep, very long sleep, to a health risk is that this sleep is actually a consequence of insufficient sleep. People stay longer in bed and try to catch up. They may also fragment it through the day and have a lot of naps. And it's just reflecting not a consolidated sleep and not a sleep that is having the recovery potential it should have. But it doesn't mean that long sleep is bad when it's high quality sleep, right? It's just that we see that one measure alone cannot define health and health risk.
Exactly. So long sleep can be a marker of disease, so it's not always a marker of health. Diego, you made a very complicated story simple. You said, well, data, we have the data. Is there, if I'm a little bit provocative, is there an agreement in the science community how to use this proxy? Or is this still a process that is ongoing? You know, we'd love to have a circadian marker which is easy to be used, but I'm not sure that there is a converging evidence on the really, measures that we can take from
I think you're completely right. We are starting to get together into the idea of using devices like the ones that Caroline was saying about actimeters or rings, I think that there is a growing consensus of that of course polysomnography is the gold standard, but you can really look into sleep and circadian rhythms with good data, and the algorithms are there. I mentioned the proxies because even that, for countries like ours or Latin American countries, that's expensive too. I mean, each of the actimeters, a good one costs $1,000. We are using much cheaper ones, and it's not easy to have 50 or 100 of those. That's why I made the point. We do use actimeters, and I think we do have a consensus that actimetry is good. Even if you don't have actimeters, you might have the data out there. That was my point. And there are just a few papers on that, so we have to grow that consensus in the next few years.
Well, thank you very much for the excellent talks and contribution. I think it's time to wake up for eating, so we have lunch and join later.
Thank you so much. Good job.
Yeah, maybe we can talk. Yes, let's have the sleeping. Circadian.
Capitán. Me tengo que ir.
Sí, pero tenés que comer algo.
Ahora con ustedes yo ya vuelvo.
Fresco afuera.
Tengo que ir ahora. Vamos. Es mi deber.
Me tengo que ir ahora.
Entonces vamos. ¿Vamos caminando?
Esta pelotita de tenis puede generar un montón de cosas.
Puede hacer que todos se rompan las manos aplaudiendo.
Puede hacer que estalle la tribuna. Puede generar un grito ensordecedor.
Pero también puede traer calma. A la mitad de los niños con autismo, el sonido del mundo los lastima.
El sonido de una silla que se arrastra a ellos les molesta 10 veces más. 100 veces más.
1000 veces más.
Pero podemos dar vuelta a este partido.
Con 4 pelotitas de estas puestas debajo de una silla en las patas, podemos silenciar ese ruido.
4 pelotitas.
4.
4.
4. Así que si tenés pelotitas viejas
Que ya no usás.
Que ya no pican.
o con las que tu perro ya no juega, llévalas a clubes, canchas
O escuelas para que vuelvan al juego dentro del aula.
Busca puntos de recolección en www.fundacionineco.org.
Cada pelotita suma.
Démosle pelota al autismo.
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 este quién es?
Papá, soy yo. Enrique, ¿no me reconoces?
Yo veo una cara conocida, pero no me acuerdo de dónde.
¿Desde cuándo te importa la abuela? Vos si se puede saber. ¿Sabes? Si no le vamos a ir a buscar sus cosas y lo vamos a internar.
¿A quién van a internar?
¿A vez? Vamos para casa.
Soltá, yo no le conozco, ¿qué hace?
Lo que pasa es que mi hijo está viviendo con su planta, lo que prometió que lo cuidan, acá lo cuidan, no está enfermo. Sí, ya sé.
No entiendo nada de lo que dicen.
Este señor trabaja en retiro, vamos para casa nosotros. ¿En retiro? ¿Qué te hiciste? ¿Te volviste loco vos también? No, papá, acá no se volvió loco nadie. La abuela tiene Alzheimer, que es muy distinto, es una enfermedad. Y no hace falta ser un especialista para cuidarlo. Se trata de quererlo mucho, de acompañarlo, de contarle la vuelta todos los días. ¿Qué cagazo? Me haces pegar, ¿no? Te estoy buscando hace 2 horas, vamos para casa.
Capitán. Me tengo que ir.
Sí, pero tenés que comer algo.
Ahora con ustedes, yo ya vuelvo.
Fresco afuera.
Tengo que ir ahora. Vamos. Es mi deber.
Me tengo que ir ahora.
Entonces vamos. ¿Vamos caminando?
Esta pelotita de tenis puede generar un montón de cosas.
Puede hacer que todos se rompan las manos aplaudiendo.
Puede hacer que estalle la tribuna. Puede generar un grito ensordecedor.
Pero también puede traer calma. A la mitad de los niños con autismo, el sonido del mundo los lastima.
El sonido de una silla que se arrastra a ellos les molesta 10 veces más.
100 veces más.
1000 veces más.
Pero podemos dar vuelta a este partido.
Con 4 pelotitas de estas puestas debajo de una silla en las patas, podemos silenciar ese ruido.
4 pelotitas.
4.
4. 4.
4. Así que si tenés pelotitas viejas
Que ya no usás.
Que ya no pican.
o con las que tu perro ya no juega, llévalas a clubes, canchas
O escuelas. Para que vuelvan al juego dentro del aula.
Busca puntos de recolección en www.fundacionineco.org.
Cada pelotita suma.
Démosle pelota al autismo.
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 ¿Y este quién es?
Papá, soy yo. Enrique, ¿no me reconoces?
Yo veo una cara conocida, pero no me acuerdo de dónde.
¿Desde cuándo te importa la abuela? Vos si se puede saber. ¿Sabes? Si no le vamos a ir a buscar sus cosas y lo vamos a internar.
¿A quién van a internar?
A ver. Vamos para casa, ¿eh?
Soltá, yo no le conozco, ¿qué hace?
Lo que pasa es que mi hijo está viviendo con familia tanta, lo prometió que lo cuidan,
Sí, ya sé.
No entiendo nada de lo que dicen.
Este señor trabaja en retiro, vamos para casa nosotros. ¿En retiro? ¿Qué te volviste loco vos también? No, papá, acá no se volvió loco nadie. La abuela tiene Alzheimer, que es muy distinto, es una enfermedad. Y no hace falta ser un especialista para cuidarlo. Se trata de quererlo mucho, de acompañarlo, de contarle la vuelta todos los días. ¿Qué cagazo me haces pegar, no? Te estoy buscando hace 2 horas, vamos para casa.
¿Tiene sonido?
Volume,
Sound?
yes, sound.
You want to take the sound?
Yeah.
Oh, ¿y hay alguien en la cabina?
So there's nobody there? Can I come back? Or? How do I end the show?
This is a video?
Capitán. Me tengo que ir.
Sí, pero tenés que comer algo.
Ahora con ustedes, yo ya vuelvo.
Está fresco afuera.
Tengo que ir ahora. Vamos.
Mi beber.
Me tengo que ir ahora.
Entonces vamos.
¿Vamos caminando?
Esta pelotita de tenis puede generar un montón de cosas.
Puede hacer que todos se rompan las manos aplaudiendo.
Puede hacer que estalle la tribuna. Puede generar un grito ensordecedor.
Pero también puede traer calma. A la mitad de los niños con autismo, el sonido del mundo los lastima.
El sonido de una silla que se arrastra a ellos les molesta 10 veces más.
100 veces más.
1000 veces más.
Pero podemos dar vuelta a este partido.
Con 4 pelotitas de estas puestas debajo de una silla en las patas, podemos silenciar ese ruido.
4 pelotitas.
4.
4. 4.
4. Así que si tenés pelotitas viejas
Que ya no usás.
Que ya no pican.
o con las que tu perro ya no juega, llévalas a clubes, canchas.
O escuelas.
Para que vuelvan al juego dentro del aula.
Busca puntos de recolección en www.fundacionineco.org.
Cada pelotita suma.
Démosle pelota al autismo.
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 ¿Y este quién es?
Papá, soy yo. Enrique, ¿no me reconoces?
Yo veo una cara conocida, pero no me acuerdo de dónde.
¿Desde cuándo te importa la abuela? Vos si se puede saber. Ya ves, si no le vamos a ir a buscar sus cosas y lo vamos a internar.
¿A quién van a internar?
¿A ver?
Yeah. Can I save? Thank you so much. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Get some rest. Get some food. Your baby needs food.
Tengo que descargar otra presentación. ¿Puedo? Bueno, dale, hace tranquilo.
Rápido.
Dale. Dale, mientras voy a hablar con la
Dale, perfecto. estoy instalando el Office. Ahí estoy instalando el Office.
Esta pelotita de tenis puede generar un montón de cosas.
Puede hacer que todos se rompan las manos aplaudiendo.
Puede hacer que estalle la tribuna,
Puede generar un grito ensordecedor.
Pero también puede traer calma. A la mitad de los niños con autismo, el sonido del mundo los latino.
El sonido de una silla que se arrastra a ellos les molesta 1000 veces más.
100 veces más. 1000 veces más.
Pero podemos dar vuelta este partido.
Con 4 pelotitas de estas puestas debajo de una silla en las patas, podemos silenciar ese ruido.
4 pelotitas. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4.
Así que si tenés pelotitas viejas,
Que ya no usás. Que ya no pican.
o con las que tu perro ya no juega,
¿No comés?
clubes, canchas o escuelas.
¿No comés?
No, ahí pedí que me... Ahora cuando vuelva a arrancar todo,
No, es que ya funciona.
pero ahora necesito descargar presentaciones.
Démosle pelota al autismo.
Démosle pelota al autismo.
Démosle pelota al autismo.
Démosle pelota al autismo.
¿Y este quién es? Tiene una cara conocida, pero no me acuerdo de dónde. Aquí en Manifestar.
Sí, mientras está esto no puedo descargar presentaciones.
Estoy con otro perfil.
Me parió, me la estoy complicando,
Bueno, pero no puedo arreglar tu problema y... es que es eso. Ya te aviso.
Por favor.
Sí. Ah, ya estoy reiniciando. Te estoy entrando con el usuario. Ya está, ya está. Está entrando en el auditorio.
Ah, listo.
La reinicié por las dudas, para que no quede nada, para que funcione limpia. Ahora quiero abrir un...
Ay, pero ¿por qué tarda tanto? Necesito que ande más rápido.
Pero después déjamela. Bueno, ahora ya está.
Ahora ya está. Hoy necesito terminar con esta.
Pero déjamela que la actualizo, la pongo más rápida. Porque no podés tener una máquina lenta para la presentación.
Bueno, pero del evento este venimos hablando hace cuánto.
Bueno, pero yo no sabía. Nada, la veo y tal. Estoy en suplencia hasta que encuentre a alguien. No es que estoy acá permanente.
Yo estoy por este evento nada más. Mañana termina mi mandato. Mañana no, el jueves. El jueves porque tengo que hacer. Voy a hacer certificados para proveedores, todo eso. Listo, ya está.
Sí, pero no sale el inicio.
Ay, ¿por qué no sale el inicio? ¿Por qué me tocaste la computadora?
Está cargando.
¿Y así andar todo el coso? Me muero.
No debería.
Martín, quedó 7 minutos.
Ahí está. Estoy viendo que el Word
¿Y
ya
para qué
está.
quieres abrir el Word?
No,
Si
se abre bien.
necesito el Word.
Se abre bien.
Y pero si no lo necesito el Word.
Bueno, pero es del Office. Quiero que esté activado. Ya está.
Ok.
Ya está, funciona todo. Dale tu opinión si querés.
El sonido de una silla que se arrastra a ellos les molesta 10 veces más. 100 veces más. 1000 veces más. Pero podemos dar vuelta este partido.
Cuatro pelotitas de estas puestas debajo de una silla en las patas, podemos silenciar ese ruido. Cuatro pelotitas.
¿Qué pasó?
Anda correo.
No, pero estaba el de...
Leído.
No es el mío. Yo ya no estoy más acá. Se desconfiguró esto, lo abrí porque necesitaba algo, descargar algo. Y acá estaba el de Facu.
Démosle pelota a la pista. Démosle pelota a la pista. Démosle pelota a la pista. Démosle pelota a la pista.
Este es el raro y este es el de Facu.
No es el de Facu, pará. A ver, permiso, necesito...
Siempre te abren el último que abriste. Fíjate ahí abajo cuál es el que...
A ver si ahora el de Facu.
¿Está bien ya?
Sí, creo que sí. Podría los speakers cambiando las cosas a cada rato.
La última es la de arriba, la más reciente, ¿eh?
Sí. Pero esa ya la descargué.
Ok.
Gracias, Martín.
Bueno.
Que no puedo. Tienes que ir al 6. Sí, decile a Facu que le diga a Karen. Ya está. Decile a Facu que... Decile... tiene que ir al 6 o no.
Sí, ¿quién es?
Cristina.
¿Ella? Que vaya al sexto, sí. ¿Es cierto, René? Al sexto piso. ¿Tenés idea? ¿Ya te lo traje?
Ay, gracias, genio. Te dije que vengas lo antes posible, pero ya está. No me abría tu mail, como que...
¿Pero ahora sí?
Sí,
¿Ya
está,
tenés todo?
estoy,
¿Y las presentaciones también, todo?
Sí, ya está.
¿Y lo del micrófono? ¿Qué?
¿Qué del micrófono?
¿Pusiste el micrófono abierto?
En YouTube.
En YouTube.
Ah, entonces conmigo. Pero me tiene que haber llegado igual, no pasa nada. Es que no tenías que venir para acá, porque vos sabés que yo acá te...
Ah, no, pero sí, ya está. Ahora, fíjate. Cristina.
No, pero la tengo en otro lado. Espera.
I sent it to Karen
Yes.
Fernandez, but maybe just a couple of hours ago. So the reform maybe it's not arrived yet.
¿Qué sé yo? ¿Poster?
No. es que Martín me cerró todo, yo tenía todas mis presentaciones.
¿Se busca por nombre?
No, es que no necesito el acceso a la carpeta y no me acuerdo cómo se llama la carpeta, porque es el mail de Facu, yo no tengo más mail acá. Se fue Facu.
Creo que yo no. Ay, no tengo
Ya.
Esta pelotita de tenis puede generar puede hacer que todos se rompan las manos a cada uno. Puede hacer que estalle la tribuna. Puede generar.
So I am here.
You're here.
As a later.
Sí, me está faltando.
Otherwise, I can save it on the studio.
Can you resend it to me?
Yeah.
Is that possible for
Yeah,
you?
sure.
So it's going to be
Do I have an internet access here?
yes,
Data?
Centro is the
Or do you have a password for that?
yes.
Yeah. Okay.
¿Cómo es la contraseña?
Centro con C mayúscula 1634.
Is center with the letter C in capital letter?
I just can, maybe you can write it.
So if you can send it to me, it's
Sure,
going to
sure.
be better.
Just if you send write it to me.
You prefer I connect that Wi-Fi?
As you can also, but I have to connect
Ah,
also
okay,
on my
okay.
computer.
1632.
Sí, con la C mayúscula.
That is the password.
Okay, and then for both I can connect.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. Okay.
My email is eventos.
Can you write it?
Eventos. Arroba INECO es del de Facu, arroba INECO.ar. Karen. Es una genia.
Que hay una persona que quiere escribirse. ¿Qué pasó, Ana?
Y Martín me cerró todo y ahora no encuentro la carpeta.
Ahí están las dos carpetas.
No, la que tengo que descargar las presentaciones. La del Drive.
¿Por qué la subió ahí?
¿Quién?
¿Karen?
Sí, me parece que sí.
Si ya está, todas las que ella había subido yo las...
No, porque la mandé, es de ahora.
Ya sé, y no mandó el mail, se la estaba mandando el mail, no a...
No, y no me la mandó por mail.
Y bueno, pero por ahí...
Se la mandó el mail. Entonces dije, bueno, capaz.
¿Cómo se llama?
Cristina, pero con K. Adorjan.
No, ves, no está subida, bueno. ¿Le escribiste a Karen?
Igual le pasé tu mail.
Está bien, pero ¿y le iba a mandar? No, no estás. El último mail es este. El último mail es de Subarna cosa.
Sí, que es
Ese es el último mail.
que me la mandó a mí. O sea,
Acá
vos.
están las presentaciones, claro, sí, por eso.
Bueno, déjame esto así. Gracias. Sí.
¿A qué hora tenemos que arrancar entonces?
Y cuarto. Son 18. ¿Quién tiene que arrancar? Sí, tirar el agua y no sé, no te estás lavando más. Sí, por eso. Tirar el dejarlo ya así abierto para la siguiente sesión. Esto siempre trata de...
Esos detalles son importantes. Aparte, si no se dieron cuenta. ¿Ya cortaron? Listo, empiezo. Buenas tardes. Dios mío. Te juro que es rarísimo. Buenas tardes a todos. Vamos a continuar. ¿Se escucha? Vamos a continuar con la agenda de hoy. Well, the next speaker is Subarna Aladi. Subarna is professor of neurology at the National Institute of Mental Health and Neuroscience, Bangalore, India. Dr. Aladi's work explores how life course experiences influence brain health, cognitive resilience, and dementia across diverse settings. She is deeply engaged in advancing dementia diagnosis, prevention, care, and education worldwide through leadership roles with the World Dementia Council, the Alzheimer's Association, and the Cognitive Neurology Association of India. In collaboration with government partners, she also leads the Karnataka Brain Health Institute, a WHO-recognized public health model integrating neurological, mental health, and non-communicable disease programs. Her keynote lecture is entitled Neurodegeneration Without Borders, What Local Population Teach the World. Please give a warm welcome to Dr. Aladi.
So very good afternoon, and thanks to all of you who made it back after lunch. Thanks, Teresa, for the introduction. I'd like to thank Professor Facundo Manes and Claudio Vesity for inviting me here. I'd like to start with this photograph of Facundo. He's not here, as always, because he was in Hyderabad in 2012. I think he epitomized neurodegeneration without borders more than 15 years ago, really. So this was his visit to Hyderabad in the World Federation of Neurology Aphasia Cognitive Disorders meeting. And then in Mongolia, where the dissolution of borders between dementia, ALS, and MND were actually discussed in China. And this is the Great Wall of China with Facundo there. So dementia has always, what I'd like to do today is in the topic, with regard to the topic neurodegeneration without borders and what local populations can teach global populations. I must thank Teresa for this topic. I'd like to go through a very local case study from Hyderabad, an illiterate woman with dementia who spoke Telugu, and how she actually can account for the global dynamics in dementia today. And we've heard since the morning about the innovations in biological definitions of dementia, biomarkers, disease-modifying treatment, and how dependent they are on local population factors for implementation. And then move to policy, where we it's crucial to understand the bidirectional relationship between global and local health policies, and how sometimes local policy initiatives can inform global policy statements, and try to make a case for how the burden of dementia can actually be reduced by embracing complexity across socio-cultural diverse populations. So this paper was, I think, published in Alzheimer's and Dementia a couple of weeks ago. All the authors are from the Global South, and there's Andrea Slechevsky. It's Latin America, and is it echoing? Oh, sorry. Okay. Is this better? Oh, there's a ring. Okay. So this is a collaboration between India and Latin America, and the topic of the paper is the contribution of Global South to knowledge about dementia. And this was also written across borders through Zoom, so nobody traveled anywhere to write this paper. And we talk about Ayurveda, the ancient medical system that was prevalent in India in the 1500 BC, where the loss of medha, or intellect in old age, was recognized. And then we have the 100 Years of Solitude, the novel written where in Latin America about the symbolism of loss of semantic memory. And then it was really in Central Europe in the 19th century that Alzheimer's disease began to take shape. And here you also have the contribution of different cultures and scripts from Japan to inform the science of semantic dementia. So clearly, dementia has culturally diverse origins, but neurodegeneration occurs in each and everybody across the world, so it's not really restricted by borders. This was as I was training in neurology at this time in the 1990s, while the burden of dementia was going up in Europe and the rest of the global north. This epidemiological study was done in mountainous Kashmir, and patients with dementia were not found. So it's a very young disease for modern medicine. But now you know that nearly 60% of people living with dementia are in the developing countries. So when I trained in Cambridge and I moved to Hyderabad, there were several challenges that I faced. And in India, this is a global burden of study where even the burden of dementia across the country is not uniform. It's very dependent on which state you live in, which area you live in. And I think India really typifies diversity in one country. So this was a lady who presented in maybe 20 years ago. Her daughter came to us saying, my mother talks nonstop, but she does not make sense. So she was a 55-year-old lady. She was an illiterate woman living in rural Telangana. She presented with progressive difficulty in speaking. She had a very fluent speech. She would repeat the same themes. She had profound naming difficulty. Now, these red dots are the bindis that traditionally women wear on their forehead. So she'd carry this packet of sticker bindis with her, and she'd put them on everybody's forehead, all the women's foreheads, before she left the room. So she had ritualistic behavior, but she had a good event memory. She named every animal cow, including the pig and the alligator. So she had generalized all the semantic categories of animals into one typical familiar animal, the cow. In England, for instance, it was the dog. I don't know, in Argentina, probably it's the dog. Dog, okay. So, and this picture that we showed her was a man. So she has a profound loss of semantic memory. But when we did the Cambridge Semantic Battery that tests categories across these different categories, she didn't do very well on most categories except vegetables. And then we started thinking, she's talking so much. So, you know, what is in her mind? What is her life composed of? And then there was this bright resident who said, maybe we can ask her about gods, because we have thousands of gods in India, and food. So you can see how selecting the category that was relevant to the culture that she belonged to generated so much more in the test. So we developed the Cambridge Semantic Battery. And of course, like neurodegeneration across the world, she also has semantic dementia, and this is probably going to be a TDP-43 pathology. But what is interesting is this was an artist, Vaikuntham, from the same area. He's very famous. But look at his paintings. He paints all these women with those big bindis. The cow is a holy animal for us. And the picture of the man indeed quite looks like the monkey. So you can see how culture impacts the expression of disease, and also, therefore, we have to have tests that tap into these cultural expressions. But cognitive tests have been developed using, assuming a certain universal, monolingual, Western literate, but we know there's so much of diversity in language, culture, education, and skills. So the first step we did was to develop tests in 9 languages. This is Edinburgh's cognitive examination, and you can see that turban is so different in different parts of the country, but we were able to do this across the country in a multicentric study. And then when we looked at the primary progressive aphasia patients, it's a form of dementia that affects language. So we had 118 patients, but they spoke 16 languages. And except for the Nepali language, we were able to test every patient in the language they spoke with a researcher or a clinician who spoke the same language. So that for us was a huge achievement, that we are actually able to present these findings to the world using the tests that are appropriate. And then we did a little work on bilingualism, and there was just one study from Toronto that demonstrated that bilingualism may be protective, while for the last 50 years it was considered actually to be bad for the brain. We demonstrated a 5-year delay in the age at onset of dementia. But what was most striking for us and unexpected was it had an unexpected coverage in the global media. The BBC ran a full 15-minute program on bilingualism. They did not interview us, but they interviewed every bilingual in the British Broadcasting Service. So we began to realize that this was actually relevant for the rest of the world. But within a week, we had a Florida researcher saying that the data are not sufficient to draw this conclusion because our bilinguals are more educated and there were many confounding factors. And since then, there have been so many studies that have occurred across the world. And what is consistently found is when the culture is similar and people are using both languages freely, like to some extent in Argentina, I guess, bilingualism seemed to protect. When cultures where they were mostly immigrants, where the other language was not being spoken much, there did not seem to be much of an effect. And then we were able to look at the neural signatures through MRIs and look at functional and structural connectivity of brains of people who were bilingual. And then we also had that additional challenge of testing low literates, so we've developed tests for low literates. We find performance-based assessments very useful, and we validated these as well. And a little bit about complex skills. We have weavers who are very skilled. They make this really beautiful weaves, but they don't read and write always. But the process of weaving is so complex, making a design, the graph, setting up the loom, calculations, visuospatial skills, weaving, and then the wages. So we thought we'd like to study how to test or how to understand the cognition of weavers. And this was done by building trust, because the first time we went to them, they said, we're not interested in our brain, we want food in our stomach. So it took us 3 years to even start talking to them, and now, as I speak, the 50th weaver has been scanned in our scanner. So it took 3 years of co-developing the research design. So the tests have actually been developed with the weaver research. We call them weaver researchers, and with their weaves, we are able to develop a computerized test. And this is how I think we should work with special populations. All this is very local, but is it relevant to the global context? Yes, because most of the populations are linguistically, educationally very diverse, and there's a lot of occupational diversity as well. So we believe that we really need to study local populations, and this is a Lingua study funded by the NIH, where we are collaborating with UCSF, looking at Chinese immigrants in America. This is led by Boon Lead from UCSF, Sid Bryant from Texas, and the Bangalore bilingual community, and we hope to be able to answer more questions by using similar methods and studying these diverse populations. So to end this section, so reality of dementia is that we are dealing with diverse populations, while a single case of a woman whose from a different socio-cultural background is relevant for that population, but it does represent an example of the large majority of dementia populations across the globe, and this kind of appropriate assessment really ensures that no one is left behind. Now, the second part of the talk is about the same topic, global, local, but the topic is about biological definitions of dementia and emerging disease-modifying therapies, and how local characteristics are so important for implementing these innovations. It's very exciting that we've moved to a biological diagnosis of Alzheimer's disease. We indeed have 2 drugs that seem to make some difference. Frontotemporal dementia is diagnosed now basis of genetics. So the 3 genes that are thought to cause 60% of people with FTD are MAPT, progranulin, and C9orf. We also know that non-pharmacological treatment and rehabilitation is so important, and there's now class 1 evidence that non-pharmacological therapy actually helps in delaying progressive cognitive decline. We are also at a threshold of change where prevention seems to be possible to a large extent, where we have modifiable risk factors. But again, we heard since morning, how does all this evidence actually translate to implementation? What are the challenges to generalizing these novel scientific advances? Most of these studies are underrepresented in terms of including diverse populations, and therefore these populations are not studied. Does it matter at all? If aspirin works in one country, why can't it work in another country? There is evidence that is emerging that there is a need to include diverse ethnic, economic, and cultural backgrounds from the global south to enhance an understanding of dementia and brain health. And here we have an example from biomarker studies from African American communities, Christopher Chen's group in Singapore Memory Clinic, the LATAM group, and from India, where blood-based biomarkers are being studied, and it's very clear that we have to develop validated cutoffs that are more relevant for our population to use them widely. And similarly, while the 3 main genes for frontotemporal dementia in the global north are the 3 MAPT, granulin, and C9orf, you can see this is work done by Fahim Arshad, ably supported by Victor Walker here. We have so many variants of unknown significance. We are just scraping the tip of the iceberg for genetics, and that's because of the complexity of the Indian genome, like in many other countries. And this requires definitely more work. So we've just started this NIH study where there are 8,000 individuals who've already been followed up for 10 years, and there has been detailed cardiometabolic phenotyping, and now we will study their brain health, and we hope to be able to study risk factors and protective factors for dementia and cognitive decline among South Asians with these kind of large studies. And then we hope to join the bandwagon of machine learning-based risk prediction methods. So it's an interesting future ahead of us. So machine learning is being done. Again, Chris, this is a paper from your group. And similarly, there are data from American Indian Alaska Native people and the systematic review on AI in predicting dementia risk. And I think we will know in the future as more of these cohorts join this kind of investigation, whether there are similarities and differences in prediction models across populations, especially given the diversity in their biological, socio-cultural, and healthcare setting characteristics. How do we resolve this? We come together. I think this alliance meeting is one such example. The FTD Prevention Initiative, the World Federation of Neurology, the Alzheimer's Network International, GBHI, and more recently, the World Dementia Council has come to India. We've had several dialogues in India, and all of these endeavors are really going to help move our understanding forward. So finally, a little bit on health policy. While these advances are actually happening, there's very low awareness, and 90% of people with dementia are not diagnosed or treated. So this was 2019 when you have Dr. Lewis Carroll from the World Federation of Neurology here. We have the head of our health policy think tank, Vinod Paul. We have the Vice President of India in 2019 who asked the Indian Academy of Neurology, can neurologists do more? So we developed a model for brain health in the state of Karnataka, where I work. It's a public health prevention, promotion, and care of neurological diseases. We were very lucky that we were able to convince the policymakers, so now we have an initial pilot and then a statewide program, and now, which was run by NIMHANS, but now it's gone back into the state, and the state is running this program with some kind of technical help from us. Dementia has also been declared as a public health priority, so we've been very lucky in the last 2 to 3 years to actually impact policy at the state level. We have brain health clinics across the state that do awareness training, and you can see the number of people with dementia is 784 in comparison to 141,000 patients with neurological disorders. So we are still lot of work to do, but this model has been quoted in the World Health Organization Global Status Report as a potential model for brain health. I'll end with this video. This is a community health officer in that
Namaste,
village.
good morning all. I am Praveen Kumar JL, community health officer, Ayushman Arogya Kendra Hosadu.
This is Hosadu
district.
in that
Honored to speak about the Karnataka Brain Health Initiative program, a program that has significantly enhanced our approach to neurological care. Thanks to the trainees, Dr. Pragnam and Dr. Ganesh Bhatt sir, we as a community health officers have gained valuable knowledge about neurological disorders such as headache, epilepsy, stroke, and dementia. This training has enabled us to refer patients effectively and provide improved palliative care. The feedback from the patient have been overwhelmingly positive. Many have shared how Brain Health Clinic has helped them better understanding their condition and receiving the care they need. I urge all my colleagues to continue utilizing these resources and services under this initiative to create healthier communities. Together, we can make long-lasting difference in the lives of those who are affected by neurological conditions. Thank you so much for watching this video.
So he is very helpful guy. I'd like to conclude by, again, somebody said framework. So we would like to move beyond local global hierarchies, but to provide a framework for diversity and dementia as a way forward to produce communities with resilient brain health. And quoting, of course, from the Artemis 2 mission, astronaut Christina Koch, you don't see borders, all you see is Earth, and you see that we are way more alike than we are different. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Suvarna. You've
expensive. There is no way that our people will be able to afford the drugs except for the really rich Indians, and there are plenty of them. So I agree with you, advocacy to reduce the price of the drugs is going to be very, very, very important. And the other thing, I think it will be driven by neurologists who are using the drug. We will know in the next 1 year, as we start using the drug, what's really happening with the patient. There are good accounts from other countries, but every neurologist decides for himself or herself now. So we will know in 1 year, I think, as they start giving the drugs, what they feel. And maybe after a year, I'll be able to answer this question better.
Claudia.
Yeah, thank you, Suvarna. Great talk. I have a question that does not relate to brain health, but more to the topic of recovery from aphasia in multilingual people, since I was fascinated by the number of Indians that speak more than one language. There is an old controversy that says that recovery in multilingual people from aphasia is better in the language that you learn first, in the language that you use most, or in the language that you're more linked emotionally. So what is experience, or what is your answer in India?
So I think this again depends on the context. Each country is going to be different. There's one study on semantic dementia from India. Dr. Ratnavalli has done this study. It's and she's looked at Kannada and English. It's very clear that English deteriorates first. So the language that is acquired later and maybe used less is the language to decline. And that seems to be the case in most of our patients. I'm not so sure about emotional linking, but it's language use, I think, that will determine the loss. And of course, we do have patients, like we were talking last night, They revert to their childhood language when they are recovering from aphasia. And we do see those very interesting phenomenon as well.
Okay, thank you very much. We move. You have another question. Yeah, come on.
Sorry, thank you very much. Just one question. In some other kind of patients, like stroke patients, we see the emerging of the secondary languages when there is some damages in the primary area. And sometimes also we see the emerging of languages that apparently, in some Italian patients, I say some of them come out with Latin, which is an old, we don't know where they learned, and it's somewhere hidden. Do you notice that, or did you notice that in decline, maybe some more sort of innate language, because it is exactly the contrary of what you just said, and I'm saying that what we observe sometimes is that the second language may be memorized in other parts, remains, and the primary maybe is damaged and goes. Did you ever notice this in the decline, in the neurodegeneration?
Actually, I'll say something a little different. When I'm speaking English, actually I'm speaking Telugu, because my grammatical structure is all Telugu. Because I think that when you talk about the language that is in the brain, it's the grammar that is innate in the brain. We lose words, but the grammar is something that stays. So what we've noticed is as people decline, they continue speaking English, but the grammar is very, very linked to the local language.
Okay, thank you very much, Subarna.
Okay, thanks for coming back after lunch, everybody. Moving forward, we're going into the next session, which is entitled Regional Approaches to Brain Health, From Lessons Learned to Future Readiness. And our first speaker is virtual. Nilkin Castudio is known to many of us. He's the director of the Peruvian Institute for Neurosciences. He's a neurologist, researcher, and expert in Alzheimer's disease and related dementia. His work focuses on cognitive assessment, adaptation for individuals with low education, including those that live in the Amazon. He's a regional mentor with our program at the Global Brain Health Institute for a number of our fellows from Peru. And he works also in Latam, in the Red Lat cohort, and others. So I welcome Nilton Castudio virtually.
For the Latin American researchers, I thought about dementia and brain health across Latin America. Meanwhile, age-specific dementia incidence has declined in several cohorts studied from high income scientists. In the last decade, the prevalence of dementia has been rising in Latin America for adults aged 50 or more since 7 to 11%. With clear evidence of educational attainment for prevalence of dementia. The estimated PAF for dementia in Latin America are significantly higher than global estimates, being the key risk factors with large PAF, obesity, physical inactivity, and depression. Chile and Argentina evidence higher PAF, meaning that a high proportion of cases could potentially be avoided through the targeted elimination of modified risk factors. And while traditional neuroscience approach that focus on individual factors, recent studies highlight the biological evidence of macrosocial inequalities. The exposons refer to totally of exposures and individual experience throughout their lifetime, encompassing physical and social influence. Analyzing datasets from 5,000 participants from 15 countries and developing a brain got the learning architecture for functional MRI and EEG. The Latin American models evidence all the brain age in control AD and FTD comparing with non-Latin American models. Structural socioeconomic inequality, pollution, and health disparities were influential predictors of increased brain age gap. Here, employing the multidimensional social exposome approach to characterize brain health in aging and dementia in terms of cognition, functionality, neuropsychiatric symptoms, brain volume, and functional connectivity in a non-representative sample of 2,000 individuals across 6 Latin American countries, including healthy countries, patient with AD, and FTD. The model showed strong evidence of association between social exposome and poor cognition in healthy aging, between cumulative social exposome and poor cognition, functionality, and behavior in dementia. Compared to individual predictors, the cumulative effect of social exposome was more robust in predicting clinical cognitive phenotypes across groups. Brain structure and cognitive alteration were associated with more adverse social exposome in dementia-sensitive and cerebral regions, particularly frontal and cerebral heights in ID and frontotemporal limbic and cerebral region in FTD. Here, we aim to characterize the cumulative nonlinear effects of 73 country-level physical and social exposome factors of multimodal brain loss using brain age gaps models across 18,000 participants from 32 countries, encompassing healthy controls and individuals with neurodegenerative dementias. The combined effect of the exposome explains up to 15 times more variance in brain aging than individual factors alone. Cumulative exposures can increase the risk of accelerated brain aging by 3 to 9 times, sometimes exceeding the effect of neurodegenerative disease. Physical exposures are more strongly linked to brain structure, and social exposure are more strongly linked to brain connectivity. In line with the Global Action Plan for Dementia, having a current appropriate strategy for early detection of dementia is crucial in our region. Reaching consensus on diagnosis for dementia based on adaptive brain cognitive and functional screening tools supported by neuroimaging and biomarkers available in every country. The Impact Salud study is the first study in running in Latin America to evaluate the validation and cost effectiveness of a cognitive-based health delivered by community health workers, including tests appropriate for diverse educational values and resource-limited entities such as ADA, RUDAS, and PFAQ, all administered using a tablet. Brain Health Service will focus on a new target population, have specific missions, fast relevant chains, but require high-level expertise, facilities, and personnel. Using a plasma p-tau217-based models for risk stratification of patients with MCI can substantially reduce the need for confirmatory testing, so it's very important in our understanding of blood-based biomarkers performance in diverse populations across Latin America. In a preliminary Brazilian study, the findings demonstrate a high accuracy of BBS in identifying abnormally A-beta pathology in diagnosing vascular dementia and Alzheimer's disease, but a modest accuracy in distinguishing vascular dementia from AD individuals. Moreover, BBS present similar diagnostic performance compared to CSF biomarkers. In 525 from Peru, plasma p-tau217 was a predictive biomarker for AD. The area under curve raised up to 83% for the few models had used, including sex, age, education, and APOE4 level. In 605 participants of regular consortium, we showed lower levels of AB42, AB40 ratio in both ID and FTD, and higher levels in tau isoform, particularly p-tau217 in Alzheimer's disease, with NFL significantly higher in FTD. By machine learning models for AD patients were assessed individually ATM biomarkers, elevate plasma, NFL, and p-tau217 were both associated with worse executive function, reduction global cognition, and greater functional decline. But p-tau217 was the only biomarker associated with memory. For FTD, NFL show association with executive function and global cognition. The lateral finger is the first non-pharmacological multi-center randomized clinical trial designed to prevent cognitive impairment in Latin America. Preliminary results show that 1,926 adults aged more than 60 years were screened and 1,240 treatment inclusion and were randomized. Participants are randomized into two groups: the systematic lifestyle intervention, which receive aerobic exercise, adapted Mediterranean diet, social and cognitive stimulation, and guidance to control cardiometabolic risk factors, and the flexible lifestyle intervention, which receive regular health counseling only. Neuropsychological and MRI evaluations, as well as laboratory analysis, are conducted at baseline and every 6 months. These participants have now completed 2-year intervention and entered the follow-up phase with full outcome analysis for common, including annual check-in for neuropsychological evaluation and MRI. Finally, enhancing our understanding of the biological pathways that mediate the effect of the 18 identified modified risk factors on dementia is essential for developing more effective prevention and intervention strategies. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Our next speaker is in person, Maria Roca. He's a researcher at the National Science and Technical Research Council and Insight. She's the director of INECO Organizations and co-director of the Department of Neuropsychology at INECO in Argentina. She dedicates her time to clinical neuropsychology and research. She's a co-author of 2 books on cognitive rehabilitation and 3 children's books on neuroscience. Much needed. Currently, she's also serving as a coordinator of community outreach activities for INECO. She directs and teaches 2 postdoctorate neuropsychology courses at Favaloro University. Dr. Rocco is also an independent researcher at the National Science and Technology Research Council. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon to you all. It's a pleasure to be here today, speaking in the second meeting of the International Alliance of Brain Health. My talk will be around what we are doing in Argentina, particularly in Fundación INECO, and we will talk what other groups are doing in Argentina as well. My talk is named brain health beyond patient care. As I told you, I am a clinical neuropsychologist. I'm a researcher. I've been working with Teresa in outreach community activities for the last 20 years. And this afternoon, I want to talk not about the clinic, not about research, but about what we do out of the lab and out of the clinic. We have known that brain health shapes along the lifetime, and of course it does in an interplay of biological predispositions and environments. And the environments are different in different parts of our life. We can begin of home experience in the early childhood, then the school, of course, then the workplace, and then the media and the community and the public policies. So my idea on my presentation is just this, to tell you what we have been doing in all these environments, trying to get out of the clinic to take the science to real people in real environments. So these are the environments I'll talk about: early home experiences, school programs and media campaigns we have been doing, workplace and public policies and behavioral science interventions. It is not new that the first years of life are really important to brain development and brain health. And it's really interesting to talk how to get to those families and those environments. Definitely we all have seen the images of the impact that poverty has on the interconnectivity of brain of children, and we discussed yesterday about how kids that are 4 years old have a completely different amount of vocabulary if they are raised in poverty or if they are not. So we definitely know that when children get to the system, get to school, it's too late. We have discussing that with sleep. Well, that happens too with cognitive stimulation, affective stimulation, and language, of course. So one of the things we wanted to do from Fundación INECO, it was the team of Fernando Torrente, María Luis González Gadea, and Andrea Bari. They did an intervention with the International Development Bank, working in these early home environments with parents. They presented a manual with clear instructions about what is important in that first years of life, the importance of presenting stimulation in cognition, in language, and in affection. They did videos that were easy to understand, and they also implemented other intervention related to this kind of information that definitely family needs in Argentina, where we know that inequality is one of our biggest problems. This is really important. I was saying in Argentina, Facundo said today that there is an estimated of 60% of children that are growing or developing in poverty. And I like to quote a phrase from him. He's my mentor, and he says that if meritocracy means anything, we will have to all start from the same step. And definitely that's not happening in Argentina, and we are needing more of interventions like this. We now go through the second environment, school. Teresa has done most of this work. We know the school, it's a place that can build or undermine brain health. It can make us better and healthier, or it can make us ill. So it's really important to make intervention there too. At the same time, what we know about school is that it's a place where habits related to brain health can be learned. We also know that adolescence happens at school, so it's a very important period of life where we want to intervene too. And at the same time, in school, it is supposed that we learn the abilities we will need in the field of jobs. So it's not only about healthy habits, but to prepare children to the world that it's coming on the future. So regarding school interventions, we recently did, this is only this year I must say, but we did a brain health and well-being programs with children and students in preescolar, that it's like 4 and 5 years old. Matias Achesanda is here, who directed the team, who did the intervention that implied saying to children how important is sleep, nutrition, and relationships. And we did that with, of course, a play environment. We also did a teacher training in initial literacy in La Rioja, Chaco, and Ichaco, that are 2 provinces here in Argentina, and we implemented other kind of capacitations around this topic. But of course, media is important too, because people listen to media, and our life, it's always related to that. So this year alone, we made, and I hope you see it when you go out, a campaign that it's called Démosle pelota al autismo. I don't know how to translate that, but it's, here Démosle pelota is like pay attention, but it says Démosle pelota, que is a ball. Give a ball to autism sería, and a lot of artists and important people in Argentina filmed this video, and we invited them to donate tennis balls to take to the school so that we could have an impact on the loud of the moving furniture, so that people with autism or with hypersensibility can have more focus and study better. We also did one is in the first floor, that if you want to have a look after the talk in the coffee break, Memory Threads, that it's an exhibition of, I don't know the art, but at least objects that were designed by patients, professionals, to try to explain the diagnosis and the impact of Alzheimer's disease in families. And now the workplace, they told you I'm the director of INECO Organizations. INECO Organization is the unit that tries to talk about brain health and mental health in the workplace. And we have been working a lot in that environment too. What we are seeing is quite impressive. In Argentina, in the companies that we are assessing, we find that almost 1 in 2 people are burnout. It's not that I'm asking, are you stressed? I take the Maslach burnout inventory, and 50% of the workers are burnout, 30% have sleep problems, and 20% or do not do enough exercise or don't have healthy habits. So this is amazing, and this is, of course, a problem, but an opportunity too. We all know how bad it is to go to work or to do something when you haven't slept well. So it's an opportunity to intervene too, and that's what we have been doing. At the same time, of course, in the workplace there's been a challenge, a new challenge with AI, and it's an environment in which the new functions that will be need to be developed. So we are working on that too. This is some of the examples of what we have been doing in the last year. We did more than 60 conferences and workshops around brain health and which things are important for people to know about this, the importance of physical exercise to take care of their vascular health, and all the things that we know are crucial. We have participated in major forums and events around the workplace talking about brain health and mental health. We have developed surveys around the topic, knowing or trying to know what is happening exactly in Argentina. We had done with Pedro Bekenstein behavioral science experiments to, we know that it's not only the intention what makes us do things, and so we did some behavioral science experiments and intervention related to choosing to use an ride-sharing app when you know that you are going to drink, for example. We did that with with an organization, with Uber. We did various psychological first aid programs with Mariana Herrero and Liliana Trayo, that were when there was a critical accident in a plant, for example, or we had an ecological disaster here last year in Bahia Blanca, and the company wanted us to give this first psychological aid to the people who were there to minimize the risk of developing a disorder. We also did, of course, mapping of these brain health factors that are important for all of that. But well, we have gone through home experiences, schools, the workplace, but of course, without political will, none of this is easy to continue and to be done. So, but at the same time, and here is my colleague Fernando Torrente, who knows a lot about this, you can have the will, but you might not develop the behavior. Behavior is not as easy as the other speaker showed with this. You can show the water, but people won't drink, while you have to work with the context to make that habits more easily made. So in the last part of my talk, I will talk about what we have done, or the group has done, in public policies and behavioral science interventions. These are some of the examples. Like we did a randomized intervention to reduce unnecessary prescriptions in older adults that was really impressive and with important results. We worked in the identification of risk and protective factors associated with suicidal behaviors in adolescents. We designed testing of evidence-based intervention to reduce vaccine misinformation. That was something that was discussed, important to give the community the information. We implemented a behavioral science project in collaboration with the authorities of Tucumán, another province in Argentina, and to increase the helmet use to protect, of course, brain health in schools environments, and of course, with Facundo, promote the brain health bill that advanced a lot in Argentina. So to finish, what I want to say is that brain health, it's not the result of what we do alone in clinics or in labs. As I told you, I feel that I am one of you. I'm a clinical neuropsychologist. I am a researcher that works with data, but in my last years working with organizations, I'm feeling that if I can convince a company to put decaffeinated coffee in meetings after 4 o'clock, I might be impacting more on brain health than in 20 years on my clinical practice. So what I want to say is that we need to go out of the labs, we need to go out of the clinics, to go to the homes of the people, to go to schools, to the workplace, and to the community using media campaigns. And the other thing before saying goodbye is something that has been said repeatedly, but I wanted to say it too, that this is not a job for one person or for one institution. I work at Fundación INECO, and I have already told you what we have done in Fundación INECO, but there are multiple interventions that are being done in Argentina. Just to name a few people who are here, Ricardo Alegri with the fingers, Agustín Ibáñez, the one is doing with global brain health and the vulnerability studies, what Andrea Bolin and Andres Resnick are doing with alphabetization. We need all to work together. Of course, I want to mention my colleagues in La Universidad Católica de Cuyo in San Juan, that we are working with Martín Bruno, and Luciana Vita, and Francisco Brandoni in a new investigation around the brain health factors to know what is happening in Argentina. So what I mean is, again, this is not a job for one person, not for one institution. In Argentina, we have a lot of problems, we have a lot of inequity, and if we want to change brain health, we have to do it all together. Thank you very much. And I had this final phrase that I forgot, that is, brain health does not begin in the clinic, it enters.
Thank you, Dr. Roca. We're now privileged to listen to Alessandro Bodovani, who is joining us virtually. He's the Director of Neurology at Civil Hospitals and a Professor of Neurology at the University of Brescia in Italy. Thank you.
Thank you for this invitation. It is a privilege to join a discussion of regional approaches to brain health. Europe, in fact, offers an interesting perspective because it has been among the first regions to confront the consequences of population aging at scale. For this reason, many of the challenges linked to dementia, operating chronic neurological disorder have emerged earlier and more visibly in Europe than elsewhere. My central message today is that Europe initially approached dementia as a clinical condition requiring specialist advice. Over time, however, it became clear that the dementia is much more than that. It is a societal challenge, a system challenge, and increasingly a brain health challenge across life course. Today, roughly, 5 citizens in the European Union is over the age of 65. And several countries, including Italy, have among the oldest population in the world. Longevity is a success story, but it also changed the structure of disease burden. As people live longer, societies face increasing rates of cognitive decline, multimorbidity, disability and dependency. Health systems that were originally designed for acute illnesses must now respond to chronic complexity. Current estimates indicate that millions of people in Europe live with dementia, and this number will continue to rise over coming decades. Yet, prevalence figures tell only part of the story. The real burden of dementia extends into several domains of society. It affects families who become informal caregivers. It increases emergency admission and hospitalization. It generates long-term expenditure in health and social care. It influences labor markets, pensions, and productivity. Europe learned that dementia cannot be measured only through epidemiology. It must also be understood through its human, economic, organization consequences. Over the past decades, Europe has gradually developed a more mature policy framework. Early efforts focused mainly on dementia plans and awareness campaigns. Later, broader frameworks emerged. The WHO Neurological Action Plan emphasized prevention, rehabilitation, and integrated neurological care. The European Commission incorporated neurological disorders and mental health into wider non-communicable disease strategies. More recently, the European Health Data Space signaled the importance of digital interoperability, data sharing, and research capacity taken together. These developments show a clear evolution. Europe moved from isolated dementia initiative to a more strategic and systemic concept of brain health. And we have some lessons here. One of the Europe's clearest lessons is that policy declarations are not enough. Many countries developed national dementia strategy. However, not all strategies were renewed, funded, or operationalized. Some remain largely aspirational documents. Real progress depends on governance structures, budgets, timelines, accountability mechanism, workforce planning, and measurable outcomes. Europe therefore learned that the value of a dementia plan is not in its publication, but in its execution. The second lesson, Europe is often discussed as a single region, but in practice it consists of many different health systems with variable resources, cultures, and institutional capacities. As a result, preparedness for dementia and brain health is highly heterogeneous. Some countries have advanced memory clinic network, strong community care, robust caregiver support, and participation in clinical research. Others still face shortage in diagnostic, specialist workforce, long-term infrastructures, or access to innovation. This variation means that geography can still influence outcomes. Europe's next challenge is therefore not simply to innovate, but to reduce internal inequalities and ensure that progress reaches all citizens, not only those living in well-resourced systems. The third lesson has to do with the arrival of disease-modifying therapies for early Alzheimer's disease. These therapies have changed the debate significantly. These treatments require far more than regulatory approval. They depend on health systems capable of identifying appropriate patients early, confirming pathology through biomarkers, performing MRI monitoring, organizing infusion services, and managing complications. This means that modern dementia care is increasingly a system issue. Europe is therefore learning a crucial lesson. Therapeutic innovation and organizational innovation must advance together. Without system readiness, scientific breakthrough remain underused. Looking forward, Europe increasingly recognizes 4 priorities. First, prevention. Brain health begins long before old age. Vascular risk controls, education, physical activity, and many others all matter. Second, integrated pathway. Dementia cannot be managed within disciplinary silos. Primary care, neurology, geriatrics, psychiatry, rehabilitation must operate as connected systems. Third, data infrastructure. Modern planning and research require interoperable data systems capable of supporting patients, clinicians, and policymakers. Finally, workforce sustainability. No strategy can succeed without enough trained professionals and without recognizing the indispensable role of families and caregivers. These all are globally relevant. Now, if Europe offers transferable lessons, I would summarize them in 3 main points. First, brain health should be treated as a life course objective, not only as a late life medical problem. Second, dementia policy must bridge healthcare and social care. Clinical excellence alone is insufficient if families are unsupported or communities are unprepared. Third, innovation must remain equitable. New diagnostic and treatment should reduce suffering, not widen disparities. This principle should be valuable in Latin America and in every region now undergoing demographic transition. Europe began by asking how to respond to dementia. Today, the most strategic question is how to build societies that preserve brain health from childhood to old age. That changes perspective may be the Europe's most important lesson. Dementia remains a major challenge, but it has also served as a catalyst, forcing health systems to modernize, integrate care, invest in prevention, and think across the lifespan. If we learn from that experience, the future of brain health can be more proactive, more equitable, and finally more sustainable. So thank you very much for your attention. Now my presentation is open to your questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for this session. I'm going to ask Maria, who's the only one who's here with us, about the study you were talking about, the brain health variables. Can you talk a little bit more about that? Wait.
Ahora sí, tampoco. Okay, sorry. Yeah, definitely. Thank you, Teresa, for the question, because it's something we need help with. Today we are launching this research that assess the variables that can impact on brain health, physical exercise, sleep, nutritional habits, social support, and we want as many Argentinians to complete it because we want to know how these variables are in Argentina in this first point of luckily we can then go to other countries on the region because as I think we all agree we need data to do good interventions. So it's an online questionnaire that it will take like 10 to 15 minutes to complete. We have two kinds of QRs around. One is to complete it, and the other one is if you want to share it with your community, with your group, with whoever you want. We want to have as many answers as we can. Only for Argentinians, sorry.
Yes, so if you're Argentinian, you can take the QR and try to respond. It's very important for us. And any other questions for Maria? Yes, Alexander.
With that, we are doing that research with La Universidad Católica de Cuyo. That for me is really important to give the credit for part of the questionnaire.
So thank you very much for this really fantastic work you have been doing, Maria, and also Teresa, which is, I think, very important. Can you tell about the reaction of parents when you go to their homes and you do the interventions? Do they find some of them interventions too intrusive? They feel patronized? They have the impression that's our duty to make the education, or were they open to your interventions?
I can't because it's not my intervention, but there is Fernando Torrente sitting. Fernando and Andrea, if you can answer. I presented all Fundación INECO's work, but I wasn't there on the field, so maybe Fernando can answer, or Andrea.
Yes, maybe. Yes, it was not intrusive. The intervention has several components. One of them was in the health centers. The intervention initiated in the health centers. So people, the mothers, mainly mothers, who were enrolled in the study were enrolled through the health centers, the community health centers. So the parents and especially mothers were voluntarily enrolled in the study. So when the second part that we go home, things were very easy there. But the third component was that we developed a virtual digital tool through the videos, through WhatsApp. So we have a communication with the families through WhatsApp for doing a more lasting intervention during time. So the three components to make that very suitable.
Thank you, Fernando. Any other question over there?
Thank you, Maria, for the talk and for sharing that experiences. We were talking about habits because the people, there's a lot of people that know what have to do to take care for their brain health, but they don't know how to do it. Maybe how to change habits. So the question is, what do you think about this, and how do you think that we can take care for this challenge?
Yeah, to overcome that challenge. Well, that's what I tried, possibly not very good, to explain in the last part of the talk, that will is not enough. Even with political will, the people does not necessarily change their behavior. That's why we need behavioral science that works in the context in which decisions are made, understanding that most of our decisions are not conscious or only depending on will, but on the architecture around that decision. So the example of the coffee is valid. If you have the option, it's more possible that you take the healthy option that you need for not having a sleep problem. If you put the healthy food more available, it's more probable that the people will choose the healthy food. And if you, I'm talking on the workplace because it's where I'm working now. But if you know that when people are doing something, they eat more and they eat less healthy, then when you do a meeting, you put the food on, not in the table, so that the people cannot see it. You can change the environment and the architecture around the decision to make it more possible, and for that we need behavioral science and behavioral experiments as the one Fernando Torrente and Pedro Beckstein are doing in public policies, but I'm sure that we need that on the workplace too. So it's not only information. With information, it's not enough. You have to make the choice more easy and available.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. We need to move to the other session, so thank you, Maria.
Hola, me encargaron. They told me that I should say that in 10 minutes we are hoping you are coming back. And again, in the first floor, there is the exhibition Memory Threads about Alzheimer's disease. If you want to look at it, that's great.
neuroimaging, and treatment of stroke and dementia. He leads multiple studies and clinical trials, and he aims to build regional collaboration in brain health through his role as a president of the Asian Society Against Dementia and the Asian Oceanian Association of Neurology. Let me introduce one of the greatest neurologists in the world, Chris Chen.
So, thank you very much for that very generous introduction. Right. Should I?
Next, before, I'm going to.
Okay, thank you. But how does it come on the screen? Okay. So this is a topic that Facundo gave me, and I hope I do it justice. Clearly, I think most of you know that the field of Alzheimer's has really dramatically changed in the last couple of years, not just in terms of treatment, but also in terms of diagnostics. But we have to reflect whether this science meets up with society's readiness for it, and what's the social impact of these new discoveries. I have a few conflicts of interest. None of them are very serious, I hope. Just quick introduction. I come from Singapore. It's a very small country. As you can see, it's tiny compared to Buenos Aires, even tinier compared to Argentina. But a few key things. We're such a small country, we have no natural resources. We really depend on our people. So brain health is vital. Here's a picture of the route I took to come to Buenos Aires. 13 hours to Frankfurt, another 13 hours to Buenos Aires. We are 11 hours ahead, so we are now at 3:15 a.m. in Singapore. So if I say anything odd, just blame it on my circadian rhythm. And also I should say that, when we first talked about this meeting a year ago, I thought, I'm not coming, this is really too far. But then Facundo came to visit us in Singapore, and it's really embarrassing now. How can he come to Singapore and I can't come to Buenos Aires? So all this is Facundo's fault. In Singapore, we run something called the Memory, Aging, Cognition Center, where we focus on blood biomarkers, neuroimaging, deep phenotyping of cohorts, both in the hospital as well as in communities. And we've been funded by the National Medical Research Council for 20 years. And this is the environment that we work in. Now, this has only happened in the last 2 decades. Singapore took a major decision in the mid-90s to really invest in biomedical sciences. And I guess we're one of the results in that we've been able to go and sort of really look at Asian phenotypes of cognitive impairment and imaging and dementia. And I have to go and thank my colleagues in Singapore who really do all the hard work. This is a very diverse team, comes from all over Asia. We don't have any Argentinians yet, maybe in the future. So we're going to talk about Alzheimer's disease. I'm sure all of you know this famous picture of Alois Alzheimer with the first patient that he described, August Dieter. It's very coincidental they share the same initials as the disease was named after him, Alzheimer's disease. But he saw plaques and tangles, and we now know that the plaques are from amyloid, the tangles from tau. And we also have a very good hypothesis that Alzheimer's disease is really driven by amyloid. And therefore, this is amyloid hypothesis of how Alzheimer's disease is driven. And we have evidence from that, not just from neuropathology, but also from human genetics. Amyloid knows something about anatomy. It starts off in the cortical areas with high metabolic activity and spreads first to other cortical areas and then the brainstem and finally the cerebellum. So it knows something about the brain. What is the relationship between amyloid and all the other neuropathological, pathophysiological features of Alzheimer's disease? So firstly, we think that amyloid is upstream. It's upstream of tau, it's upstream of neuroinflammation, it's upstream of synaptic loss. So whilst tau is very important, and I'm not denying that, amyloid seems to be probably the most important target for us to focus on. And this is what's happened over the last couple of years, in that the disease-modifying strategy for Alzheimer's disease has focused on amyloid. Now, I just want to quickly point out a disease-modifying treatment is not a treatment which cures the disease. It is something that delays or slows down progression. And of course, Alzheimer's disease is not the only disease for which disease-modifying treatments have made an impact. Many other diseases, such as multiple sclerosis and rheumatoid arthritis, have been dealt with in the same way. They do not cure multiple sclerosis, they don't cure rheumatoid arthritis, but it changes the course of the disease. And obviously, we've been waiting for these kind of treatments for Alzheimer's disease for many, many years, because all we've had before was symptomatic treatments, which, whilst effective, were not really that amazing. Important to say that not all monoclonal antibodies against amyloid are the same. They target different epitopes of amyloid, ranging all the way from monomers to amyloid plaques. Suffice to say, it would appear that the successful treatments are targeted against the later stages of amyloid, and the unsuccessful treatments are targeted against the earlier stages of amyloid. Now, I have to declare a conflict of interest in that I was among the investigators who came out with this landmark study in the New England Journal on lecanemab. And therefore, you have to go and count me as a believer for the treatment. And there are many people who are not so convinced, and I'll try to explain why it is convincing. So firstly, to say that Clarity trial was a much more inclusive trial than most other trials. You can see here that up to 17% of the patients were from Asia, and it also included blacks as well. And the effects of the treatment were dramatic. Most patients on lecanemab completely normalized in terms of amyloid deposition. And this can be seen on the PET scans, which went from this dramatic bright red colors to, in the patient on lecanemab, to normal blue colors. It was also accompanied by a statistically significant change in the trajectory of the disease. So the good news is it slowed down disease progression. Of course, the bad news is that it doesn't cure the disease, but that's not what a disease-modifying drug does. Many people have looked at this graph and complained that this is unbelievable and clinically non-meaningful, because none of us in clinic use the CDR sum of boxes score to assess our patients. It is a clinical trial score. And yes, there's only a 0.45 point difference between the groups after 18 months. And people say, well, this is the 18-point score, so what does 0.45 points mean? It can't be picked up. True, but you have to remember that these were patients at the early stage of Alzheimer's disease, MCI or mild Alzheimer's disease dementia, and so their average score was about 3 to 4. So 0.45 points is not too shabby. Furthermore, I think it's important to emphasize that a major secondary endpoint was something called the CDR global score, which is much more clinically meaningful. 0 means you're normal, 0.5 means you're MCI, 1 means you're mild dementia, 2 you're moderate dementia, and so on. And all these are very clinically obvious changes and very meaningful, because truly, none of us want to become CDR 0.5. We definitely don't want to become CDR 1. CDR 2 and 3 are horrible. And the trial, not just this trial, but the donanemab trial, showed a significant slowing of the progression in these scores. So it is, I think, clinically meaningful. Many people also are concerned that these drugs have side effects. They include edema, but most of these edema events are asymptomatic and very mild. and they seem to be mitigated if you can exclude people who are homozygous for ApoE4. The same story for ARIA hemorrhage. Most of the hemorrhagic events are microbleeds, which are asymptomatic and don't seem to have much clinical consequence. Furthermore, as I said, there was 17% of the population in the Clarity trial were Asian. And we were able to show in a sub-study that the efficacy of this drug was similar in Asians compared to the rest of the world, but side effects were halved. So it's much safer in Asians. We don't understand why, but real-world studies have borne this out. In fact, real-world studies have shown that the rate of side effects is lower than in clinical trials. So this led to lecanemab being approved by the FDA and has been improved in many countries around the world. I want to clarify that lecanemab is not a single flash in the pan. It was followed very closely by the success of donanemab, which is another monoclonal antibody, this one targeted against plaques, which again showed really significant amyloid reduction, as well as a reduction in the progression of disease. So 2 drugs now are positive, suggesting that there is a class effect. And again, donanemab was approved by the FDA and approved by many countries around the world. So that sounds good. But of course, unfortunately, we now live in a world where expert opinion is sometimes not respected. And also, our experts don't seem to agree with each other. So this happened last week, and it caused me a lot of grief because the Cochrane Review is very respected. It is our Bible of evidence-based medicine. And they've come out and said that anti-amyloid Alzheimer drugs show no clinically meaningful effect. I don't really understand how this review got through the review process, because as you can see here, they included 17 trials, of whom only 2 were positive. They included trials which didn't shift amyloid as well, had toxic effects, and really had poor readouts. And as you can see from this forest plot, both of the drugs which have been approved do have positive effects. Now, there are many reasons why the earlier trials didn't work out. And really, I think the most likely reason is that they just simply didn't shift amyloid enough. In the early days, I think many of us were a bit concerned as to whether you should really eliminate amyloid completely, because many people thought amyloid was important, had a physiological effect, etc., etc. However, it now turns out that probably is a threshold. If you don't reduce amyloid significantly, you will not get a clinical result. One of my friends who's an obstetrician and gynecologist asked me after this article came out, he said, "Chris, what's going on?" And I offered this simple analogy. I said, "Look, is fertility treatment effective?" He said, "Yeah, of course." I said, "Well, if you had 10 trials and 8 of them did not fertilize the egg and did not implant the egg, but 2 were positive, and the Cochrane Review said fertility treatments were not clinically meaningful, that would be a problem." And then he kind of agreed. So I think that is the situation right now. We have effective treatments, but are we ready for them? And the sad truth is that we're probably not. Most health systems are already really busy. We don't have the capacity to detect and diagnose early Alzheimer's disease. We really don't have the capacity to enable timely clinical use of these disease-modifying drugs. Worst of all, as more people learn about these drugs, I think that our systems, which are already at capacity, will buckle. So we think that if we don't improve the system, we won't have time for cognitive assessments, we won't have sufficiently good access to these specialized tests we need to diagnose the condition, and we have to overcome a lot of ignorance. So In preparation for the rollout of anti-Alzheimer's drugs, colleagues in Asia and also around the world have tried to develop better frameworks. And here's one of the things that we've done in Asia. We've provided practical guidance. And to summarize this, really there are 5 pillars. There has to be, of course, evidence-based diagnostic protocol and the infrastructure for it. We have to have facilities for infusions because these are drugs given by infusions. We have to monitor side effects. We have to make sure that multidisciplinary and cross-disciplinary collaborations exist. And of course, education is really important if we are to ensure the safe delivery of these drugs. And we have to address all the challenges that affect Alzheimer's disease diagnosis, treatment, and care, including current clinical practices, which are really reactive rather than proactive, infrequent use of diagnostic testing because of therapeutic nihilism, cost constraints for the use of these diagnostics, including, of course, everybody's worried about PET. It's very expensive, might not be available, but as Suvana knows, in India, when there was so much concern about the lack of PET, it turns out everybody does CSF. So there are ways around it. In addition, there is this lack of capability to diagnose people early, and I think this is the most fundamental problem. Most of our systems are prepared to diagnose dementia. We are not good at diagnosing people with MCI, and this exists across Asia. Really, the only country that seems to be able to do this well is Korea. The rest of us don't. And we have to keep on emphasizing to our colleagues and to the health system that there are benefits for early diagnosis. And these should be repeatedly emphasized to our politicians and leaders. As I said, we need to put in diagnostic protocols and infrastructure. We need to use the biomarkers that we have, but importantly, we can use new biomarkers. So if you're interested, there's been a revolution in blood biomarkers for dementia. You've heard various people talk about the various blood biomarkers in earlier sessions, but if you're keen to know more about them, here's a review that our group did explaining the kinds of technologies which allow us to detect important isoforms of amyloid in the blood with extremely high sensitivity. Now, a few years ago, we used p-tau 181 and the ratio of p-tau 181 to amyloid to try and diagnose people with amyloid PET positivity. And we were quite happy that we achieved an AUC of 0.89. But you can't see, the figures are too small. This doesn't reach very high levels of sensitivity and specificity. It has been proposed that in order for blood biomarkers to be routinely used in clinical practice, we really need to reach levels of 90% sensitivity and specificity. That was thought to be impossible until the advent of p-tau 217, which showed fabulously good results. In fact, results equivalent to CSF testing. Now, these studies were done in research cohorts mostly in America and in Europe. So it became very important for us to see whether these kinds of tests are applicable across the world. Happily, when we replicated this study in our Singaporean cohort, which has a high prevalence of concomitant cerebrovascular disease, the cutoffs and the performance were virtually identical to the earlier test. So p-tau 217 really looks, at least using this Seymour platform, to be very good. And we're looking forward to the day that blood biomarkers become our optimal first-line biomarker, and we may then, depending on the results of the test, use other tests to rule out or to rule in Alzheimer's disease before we start treatment. Treatment is now given by infusions, so you need to have infusion facilities and procedures to deliver the drug safely. Suffice to say, you need trained personnel and you need the infrastructure. Improvement of infusion capacity is really important. So this can take the shape of either outpatient infusion centers or home infusions, maybe after people become much more confident in the use of these treatments once you begin. in the inpatient setting. Monitoring, identifying, and managing ARIAs seems very difficult, but actually it's not too bad. Once you get your protocols in, it's really a lot easier than doing intravenous thrombolysis for stroke. The recommendations for ARIA monitoring include regular MRIs and a cooperative neuroradiologist who's able to go and sort of read out the scans for you, and therefore you can take the advice that's been given as to whether to continue dosing, suspend, or completely discontinue treatment, depending on the severity of the ARIA. I think it's very important to emphasize that you need good interdisciplinary collaboration. Neurologists cannot do it by themselves. You need to collaborate with your general physicians and, importantly, with your emergency medicine physicians, because many cases of ARIA will come in through emergency rather than through your outpatient clinics. Therefore, education of medical professionals is vital, as is education of patients and caregivers. Patients need to understand that whilst there may be potential adverse events, there is potential benefit, and that these adverse events can be mitigated by genotyping for ApoE4 and also the avoidance of certain types of drugs. So, to conclude, I think that all those things can be put into practice, but we need to be able to explain to patients what is the clinical meaningfulness of these anti-amyloid antibodies. As you heard earlier on from Lenny Shallcross, these treatments buy you time. And therefore, it is very important for you to try and understand with your patients what they're going to do with this time. So we advocate this conceptual connect, align, reframe, and explain communication framework. And what it boils down is a holistic approach. There is no single test which will tell you whether this treatment is clinically meaningful. You need to be sensitive to what patients want and what is possible. So to put it in a nutshell, clinical meaningfulness is living longer as well as living better. And in order to determine whether this treatment is useful for your patient, it is probably sensible to sit down and talk about what they want, what they're aiming for. So to conclude, we have effective treatments, but in order to deliver these treatments well, we need to have a better overall model of care. Emphasize early identification, precise biomarker diagnosis, so as to see whether they're eligible for therapy, cross-disciplinary collaborations, the ability to monitor, identify, and manage ARIA, and of course, to deliver the drug safely. So are we ready? I think that to begin with, probably only centers of excellence will be ready. But once you set the example, this will trickle down. Are we ready in the Western Pacific? Sadly, when we did a survey in the Western Pacific, as you can see the countries here, most countries, I'm not going to enlarge it, said no to most of the questions. But increasingly, because we recognize this to be a problem, most countries are now addressing this. And I hope that in the future, we will move towards this new generation of clinical care for Alzheimer's disease, which emphasizes early detection even prior to symptoms, early detection in secondary care, and precise phenotyping and appropriate treatment in tertiary care. So I'll conclude by saying precision medicine for Alzheimer's disease has arrived. Are we ready for it? We can become ready for it. I think the answer lies in blood biomarkers, and to validate this in the real world and to be able to interpret them correctly, and enabling ourselves to utilize the existing disease-modifying treatments, but also to initiate research to make sure that more such treatments, more accessible treatments, cheaper treatments are available. Thank you very much.
So we are open to questions to Professor Chen. Yes. Here, please.
Thank you.
Thank you for this very great talk. You mentioned amyloid beta. Right now it's very clear that Alzheimer's, Parkinson, and as well depression have nothing to do with brain inflammation. So do you have any data on how much brain inflammation markers are lowered by this by those antibody treatments?
We don't have very good biomarkers for neuroinflammation. If you believe that GFAP is a good biomarker, yes, these treatments lower GFAP. But you know, I'm not convinced that it's an excellent biomarker.
Any other questions? Yes.
Thank you very much for wonderful presentation. The Cochrane publication had an immediate effect in Italy, in my country, because the government immediately stopped the pathway of providing lecanemab to population, and we are rearranging. So that had enormous political consequences. How do we overcome this? Because, as you said, Cochrane is very respected body, but that publication caused enormous problems. So how do, as international community, how do we respond to that? Because that has political consequences.
I think that as far as I know, no respectable scientist has not been critical of this Cochrane review. But I think that politicians are always eager to save money, and they're always happy to exploit differences. I don't know. We live in such a strange world these days. We used to have sensible discourses about pros and cons of treatment, but they were usually within academic circles. But now the world is open. Anybody can say almost anything they want. So I think that Cochrane owes a great responsibility to this. Suffice to say that anti-amyloid treatment has touched off a huge wave of resentment. I don't know whether it's because there are people who are unhappy that their particular theory is not proven, they want some other treatment in, or they just have an axe to grind. I'm actually very disappointed in my colleagues. Now, I am a bit hopeful because I'm old enough to remember when thrombolysis came in for stroke. And you may recall that many people were very upset that thrombolysis came in. The accident emergency group immediately came out with a position paper saying this was wrong, we shouldn't do it, etc., etc. But time and experience weighed against them. Now, I also think this is a cultural issue. I think that most neurologists of that period, neurology was a very gentlemanly sport. Yeah, you came in and you said, my goodness, this is an interesting patient. They've got Wallenberg syndrome. Just give them aspirin and bye-bye. And people were not happy. They had to get up middle of the night and give treatment. I think many people looking after dementia patients are also not terribly happy that they're going to have to do all these very sophisticated investigations and to give infusion treatments, I think. Also, and this is probably correct, many people are also worried that this emphasis on early MCI, early dementia, leaves out the bulk of our patients with moderate to severe dementia. So for a whole range of reasons, there has been this wave of antipathy towards this, I think, revolution in treatment. But I think time will overcome this.
So we have another question, Dr. Charagano.
Yes. So sorry to go on a tirade about this, but it's very irritating.
This is a personal comment, Professor. I am a reviewer from McMaster University for the last 25 years of my life. Yes. And on this Monday, I have a very, very difficult decision to make. Because I am a reviewer, a second reviewer for published articles, and I received in my hands the article from Cochrane. Yes. So for first time in my life, I had to reject and refuse and give a very bad qualification to the article. And let me share with you that from McMaster University, and I studied also in Oxford, we reject that article because it's very bad in methodological ways. So let me share with you that recommendation.
Can you write the paper? Can you write the paper on this?
The paper about?
Reason for rejecting a Cochrane review.
Okay, I made the comments and were accepted, of course. Yes, it's a very bad article.
Yes, it's disappointing, but I guess if you do what you said you were going to do, then it's hard to reject a Cochrane review. But I think the conclusions are not right. Okay, ultimately, their conclusion was that there's no clinical meaningfulness. I put it to most of us that clinical meaningfulness is really something which is outside clinical trials. A clinical trial is designed to show whether a treatment is effective and safe. Whether it's clinically meaningful really depends on the patient. That's how we put it.
So I have a question regarding your position as Asian president of the Dementia Association there. How China is approaching this issue of dementia, because we don't know anything about China. We know about plans in Norway, in Argentina, in France, in America, but tell us a bit about China, what they are doing, how they are dealing with the epidemic of dementia.
Well, China is a bit of a mystery to me too, but I do go and visit, and I have to say that I'm really, really impressed by how quickly China has developed, how really fantastic the facilities are, and how they're delivering high quality care. Now, it may not be completely equitable. What happens in the big cities is very different from what happens in rural areas. And in fact, many people from rural areas still travel to the urban centers to get quality treatment. But they do that because actually the transport system in China is amazing. You know, they have high-speed trains. You can do outpatient clinics traveling 4 hours, 600 kilometers away, coming into Shanghai or to Beijing. It is possible. Now, I know that they were one of the first countries to approve these disease-modifying treatments. And the uptake is high. It's expensive, but it's high. Uptake is high. China also has a strong program in developing anti-dementia treatments. You may have heard of the treatment that was approved by the Chinese FDA using algae, which was quite controversial, but I think that there will be many more treatments moving ahead. Chinese pharma is amazing. They have made tremendous progress. So I think that in the future, just as happened in stroke, I think many of us who work in stroke know that all the positive trials come from China now. And they can do trials on all kinds of huge populations of rare diseases because they are so organized.
Nice. Well, thank you so much. A big applause for. Thank you. Great talk.
Well, we start our next session. It's entitled Brain Health Across the Lifespan, Determinants, Disparities, and Policy Lessons. We are pleased to introduce Dr. Hernando Santamaria Garcia from the Global Brain Health Institute. Dr. Santamaria Garcia is a psychiatrist and neuroscientist from at Pontificia University, Javeriana, and clinician research at Hospital Universitario San Ignacio in Bogota, Colombia. So, he also is Senior Atlantic Fellow in Brain Health at the University of California, San Francisco, through the Global Brain Health Institute. Today, he will present his vast experience into presentation titled The Epigenetic Toll of Social Adversity, Implication for Neurodegeneration and Public Health. Please welcome Dr. Santa Maria Garcia.
So thank you so much. I'm really glad to be here. Thank you so much, Facundo. Thank you so much, Teresa, Maria, and all the team of INECO. This is a very special time for me because I did my postdoc here with Dr. Agustin Ibanez, and always is grateful for me to come back to Argentina and Buenos Aires. So today I will try to convince you. I will try to depict you the idea that the social disparities in general, the individual experience of social disparities like poverty, social exclusion, social stress, but also disparities associated with the country or the structural level could impact the brain health and its disorders. And also I want to convey to you at the end of this presentation that you have some metrics, some important measures to track those consequences. Just to start with, when you see the global burden disease image revealing the increasing of dementia prevalence across the globe, you could detect rapidly a clear pattern in the global south. As you can see, most of the prevalence in the global south countries are increasing even more than in the rest of the country. And when you try to analyze what is the grounding, the reasons of that increasing, you could track that it's not only due to population aging, but due to the increased presence of social and medical risk associated with dementia. I'm trying to convey you the idea that those very classical factors described by Livingston and the Lancet Commission of Dementia Prevention, including depression, cardiometabolic risk, sensory perceptual skills, including low rates of education, including social isolation, but also other type of factors related to those lifestyles that affect your brain health are even increased in global south countries. When you see the situation in Latin America, you have higher prevalences of poverty, you have higher prevalences of social exclusion, you have low rates of education attainment, you have high rates of isolation too. And as occurs in my country, Colombia, you have high levels of social stress. This is very, very particular, not only for Colombia, but for many, many countries in the global south. In my case, in Colombia, as you know, we have more than 7 decades of armed internal conflict. We have higher rates of displacement. We have higher rates of kidnapping. We have higher rates of killed people for many, many years. So we have a accumulated burden of social stress across the years. But at the same time, you have another bad luck with the prevalence of cardiometabolic risk. Across the globe, in the global south, in particular Latin America and Africa, even in some regions of Asia, you have high rates of diabetes, high rates of hypertension, high rates of obesity. You have high rates also of difficulties to access to good nutrition. You have the so-called nutritional disorder. So you have more or less like a strange and bad combination of social risk, but also cardiometabolic and medical risk that also could impact the brain health rates. But when you try to see and you try to compare how those social risk and medical risk interact to predict brain health measures like cognition or functional ability, in our countries, we obtain that we see that there's a higher prevalence of social factors impacting brain health. We have high impact of lower rates of education. Socioeconomic status impacts brain health, but also isolation impacts brain health, even in the same measure like cardiometabolic risk. So the social factors are critical for brain health. We try to go a step forward on that, and we try to create, with Agustin Ibanez and other of our friends and colleagues from Latin America, we try to create a metric of aging based on the profile of social and medical risk. We try to create like a biobehavioral clock of aging. And considering your profile of cardiometabolic risk, your profile of education, your profile of social networks, your profile of lifestyles, we create estimation of your age. And we detect, as expected, that populations from Latin America, Africa, and Asia looks older than populations from Europe. And more importantly, not only the social and medical factors accelerates in some ways your age, but the structural country level factors too. For instance, social inequality of the country. For instance, the level of environmental air pollution, and also the level of instability in terms of democracy of political issues also impact your aging. So with that slide, I will try to convey you that social determinants of health, the individual experience of them, are important for your brain health, but not only the individual factors, rather than also the structural ones. And this is very important for Latin American populations because we have other risk to, in this case, more associated with ancestry and genetics. As you know, and you are aware of that, in Latin America we have one of the largest kindred of families in patients with the presenilin-1 mutation associated with Alzheimer's disease. We have different patterns of genotype/phenotype associations in Latin America. We detected different mutations, we detected risk variants, we detected different haplotypes associated with neurodegeneration in our populations. And that is grounded in a mixed ancestry that needs to be even more developed. So in some ways we have like a profile, a cocktail of social risk, but also a combination of ancestry and genetic factors that could impact the phenotypes. So with that panorama, epigenetics, which is a neuroscientific, a biological technique that could detect the level of change in the expression of your genes based on your exposures, could be a good strategy, could be a good tool to detect the biological embedded of that social disparity or social adversity that I mentioned. Epigenetics is a technique that it's not related with changes in DNA itself, but it detects the level of changes in expression of genes. If you have some metrics of epigenetics high, maybe your genes are blocked. If you have those metrics low, maybe your genes are activated. And how do you change that level of blocking or activation of genes based on the exposures that you have? For instance, poverty, for instance, social exclusion, social stress, air pollution, and lifestyles. So epigenetics is a good technique to track the biological embedded of social disparities. Epigenetics offers you different techniques to measure that. You could generate measures of biological aging or measures of acceleration of your biological aging. That is so-called the epigenetic clocks. And also you could track and you could create some specific organ clocks based on epigenetic markers. So you could have epigenetic clocks, but also, for instance, brain clocks, liver clocks, musculoskeletal clocks, hair clocks, etc., etc. Based on that, and leveraging all the job done by Agustin Ibanez, Bruce Miller, and all our colleagues in Latin America with the Red Lab project, together with Michael Corley and Agustin Ibanez, we obtained this R01 to track social epigenetic markers in the dementias in Latin America. And we try to measure specifically how different social determinants of health, including social disparities and structural disparities, could impact, in particular, one metric in epigenetics. The name is methylation, the level of methylation. If you have higher methylation, you have blocked genes. If you have low methylation in some regions, you have genes activated. We started to run some analysis on that, and we see that epigenetic clocks and organ clocks could be a good metric to to anticipate and predict brain health outcomes. For instance, the level of epigenetic clocks could be a good predictor of the level of the advances in the pattern of atrophy across the years. Moreover, we try to assess in red blood populations the level of social risk that they have. And we create this index, the accumulated social risk score, and we see that people that have higher rates of social risk have accelerated epigenetic aging and accelerated epigenetic clocks in specific organs, for instance, brain, liver, inflammation clocks, omic clocks, and other related clocks. And this pattern is even higher, is even worse in patients with dementia. Moreover, the epigenetic markers could be a good mediator variable to assess the role or associations between psychosocial global risk and brain health outcomes. In particular, as much as you have higher levels of social risk, you have higher levels of epigenetic age, and it impacts brain health. This is interesting because the epigenetic metrics could also shape and map the patterns of structural and functional changes in the brain. As you can see, epigenetic clocks, specifically brain clocks, and some epigenetic clocks like Grimmage could map some brain areas very, very well associated and described for Alzheimer's disease, but also for in the classical frontotemporal insular pattern in frontotemporal dementia. This is the last part of my talk, and just want to mention the recent results that we are obtaining. For us, it's very, very interesting because we try to create global profiles following the same kind of methodology like GWAS. We create the EWAS, Environmental Wide Association Study, tracking across the genome how different social risk patterns impact in the expression of different genes. And you can see, for instance, here, an integrated social risk scores impacts in different spots across the genome. Importantly, we detect that the increasing of the social risk impact in the promoter zone of the WNT9B gene, which is very interesting because that gene, it's very associated with neuronal survival, neuroplasticity, and reduced inflammation. So in some ways, social disparity is blocking some genes associated with the abilities that you have for neural survival and neuroplasticity, and maybe it could impact the brain health outcomes that we have with dementia patients. Just to summarize, brain health disorders show marked global disparities with high prevalence in Global South. Individual risk factors, social determinants of health, and structural adversities could explain that differences. Biological factors and social exposomes interact to shape emergency of brain health disorders. Epigenetics is a good tool to capture the biological embedding of social adversity. Accelerated organ and epigenetic clocks are associated with high social risk in brain health, in controls, and neurodegeneration too. These clocks also predict brain health measures, including brain volume and function. EWAS analysis, preliminary analysis, show that social disparity might silence some genes associated with neuroplasticity and neural survival. And just to finalize, social disparities become biological embedded with important consequences for clinics and public health. Just to finalize, I want to say thank you to all my colleagues and our friends and our mentors, and just to say thank you to all the team, the early research career students that we have in Colombia, very talented, motivated group of people that makes this possible. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Dr. Santa Maria Garcia, for the powerful presentation. Our next speaker is Professor Stefan du Plessis, who joins us virtually from South Africa, representing Stellenbosch University and the South African Medical Research Council. His research is mainly dedicated to neurobiological and behavioral biomarkers, particularly in HIV-associated neurocognitive disorders, using advanced neuromachine and multiple tasks. He also lead innovate project incorporate virtual reality and psychophysiological studies, stress, cognition, and emotional regulation with application in scalable mental health intervention. His presentation is entitled Stress, Inequality, and the Brain, Cumulative Risk Across the Lifespan. We will now proceed to the recorded lecture.
Good morning, afternoon, everyone, depending, I suppose, where you find yourself in the world at present. My name is Stefan du Plessis. I'm from the Department of Psychiatry at the Stellenbosch University in South Africa, Cape Town. Today I'll be talking about stress and trauma in low-resource settings or lower middle income LMIC countries, specifically looking at digital interventions and future directions with a focus on where immersive technologies like virtual reality might take us. So, stress and trauma represent a major burden in middle income countries, not only at the individual level but also socially and economically. At the same time, one of the biggest challenges we face is that the access to evidence-based treatment remains limited. This is because of that effective treatments don't exist. We know that they do, but rather the issue is that treatments are constrained by shortage of trained practitioners, limited infrastructure, and our ability to deliver care at scale. So the problem is not just knowledge, but also the delivery. One approach that has shown great promise, of course, is task shifting, where trained lay counselors or similarly qualified people deliver brief psychological interventions. This has been particularly useful in expanding access. However, there are still important challenges, such as sustainability of modern evidence-based treatments and management of more complex cases, especially for task shifting, where additional assistance might be required. So while task shifting does help, it doesn't fully solve the problem, especially when we think about scalability and consistency of care. This brings us to digital mental health interventions, most of which show promise in ameliorating the concerns I just mentioned. There's a wide and growing range of tools, mobile apps, online programs, SMS-based interventions, telepsychiatry, wearables, all very cost-effective and available technologies, and of course increasingly immersive technologies such as virtual reality. One of the key advantages here is for digital mental health interventions is its scalability, with increasing internet access and access to smartphones because of decrease in costs and availability of cell phone networks, even in rural and underserved areas. These interventions can potentially reach very far and more people that traditional services ever could in these settings. So digital tools, we know, do help. They could potentially bridge workforce gaps, provide access where professionals are unavailable, and importantly, there's already evidence of their effectiveness. For example, computerized CBT shows improvement in depression and anxiety. Moderate effects are seen for major depressive disorder and substance use disorders. And there's also emerging LMIC studies that are starting to show clinical benefits. So it's not just theoretical anymore, but it's already happening for us. However, there are important limitations currently to these technologies. First, much of the evidence still comes from high-income settings with limited LMIC representation in literature, small sample sizes even for studies in high-income settings, high variability because of so many different technologies being tested. And secondly, there are also implementation challenges specifically to LMICs, infrastructure, engagement with the communities, cultural and contextual fit is important and not really worked on. And perhaps most importantly, many digital interventions rely heavily on self-report measures and are often designed in foreign and high-income settings and are relatively passive in terms of their interaction. This limits our ability to capture real-world behavior or engage people in real-world behavior or settings, and therefore we lack true understanding as well as and therefore this hampers our ability to create good treatment strategies in these settings. So this leads us to a key gap. What is missing is the ability to assess real-world behavior at scale in controlled lifelike environments. In other words, not just asking people how they feel, but actually observing how they respond in meaningful situations. Traditional approaches often rely on self-report or asking participants to recall or imagine successful experiences. These methods are difficult to standardize, depend on therapist skill, and reliant on the participant's ability to vividly recall experiences. This introduces variability and limits ecological validity. So the question becomes, can we create lifelike controlled experiences that improve how we understand and treat stress and anxiety in an ELMIC context? This is where virtual reality exposure therapy, as an example of a treatment in stress and anxiety, is paving the way and shows great promise, especially in recent literature. Virtual reality uses a head-mounted display to immerse users in interactive computer-generated environments that simulate real-world situations. What this allows us to do is move beyond just imagination and patient recall, but instead provide direct and controlled exposure and situations as examples for therapy. Traditional exposure therapy is highly effective but requires trained clinicians, and of course is difficult to standardize, is very costly, but virtual reality-based therapy offers a standardized exposure, greater control over the environment, and perhaps surprisingly also lower cost delivery. Importantly, VRET is comparable in effectiveness to traditional CBT and exposure-based therapies. It can enhance outcomes when used alongside standard care. So we're not planning to replace clinicians, but rather planning to supplement their care. So in context of ELMICs, this opens up an interesting possibility. VRET could serve as a structured adjunct tool for lay counselors, helping to deliver standardized care, reduce reliance on specialist expertise, but of course not replacing it, and expanding access to exposure-based and similar innovative stress-based therapies, automated therapies that's delivered in a virtual environment. However, there's still, of course, a major gap. We know relatively little of its feasibility and scalability in ELMIC settings. To start addressing this, here at Stellenbosch we conduct ongoing pilot work looking at whether VR can induce controlled stress responses in low resource context. Our initial results are encouraging. We see robust physiological stress responses, particularly in electrodermal activity, significant increases in subjective stress, and importantly, these responses were reasonably consistent across participants. Recently, in a sample of around 80 individuals, for example, we showed good engagement with our community advisory board and successful deployment outside high-resource laboratories. This suggests that VR can be used to induce measurable controlled stress responses in a way that's both potentially scalable and ecologically meaningful. So to conclude, digital mental health interventions are essential in resource-constrained settings and should not be overlooked. They offer scalability, accessibility, and growing evidence of effectiveness. However, they are currently limited in their ability to capture real-world behavior. VR offers a promising way to bridge this gap by providing controlled, immersive environments, enabling standardized behavioral measurements, and potentially supporting task-shifted care models in fully developed therapies. While feasibility and scalability still needs to be fully established in ELMIC context, early evidence suggests that this is a viable and promising direction. So thank you so much for your attention.
Well, we thank Professor Esteban for a very interesting presentation, and our next speaker is Professor Claudia Braga. She's president of the WHO Strategic and Technical Advisory Group on Mental Health, Substance Abuse and Brain Health, and board member of the World Association of Psychosocial Rehabilitation. Claudia is professor of occupational therapy at the University of São Paulo, Brazil, and has served as consultant to WHO and WHO of mental health, substance use, violence, and disabilities. She has also led service assessment and promote the institutionalization strategy for people with mental health condition and intellectual or cognitive disabilities. Her main areas of expertise include public policy, human rights, mental health, substance use, and brain health. Her presentation is entitled The Role of the Institutionalization and Human Rights Strategies, Lesson for South America.
Buenas tardes. Thank you for the invitation. And to start, I have to say that I thought that would be a total different approach from previous talks. But actually, today I could find some relations with the previous presentations, and I hope you can find them too. And the reason that I thought that it would be different is because today I'm going to cover those topics. What exactly the institutionalization, or DI, just to make things easier, means, why we should talk about this in a brain health meeting, and how we can work with a human rights approach to improve our work in brain health. So to begin, what DI means. Usually people think and knows DI as downsizing psychiatric hospitals, especially long-term and with those with human rights violations, and opening community-based services. And so we do that in order so people can live in the community and have access to care. And for sure, I know I'm small, so I'm going to, DI involves this, but it's more than this, and definitely goes beyond psychiatry. So, DI can be understood as an approach to laws, public policy, services, and practice, involving a set of actions guided by one goal: to provide the best integrated and community-based care for people with complex needs, promoting human rights. And this including responding to health needs, such as neurological conditions, but also providing social support, housing, education, and work opportunities. And for this reason, DI involves actions at different levels. For instance, at the legal level, we need laws to be updated, so they are focused on protecting and supporting people. And we have many laws that are not updated, considering the brain health field, in the world, I mean. Also, in terms of budget, for instance, we need what we call as budget reconversion, which is a resource reallocation process where the same financial resources that were used for long-term institutions are now redirected to community services. And I know this may sound simple, but in the government system, it's a nightmare to be put in practice, mainly because political disputes, but also because we need administrative mechanisms for that. It's not that simple, and we need to do that. And it also involves reform, training, and research, and capacity building at all levels, and to create integrated network-based care. And the question, well, why is this important for brain health? As we saw in previous presentations, first, because of the burden of disease. The burden of neurological conditions is high, and Matthias mentioned a lot of data and numbers about that, so I'm not going to repeat. What's important is that data show, and this is on the major, it's basically on the WHO Atlas on brain health, that this burden is even higher in low and middle income countries, but let's remember, as mentioned by our previous colleague, this is a problem also of high income countries, because high income countries also has internal inequalities. Second, we need, this is important for brain health because brain health conditions are a major cause of disability. And also DI matters for brain health because people are aging. And this is on the brochure of this meeting. And these issues, all of those, they tend to lead to a situation where people, because of their disability or older age, they are placed in long-term institutions with a large number of people. This happens. This is everywhere in the world. And let me remember just one data that Matias shared today with us, and I didn't know about that. That in Brazil, where I come from, 25% of the caregivers have to leave their jobs to take care of their relatives. And then I asked myself, okay, but what about the other 75%? They have their jobs, but what happened with their relatives? And I think it's fair to say that some are receiving proper care, but I wouldn't be surprised if some are actually in long-term institutions, and that's why their relatives and their families, the caregivers, don't have to leave their jobs. So this is something that we have to look for. Obviously, people need long-term care. The issue is where long-term care is delivered. So that's the problem here. And long-term institutions, they are not the answer. So DI is a brain health issue, mainly because it's an ethical issue, and we are here because we care about people, number one. Also, brain health, DI is a brain health issue because if people are not receiving proper care, we have to do something more. And because, well, it's fair with people that we have to do that so they can have access actually to those brilliant initiatives and innovations that we are seeing. If they are in long-term institutions, they are not going to have access to them. So it's something that it's important for us as well in the brain health field. And also it's important because of a financial issue, and we have to talk about that. Those institutions, the long-term, with a large number of people, they consume a large amount of resources, of public resources, of government resources. And as long as funding remains concentrated in those institutions, and they are concentrated there, Matias showed that with data as well, there will always be limited resources for community service and innovation. So we need to allocate resources, so that's why. And again, this is a reality everywhere. So in the first photo, you see a long-term institution for people with neurological conditions in Brazil, and the second one shows a long-term residential facility in England, and both face similar challenges. So this is everywhere. It matters for low and middle-income countries, but it's also a problem for high-income countries. Okay, so we need to move beyond. What do we need? We need to have laws that are aligned with the Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities, the CRPD. For instance, we need to redirect the large amount of resources currently spent on long-term institutions for a large number of people that are not really providing care and that create barriers for people who have proper health care. And let's remember again that it's very often in those institutions what happens is that they provide basic health care inside the institution. As if this was a good thing. And the problem is that with that, actually we create a barrier for people accessing general health and specialized health care. So that's a problem. And we also need to rethink our training and our research in brain health field. We still need to move forward in how we include people with neurological conditions in research design, in journal boards, and in ethics committees. We have moved and advanced a lot on mental health field, for instance. We really need to work to move also things on brain health field. And also we need to think about how to bring other sectors to discussion, as mentioned also in one of the talks today. And the good news is that countries have been making progress on this, and what I shared with you has actually been done. And here you see another picture of that first institution for people with neurological conditions from Brazil, and I took that picture that you see there. And just to show how we have been moving forward between 2020 and 2022, I led in Brazil, in Rio de Janeiro to be more precise, the development of strategies to carry out DI in that institution. That was a long-term institution that by that time had 45 people with different neurological conditions, and they had been living there for between 5 and 30 years. This was not a psychiatric hospital. It was a mix of housing and health services for people with neurological conditions and disabilities. And as part of this work, we carried out, with a team of course, an assessment using the WHO Quality Rights Toolkit, which was essential to understand the quality of rights of the people that were living there, and also it was essential to provide a path of transformation. And I could speak a lot about this process, all the steps, and to share all the results of the assessments, and for sure, that was a service that needed some level of intervention, but I'm going to focus today on the outcomes of what we have done. So after 2 years process, we reallocated resources and created community-based homes with up to 8 people in each house. So we closed down that institution, but we closed down to make sure that we could create new homes for people to access better healthcare. People started to access regular healthcare services, including specialized rehabilitation services, instead of receiving healthcare only inside the institution. And we also created monitoring strategies for the whole system. Finally, as a result, the state of Rio de Janeiro created last year a plan to reorganize this kind of long-term institution, long-term facilities, shifting the model to a community-based one and impacting really hundreds of people that now will have the chance to access better healthcare services. So just to conclude, I'd like to point that if you want to bring closer, and a disclaimer here, I came from the mental health field and the substance use field, and I've been working with the brain health field for the past 2022 to now, so I don't know, like 4 years more or less. And from my perspective, I think that if you want to bring it closer, brain health and mental health fields, it's important for brain health field to move closer to the principles of the CRPD. This can improve the quality of care, this can open doors for new partnerships, and this can strengthen the field of brain health as a whole. And I do believe that a good starting point would be to take seriously the Article 12 of the CRPD. The Article 12 of the CRPD is the article about the equal recognition before the law. This means that we recognize the legal capacity of people. And for instance, one thing that could be done is developing tools for supported decision-making. Think, for example, about people living with Alzheimer or with dementia, and we know by practice that this improves a lot the outcomes of healthcare practices. But I don't think that's the only reason why we should focus on Article 12. From my perspective, this is the main article of the CRPD, and the reason is because when we recognize that people with disabilities, and again, brain health is a major cause of disability, when we recognize that people with disabilities, they have the ability to express his or her own opinion, even with communication challenges, and we know that there are not a lot of communication challenges when you think about brain health conditions. This can lead to an important cultural shift on how we as society relate with people with neurological conditions. And this can bring also communities closer. One of the speakers today said the importance of this, of bringing communities closer to our action. And this could be a path to do that. And again, to close, and as mentioned, I'm just going to reinforce one argument of the, I'm sorry, I forgot your name, but of the lady that came before me, and she mentioned that we have to do that together to change people's lives, and I absolutely agree on that. So that's the reason that I do believe, and I'm going to advocate here for the importance of shifting a model also in brain health field, because this actually may create possibilities for us to implement all the innovations that we want to see in practice. Thank you so much.
Sí, voy directo a las preguntas. Sí, so now we have time for question. Sorry.
Well, thank you so much for this excellent presentation. And our next and last speaker of this session is Professor Cristina Adorhan, Director and full Professor of the Department of Psychiatry and Psychotherapy at the University of Bern, Switzerland. She also served as Director of Teaching and Research and as Vice Dean for Internationalization and National Networking of the Faculty of Medicine at the University of Bern. Her clinical and research focus is on global mental health, with particular emphasis on brain health and the global South and Africa. She conducts clinical and biological studies and worked on improving healthcare structure and education on the field of mental and brain health. Her presentation is entitled Environmental and Genetic Factor Lessons for Africa. Please welcome Professor Adorhan.
Thank you so much for this very kind introduction. So I am really happy to be here today with you in this really beautiful city of Buenos Aires. I very much would like to give you a presentation about environmental and genetic factors. What can we learn from Africa? And I very much would like to focus on psychosis, substance abuse, and trauma. First, I would like to give you some theoretical backgrounds, and afterwards I would like to show you a study which has a relevance for future activities in Ethiopia, and afterwards I would like to show you the importance of the work. So, a few words to the theoretical backgrounds. What is, you know probably psychosis. Psychotic disorders are serious mental illnesses that often place a high burden on patients, but also their families and the society in general, especially in low and middle income countries. Psychotic disorders are rare in the general population, but there are subclinical psychotic symptoms, and they are really frequent. And we know also about subclinical psychotic symptoms that are transient. And we talk about the continuum model, as individuals with subclinical psychotic symptoms have higher risk to develop psychotic disorders later in life. And we know about the environmental factors which could be relevant for the development of psychotic symptoms. They are associated with stress and dopamine, and it is right now unclear whether amphetamine-like substances, for example, can cause psychotic disorders in healthy individuals, or whether they just trigger onset only in individuals with pre-existing high vulnerability to the disease. And we know about different hypotheses why people take drugs to use and to treat psychotic symptoms. One of them are the self-medication hypothesis. We know about the trauma hypothesis, but also about the sensitization model of psychosis, which means that repeated administration of amphetamines or drugs and exposure to stress can sensitize dopamine neurons in the brain, and it can lead to the higher release of dopamine, and it of course can lead to psychotic symptoms, and that's what we would like to wanted to see in an Ethiopian sample. You know, also, what does it mean, sensitization? This is an opposite of tolerance. Also, tolerance, you know, also you take the drug and you have to take more and more to get to the same effect, and sensitization is the opposite. It's enough to take a very small amount of the drug, or it's enough to have a very small amount of stress, and you will get these psychotic symptoms. We knew that different regions of the brain are somehow affected. For example, the striatum, nucleus caudatus, or putamen, and we know that these drugs have some effects on that. And of course, as if we want to understand different cultural settings, then we have to go there and see what kind of environmental factors these countries have, and why it is important to study these environmental factors on site. In Ethiopia, we know about one very important environmental factor. This is this cut. This is a plant. You can see here the origin of cut is in Ethiopia, and this is a plant. It grows everywhere. People take it in the mouth. They chew it, and it has amphetamine alkaloids, and of course it can cause psychotic symptoms. It's a legal drug in Ethiopia. It's a very important product of Ethiopia. You can see here the other original product in Ethiopia is coffee, and both of them are very important export products for this country, and of course many households use it to survive. And here you can see cat, this is a very interesting drug in comparison to heroin. Of course, the dependency potential is quite less. It has some physical harms, but it can cause also dependency. Here you can see another study of us at the Jima University. We just studied students. They chew cat very often, and if they stop chewing it, then we have the typical craving symptoms or withdrawal symptoms like depression, craving, irritability, insomnia, and all of these things. Cat has more than 40 different compounds, and the most important are catinone and norephedrine, and they have very important psychoactive effects on the nucleus accumbens and caudatus, quite similar to amphetamines and also to cannabis. And here you can see we just conducted one very important study in Ethiopia in the Gilgil-Gibe Field Research Center. Here the prevalence of cat chewing is very high. More than 63% of the male population is consuming this cat, and we just conducted this study in these two different settings in urban and rural areas. It was a longitudinal study with a very huge sample size, more than 800 individuals we just included in these studies, and we just collected also biological samples. That was the first biological study at the Jima University in the field of psychiatry. We tested commercially available biological measurement methods, and we just also used HPLC as a high-performance liquid chromatography to see how many cat alkaloids we have in the urine samples. So we just also wanted to validate the results of the phenotypic findings. The most important results we just found is here. You can see, first of all, we have many patients with psychotic symptoms after chewing cat. That's quite clear. But the main findings were that especially people who had traumatic experiences, they have very often psychotic symptoms. And it's not surprising. We know about the trauma hypothesis as well, but what we found is also that not only lifetime trauma plays a very important role, but also recent trauma. So we had 2 time points in this study, 9 as a T1 that was the beginning, and 9 months later we just re-evaluated all of these findings, and we just found that especially people who had recent trauma in the past 9 months, they just develop psychotic symptoms. And that brought us to this sensitization theory, which means if you had trauma in your childhood, for example, and if you consume drugs, and if you stop it, but if you have an additional trauma in the past, or you just take a very small amount of drug, then you will immediately get psychotic symptoms. So that we just found, some evidence for the sensitization theory. Then, in addition, we just also wanted to see whether there is a genetic background for that. It means, are these people somehow maybe have a predisposition for psychosis? We just conducted here the first genetic study at the Jima University, and I think in Ethiopia in general. We collected blood samples and we just trained how to for example, isolate DNA from the blood. In Ethiopia, we didn't want it to take the samples to Germany and or to Europe and analyze them there. So we wanted to teach how it works. Here you can see this is a population-based genetic results, as our sample is quite different to other American and Afro-American and African samples. As this is a very homogeneous population here. Here the people, I showed you the pictures, they live since 3,000 years together. Also it's really homogeneous. Also here in the GWAS we couldn't find a significant association for this finding, also it means for psychosis, trauma and substance use, but the reason was, I think, the very limited sample size. We could include only 100 people for this genetic study, so that's very important to go back there and have a huger sample size to continue and see the results in this regard. So what we could find is, in the general Ethiopian male population, we saw this sensitization theory. I have to emphasize here, I think it's very important to say general population, so it's not the clinical population, the really heavy users we see in the clinics, but this is in the general population. Then we saw that not only lifetime trauma, but also recent trauma plays a very important role in the development of psychosis. The availability has also a very important effect. And of course, trauma is a very important stressor. And trauma, you could ask, what does it mean in Ethiopia? It's not only just war or, the very big traumatic events you can imagine, but it also affected, for example, food insecurity, violence, or, for example, also the lack of medical care, which is very important in low and middle-income settings. And that brings me to the last point, importance of the work, why it is important to do studies or work like that. Here you can see Ethiopia. This is a country with more than 110 million inhabitants, but we have only 900 medical doctors here. And when I started working there, we had only 5 psychiatrists. Now we have 52 psychiatrists in Ethiopia, but mainly working in huge cities, in the capital, and the peripheric regions are very neglected. First of all, what we can do as a university, we can do teaching, as a teaching and education. We started a mental health master project there. We teach many public health workers and nurses in the field of mental health in different fields like applied neuroscience, psychopharmacology, social and family work, anti-stigma work, and so on. And right now we have more than 160 masters who just finished this program. And here you can see they work in different regions of the country, not only in the capital, Addis Ababa, but also in different regions. Here, for example, also in Doloado, which is a refugee camp. One of our masters here just implemented the first mental health care units here in this refugee camp. But why it is important to do research as well? Here you can look at these figures. Africa's share of global science production is clearly insufficient. Only around 8% they bring to the scientific outputs, and only 4 universities are in the global 500, top 500 universities, and all of them are in South Africa, and no one is there, or no universities are from the sub-Saharan African countries here. So therefore, it's very important to do research as well. And for example, it's a very important part is for climate change research. Yeah, and here you can look at these figures. The UN said, yeah, indigenous and local knowledge is very important to fight climate change. But at the present, 3.8% of global fundings for climate change research is spent on Africa. And of this very small amount, 78% goes to researchers outside of the continent. So that's not the way how to work together. Here, for example, yeah, greatest genetics variety in the world is in Africa, and only 2% of the genomics are recorded from African countries. And here you can see the Lancet Psychiatry paper 2023, Psychiatry Pharmacogenomics. Africans are not at the table, and this paper is not from 1999 or something like that. It's a quite new one. And here you can see, many countries are included in genetic research, but the African continent is not really well represented. So therefore, we would like to do something in this regard. We would like to go to Africa and to do university development there. We would like to improve the teaching and research possibilities. We work together with different institutions at the University of Bern. For example, we have many collaborations with Africa-associated initiatives. And for us, it's very important not just to do medical research, but we have to focus on different parts as well. For example, as I mentioned before, food insecurity plays a very important role in the field of mental health, and therefore we have to find together solution also with political and other institutions as well. We just published our results in World Psychiatry, and it was very important for the Jimma University, not only for us, of course, but also for the Jimma University to show also a sub-Saharan African country, not in the capital, but in the peripheric regions. In the peripheric region is able to publish good scientific results. And then afterwards, together with Thomas Schulz and some others, we just signed a memorandum of understanding for further research activities for low-income countries. Thomas will be the next president of the WPA, and I think it's very important to go forward together also for African countries. Now we have first initiatives for genetics in these countries, and I think this is very important to go forward also for genetics and biological research in general for low and middle income countries. And for possible solutions, I think it's very important to go to Africa, to learn from them, to see what kind of problems they have, to have interventions on community level, but also to involve the politicians, the society level, and of course other researchers and other faculties, economics, engineering, and all of these things. So I hope if we work together, we can achieve a lot. And of course, the most important thing is to always perceive each other as a partner and to take into consideration local and current needs from both sides. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you a lot for the presentation. They were great. We have time only for one question, and because of time, I have to do that. It's not easy. So I have it's nice. It's interesting because we finish with a panel most on mental health than strictly on brain health. So my question is, how do you think mental health and brain health can converge to inform both research and public policy, because in a lot of countries they are not so integrated. We have only one question, but we can have multi-response.
Just like in 30 seconds, maybe.
Well, I thank you so much, Andrea, for the question. I just want to say that when you are working on brain health, the current definitions on brain health include the well-being and mental health aspects. I think that I'm a psychiatrist, and in some ways I feel represented as a psychiatrist in the concept of brain health. In some ways I think that we need to work even harder in explore aspects that transcend the biological tissue. Aspects like meaning of life, purpose of life, aspects that are not easy to grasp because they are heterogeneous, they are mental. But I think that the brain health agenda, it's a good motor. It's a good initiative to start to focus on those aspects, to start to associate that the mental well-being depends on your physical health, but also, of course, in your brain health. And just to mention something about my country, when the people in my country start to talk about the brain health, I think that the mental health issues emerge and started to appear in the spot again. So I think that it's an opportunity that we need to take advantage of.
So I'm going to be very brief here for the sake of time. Just a point. I think they are different agendas, that's important, but they are also a shared agenda. And that's where we should focus. And I would say there are two main strategies to do that, to bring together, to bring closer both fields. One would be through research. Mental health and brain field, they share risk factors and they share social determinants. So one strategy is that one. We could work more on that path. But the other one is about people. Today we have listened to people here, some talks that told this, like for instance, people with Alzheimer also have depression. It's the same person. So it's obviously there is a shared agenda. So how can we create and work together to better integrate the care for that person? Because it's the same person. So I would focus on people. That's my point here. Thank you.
Thank you. Also, I just would like to say we are working on a review paper right now. This is quite new. We would like to would like to show what kind of well-being factors we have in Ethiopia. That's the first time that someone is just taking care of this, and we have the first results. And this is really, really interesting. And I have the feeling that African countries, they have really great resilience factors for mental health as well. But we have to understand this, and it's really surprising what they just created so far, and what kind of facts, also cultural factors, religious factors, and all of these things play an important role. And we will publish it soon. We are preparing this right now, and we are also working on another paper together with Thomas Schulz and some others. And we also would like to show what kind of solution for mental health care Africa has, because we always have the feeling they are just waiting for us, that we will come and show how it works, and it's not the case. They have really interesting solutions right now, and this is really also cultural adapted, and therefore I think it's very important to understand what's going on in different countries, and this regional adaptation, which is also for WHO, I think very important. This is really the key for future improvement of mental health care, especially in low and middle income countries.
We don't have any time more.
You're the chair?
Chair.
Okay. Spanish or English?
Yo hablo español. Igual hay otro coche. Dale. Okay. So, as we close the first day, I would like to sincerely thank you all for your presence and the engagement throughout the sessions. Our final session is entitled Advancing Neurorehabilitation for Brain Health, a Global Perspectives and Regional Lessons. We are honored to welcome Professor Konrad Rejdak, past president of the Polish Neurological Society, president of the Brain Health Cultural Association, and head of the chair and department of neurology at the Medical University of Lublin, Poland. Professor Rejdak is a member of the executive board of the Polish Neurological Society and currently serves as regional consultant in neurology for the Lublin province. He is also an active member of the program committees of the European Academy of Neurology and its scientific panel on epilepsy. His presentation is entitled Brain Health and Neurorehabilitation in Poland. Please welcome Professor Rejdak.
Dear Chair, dear colleagues, definitely we need some neurorehabilitation after such a long day, but I promise to be brief. And first of all, I'd like to thank Professor Facundo Manes and Professor Claudio Bassetti to invite me here, and especially coming from Poland to Argentina, I must say it's a personal pleasure. We have very warm feelings in Poland to Argentina, considering our history. So my task is to give you a short overview of what we did, and we still struggle to improve the level of brain health in Poland. So you heard my introduction, and I am very pleased that I have attended several such meetings organized by Claudio, and I can add new items to this long list. So this shows that we are making a progress, and there are new developments, and I'm happy to share this with you. So firstly, I will give you an example of that this history can be difficult and turbulent. In Poland, we had a brain plan prepared, described in 2015. As you can see, it was the first plan in Europe, I believe. But unfortunately, due to poor support, poor environment around, my colleagues did not get through with it. There was no so much success. However, we learned a lesson, in fact. So we started to prepare a background for a new activity, new plan. So firstly, we analyzed the situation. We wanted to retrieve data about neurological diseases in Poland. We communicated with our government, our health care institutions, so we could shape up, describe the situation in Poland. Second step was to organize big meeting in Warsaw. I was very honored to be organizer and coordinator of this meeting. It was a Brain Health Summit. Please mind that there will be another one this year. So we look forward to this, because this really helped us to convince many institutions, government, about the importance of neurological disease. We are very grateful for presence of our friends from EAN, Claudio, and other eminent officials. And as you can see, we had meeting with our Ministry of Health, so that was very, very important trigger to discuss the next steps. Now we have a coalition of brain health in Poland, so we, together with my friends and colleagues, especially Professor Kułakowska, the current president of our society and professor of psychiatric society, took over the activity just to invite all the institutions in Poland which are involved in brain health care, that we can do it together, because we had very wide but also dissociated activities which did not bring some concrete results. So now we believe we can make it. Another steps would be to prepare another brain plan together, talking to authorities, but also to patient organizations. So this is all in action. We also remember about social activities. So I'm very happy that my city has been elected as a cultural capital of in Europe for 2029. So we are now doing a lot of activities related to cultural aspects. This summer we will have very special event in Lublin. So especially there are artists, street artists involved. So I hope to give you more updates on this, and then some examples how we can increase interest about brain health in the society. And there is a real breakthrough because last year our Ministry of Health announced a program called Healthy Heart, Healthy Brain, which is first official document in our governmental policy to include brain health as a part of a strategy this is for short term. However, we hope to continue this. So the program is ambitious. They want to also allocate more funding for obviously several aspects like prevention, early detection, integrated treatment, and better outcomes. This program is more for cardiovascular diseases. However, it's like getting a foot in the doors that we hope that it will expand, will be also larger and include other neurological diseases, but definitely it's a big breakthrough, and we are grateful for support from our friends. If we talk about neurorehabilitation, this is another area, of course, and let me just say that we have around 200 hospital wards in Poland, 4,500 hospital beds for neurorehabilitation, and more than 2,000 consultants. What it means, these are official data from Ministry of Health regarding patients after stroke who received treatment in neurorehabilitation wards. So this is around 25%, which is I think quite good, thanks to the recent decisions on the side of the ministry, because we must remember that all the rest of patients continue their rehabilitation in outpatient setup. However, these are just for those with the highest disability. So, but this opens up a new area. We need to prepare a strategy for neurorehabilitation for other neurological diseases. Of course, stroke is the sort of most spectacular, the most needed. However, we need to prepare similar services, outpatient services for patients with neurodegenerative conditions. So this is ongoing. There are different differences in access to neurorehabilitation across the country. So we have differences in demographics between these regions. However, we are, of course, very positive for the future, and we want to continue our work. So thank you very much. I will stop.
Okay, so we arrived to the last talk of the day. We have our last speaker, I would say the cerise sur le gâteau. So today I will present Dr. Matilde Leonardi. Dr. Matilde Leonardi is Director of Neurology and the Public Health Disability Unit at the National Neurological Institute in Italy. Leonardi is an internationally recognized neurologist with specialties in pediatrics, neonatology, child neurology, and bioethics. She serves as leading role across the major international organizations, including the European Academy of Neurology, the World Federation of Neurology, the Italian Society of Neurology, and also as expert of World Health Organization on disability and neurology. She is also a board member of the Italian Neurology Society and has been nominated by the Italian government as the member of the National Bioethics Committee in 2022. So a lot of credentials. So she will talk today about From Vision to Impact, the European Neurorehabilitation and Neurology in the One Brain, One Health era.
So now, as the last session, what I should do is I should ask everybody to just stand up 1 minute. Please, stand up, stand up, stand up, everybody. So now, breathe, breathe. It's just the last session. Be happy, in 10 minutes you're gone. So now you can sit. Now you can sit. Thank you very much, everybody. So now your brain is a bit moved, and we can now just go up to the end after an exciting day, the first day of the second International Brain Health Alliance. I thank Professor Facundo Manes, Professor Bassetti, and all the audience, particularly all the strength behind, which is the ladies that have been supporting, the scientists that have been supporting this. So I have no conflict of interest, and the only many things done is because I'm old. I could be the abuela of many people here, and many of you, in fact, have Italian abuelas because you are of Italian origin. So here I feel at home, and that is where I'm happy to be and stay here with you today. Just starting with just making a summary, in a sense, of how we are approaching the brain health today. And I'll go through very quickly foundation, motivation, collaboration, and action. How do these things mark our pathways towards brain health? First, foundation. We have been hearing along the day the data. The global burden of disease is in fact informing us about the big numbers. The global neurological burden, the global brain health burden, is now accounting from what was said this morning by the American Academy. You know, they always tend to beat Europeans, because 5 years ago it was 4 people out of 10 have mental and neurological. And then Europe came out, no, it's 3 people out of 10. And this morning, the president of the American Academy of Neurology, she said 2 people. So they're increasing the number of people with, but are we having any effect in producing these numbers? That's the point. We keep presenting even more and more dramatic numbers, but apparently we are unable to make people to understand that brain health around the world.
We are unable to do this, despite the numbers. But we have in the foundation also a definition of brain health, which is quite strong. This morning we have been hearing many brain health centers, 15 years, 20 years, 30 years of work to define brain health. However, we still have to convert, even our own community, about the meaning of brain health. For many in the academic, they are trained to detect diseases. And so, as we all know, the definition of health is not the absence of disease, but we have difficulties in thinking that brain health with disease. So we have to combine like two words together. But what has WHO done with the WHO Global Action Plan? It has been defining brain health, putting together all cognitive, sensory, social and emotional, environmental in general, and then also behavioral and motor, and also the novelty of the approach of WHO is that it has been putting together in the global agenda since 2022 a transcendence from the traditional disease model, because it is affirming that brain health is a fundamental human right. I thank you, Dr. Braga, for mentioning the issue of human right. In fact, if it is a human right, it could be achievable for all people at all stages of life and must be addressed through integrated life course approach. This is the novelty of the WHO definition of brain health. It's very political. It's not so much scientists. It's a mix of science and politics that is bringing us to consider the environment in which we are. It has been already mentioned, the UN Convention on the Right of People with Disability, now it's 20 years. Who are people with disability? It depends by the definition. We could say that if having vision without glasses is normality, then half of this room is disabled because you're having glasses. So where is the framework in which we define disability? Who are people with disability? We could say that the burden is a very high level of YLD, years lived with disability, meaning that our people with mental and neurological disorders are contributing to the highest burden because they are all disabled, meaning that they are not those who are certified disabled and receiving a pension in the countries, but they have a disability that we should consider. What else do we have in the scenario that is making the foundation? We have Rehabilitation 2030, that is the pathway of rehabilitation that WHO has been setting, providing guidelines for countries on how to do and how to work. And the Brain Health Initiative of the WHO, and also our Brain Health Initiative, is based on what is called biopsychosocial model of health and disability, based on the idea and based on the ICF classification of WHO, which together with ICD is one of the major classifications that helps countries to think. Unfortunately, while ICD, International Classification Disease, has been ratified and adopted by many countries, ICF, concerning functioning, is more difficult to enter. But what came into all the policies is the biopsychosocial model, meaning that it's not enough to have a health condition to define you, the person with disability. You need to have an interaction with the environment. And also, it has been mentioned before, disability can be only defined if you consider health and the environment, meaning that for our diseases, that's super positive, because sometimes we cannot take out the disease, we can only modify it, but we can always act on the environment. That is where the brain health comes in. We can always propose something to countries so as that changing the environment, they reduce the level of disability of the people. Working on what? On some biopsychosocial determinants, it has been mentioned before, that are impacting on health. Which are these biopsychosocial? And you know, this is what countries do not like. Because if disability is having a disease, and then I maybe put you in an institution, if I tell you that disability depends on how much you as politician are a barrier for the development of your citizens, of your people, thus you do not do anything for your social determinants of health, then you as politician are brought into the arena as a guilty person that is increasing the disability in a country. And which are these determinants? Many, but I just list the headings of this slide. It is education, it is poverty, it is environment. Nobody really mentioned today the environmental hot crisis and the climate crisis that is increasing. And for many of our diseases, the increasing in hot is something that is worsening the clinical situation. conflict and displacement. I would have never thought as a baby boomer that in my career I was going to have conflict as one of the risk factors that are impacting on our mental health in the world. And it is something that to me sounds super touching. I became, 4 years ago, I am also visiting professor in Ukraine, and I go almost every month to Ukraine to teach disability management in Ukraine at the Catholic University in Lviv. And I'm saying that impacting on mental health is not only impacting on those who are affected, but on the millions that are around them. And other things that impact on brain health is the digital divide, unequal access to digital health and telerehabilitation. The South African was mentioning that. However, although almost all Africans have the mobile phone, this doesn't mean that they have real access to care. So, I mean, also this we have to discuss, but digital divide is also intergenerational and in between generations. Our older people with Alzheimer, in most of the countries, they have and they are rejected by the digitalization of a medical system. So gender and age, and I think that here the issue of women has not been raised, but brain health of women, it is something that is really different from the brain health of men. And I'm saying this because of neuroscientific reasons, the hormonal pathways, the maternity pathways, and the changes in menopause and other things that affects the brain of women much more differently than how the brain of man it is affected. It is also an issue that we should put on our agenda and discuss. But when we speak about brain health, of course, it depends which level you go into looking at these determinants. And that is how we can also work. There will be a part of us deeply embedded into neuroscience that will work on a certain part to reduce the burden. But we must have also the other part working on the brain health determinants. That meaning that once we read Lancet saying that 40% of dementia can be reduced by acting on determinants, that is an imperative for us to train the world that we can do something, and it is changing the perspective of how we work, and it is changing the second point, the motivation. The motivation for all of us to work on brain health so far, whatever is your past, from 2022 has to be the WHO Global Action Plan on Epilepsy and other neurological disorders. And why I'm saying this? Because together with the mental health plan, they both constitute the only common language that has been approved and ratified by more than 197 countries. Compared to all the other brain health initiatives that you can think of, none of them has been ratified by the governments, and this was ratified in 2022. So we have to use a common language and a common instrument which has been ratified and approved by the World Health Assembly, meaning that 197 countries approved the idea that we have to implement globally the WHO Global Action Plan, which is giving us different levels. You can work at care of neurological and mental disorders, at community and self-care, but also at primary health care, secondary care, tertiary care. There is no level of care that could claim to be outside the planning of brain health. And all of them should be involved at different level and different motivations and different pathways. The prevention is important. We know it. Speaking about prevention in neurology is fantastic. It is something that provides us so much satisfaction. We can finally prove, science is backing us in saying that we can do primary prevention. But then you will always have some cardiovascular that will say, well, but the primary prevention of hypertension is ours, is not yours. Fine, embed them, use whatever is already in place in your country to say that everything contributes to brain health at primary prevention. The tobacco and alcohol is mentioned today, but also the secondary prevention is important. The number of stroke care, in some African countries we have 2 stroke units for 20 million people, and that is something that we should be aware of, despite the fact that the level of burden of stroke in Africa is almost equal to the level of stroke in Europe. The number of facilities that they have is very low. But the secondary prevention is possible, and the tertiary prevention is also possible, but rehabilitation for many, many countries is a luxury. It's not something that is provided in primary care. So we have prevention, but we have also promotion. That is our motivation. We can promote. This morning it has been mentioned by many speakers, physical activity, nutrition, sleep, mental well-being, cognitive engagement and social interaction, vascular health. We have the proof. evidence-based, how lucky we are compared to 10 years ago, we can really go and use these elements to build up, whoever you are, wherever you work, your own brain health campaign. How? Well, certainly by collaboration. Collaboration, and in this I want to focus a bit on the main role of rehabilitation. That is why I've been called here. Starting from one fact that we have the burden of disease, but also we have the burden of lack of rehabilitation for this burden of disease. This is a Lancet paper of 2023 telling that the number of rehabilitation centers is giving us a problem in equity. Equity and access in rehabilitation, it impacts on brain health. Many diseases, as we said, we still cannot eliminate completely, but we can always, and we might always, provide the fact that rehabilitation works. I think you've been reading the fact that if you do rehabilitation in some Parkinson's disease, you not only have an improvement in motor activities, but you also have a regression in the substantia nigra degeneration by moving, and that is, I mean, we are in the home of tango, which is one of the dances used for the Parkinson treatment in many countries. And this is how much the needs of rehabilitation are met in the different countries. And then you see that in the high-income countries, 70% of the needs are met, but the more countries are poor, the less. In the low-income country, the need of rehabilitation is answered only for 7%, meaning that 93% of the population has no rehabilitation. Thus, there is no possibility for them, and they will become people with disability, with no possibility, although we could have had recuperation of them. And also, the foundation for rehabilitation is certainly the three areas, the biological part, the psychological and physiological and the social. I take the point, Katrina, about Africa teaching us. When I present these things in Africa, they wanted me to add in the biopsychosocial spiritual model, because spiritual is the component that for many countries is impacting. For neurorehabilitation, we have the so-called principles of neuroplasticity. They are completely ignored in most of the conferences where I go. They are well proven, and that neuroplasticity is a fact that we should use to implement many of the diseases that can benefit from rehabilitation. And we also have technology. It has been mentioned. How can we sort of exploit technology so that it becomes our instrument to increase brain health? In neurorehabilitation, we have many things: brain-computer interface, robot-assisted therapy, virtual reality. We heard one experience from South Africa, non-invasive brain stimulation, telerehabilitation, and EI and predictive analysis. I'm working on digital twins in two European big projects, and I've recreated a population of digital twins of my patients on which I simulate what would happen if I increase or not, for example, pressure, to see what is the prediction of disease. We can really go further and beyond what we thought we could do, and we should become master of the use of AI. That is our instrument that can help us a lot. Just going to the end, we also have to agree on some measures. We need to have some measure. Without measurement, many of the things remain untold, and in rehabilitation we have measures, but we should come to a point in which we standardize minimum data sets aligned with ICF along all neurorehabilitation. This is an issue for the World Federation of Neurorehabilitation. We have a session on this in Korea this year at the World Congress. So I'm also speaking here on behalf of Professor Daphne Murezano, the President of the European Federation of Neurorehabilitation. We both believe, as many in the world believe, that rehabilitation is an essential key health intervention to reach global brain health. And I'm going last to the actions. There are implications. When you move from all these frames and you go into action, you have implication. We need and we share a vision for global brain health. And we know that there's no health without brain health. I mean, this is an artist in Milano. Now we have the Milano Design Week. Andrea Olivero is his name. And he has been filling Milano with brains, because the show this year is Brain is Flourishing. So before leaving here, I was taking pictures in Milano. It was full of brains everywhere in the main squares. No health without brain health is what I wrote behind it. But I think that we embedded, and we tomorrow will even more define a coordinated multi-stakeholder plan for all. This is what we are doing here with the International Brain Health Alliance. We think that we want to take on board in what we do in all our experiences that today were rich and beautiful, but we have to go towards what the Sustainable Development Goal in 2031 tell us to do. We have to move towards universal health coverage. We want to speak about integrated health systems. We want to speak in our vision about rights and dignity, science, service, equity, and brain health considered as an indicator of development of a country. So the implications, there are implications for WHO. Yes, there are implications. Once we go together and we really take them seriously and we develop a common global agenda, this is what the International Brain Health Alliance would like to do, collecting all the initiatives so that it becomes clear to whoever is to listen to us that all these initiatives, they are not scattered initiatives. They are part of a big plan. It is like Lego. Every brick alone is wonderful, but together bricks can build things. And this is what we do with the International Alliance on Brain Health. We put together something that has implication. It has implication because then you have to implement the WHO gap as well as the rehabilitation 2030, but you also have to rethink the standards and put together the brain health and mental health actions, and this has implication, political implication, and also how you collect the data. It has implication for World Bank, OECD, World Economic Forum, and the implication is that brain capital does not mean brain capitalism, and this has to be very, very clear. On this, I will not move 1 centimeter from my position, because I think that people do not count because their brain work. Because people count because they're people, full stop. And then if the brain works and we can do anything we can do to make it work, that would be exactly what we want to achieve with our brain health campaign. But we do consider every person in any condition, in any phase of the life. And this is something that we have to say very clear. We don't want to be led by the World Economic Forum, by the World Bank, and by the OECD. We want to lead what science tells us and what science proves us that we can share with the world. And we have to be very careful because the steps between leading and being led in this field and with these people is very small and little. We are not united. This is the International Brain Alliances to unite us, to think about that human capital does not mean human capitalism, and that's a completely different thing. And we have to go into this very clearly. We have to be scientists in this. Scientists have to take their voice. People do not count just because they are in their 40s, usually they are male, 40s, healthy, productive. That is not our idea of brain health. Brain health is very different, but to bring it on the agenda is different. We need to have and to think with this big organization about social protection. And we need this big organization to help the scientific world, to define how can we reach equity in adversities. Now we have adversities everywhere in the world. And there is implication for professional society. We have heard this morning the American Academy of Neurology. Tomorrow we will hear about the European Academy of Neurology with the Brain Health Mission, as well as with the World Federation of Neurology and the WFNR, the World Federation of Neurorehabilitation. These associations, once they proclaim that they are supporting brain health, they have to move onwards in doing things. And they lead, for example, in Europe, with the European Federation, we have 48 countries. We want to promote rehabilitation in all the countries, and we have action to this, and we unite with all those who help us, including the funding that comes from the European Commission. And then, here we are. The International Brain Health Alliance is a platform for global debate in brain health implementation and policy development, which puts together the foundation, the motivation, the collaboration, and the actions towards global brain health. That's call for a unified call to action. This is what I think, Claudio, I think this is what we want. We want that everybody working feels that there is a common pathway, and we have the background to do it, in which we call for investment, for inclusion, for good measurement, for advocates, and for integration brain health across all the SDG agenda. We also want innovation to be with us as part of our fantastic scientific approach to brain health, as well as we want to educate the new generation, the old generation, and those that feel that they are excluded. So we think that increasing global health means to promote human flourishing, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for those amazing presentations. And we have time for one question that maybe we can address both speakers. If nobody has, I have a question. How can you see that neurorehabilitation groups or associations can work with WHO, for example, and integrate brain health into public policies and priority but policies to give everybody this lifelong treatment, and the technologies advances and the virtual reality and all the things that are increasing in cost, but as you said, everybody deserves. How, especially in low and middle income countries, how do you see that?
So just briefly, I like this concept very much, because we have neurology, psychiatry, and this important aspect, neurorehabilitation. So on one hand, we whole day talked about prevention, yes, something that needs would prevent brain damage, but now we also cover this field that if something happens, disease appears, we need to continue this process, and this neurorehabilitation is extending the spectrum, and I think this is very important for future meetings also to include this aspect.
No, I just confirm. I think that what it is clear is that alone nobody can win, and this is not a small change. This is like the discovery of penicillin. And I think that nobody believed that penicillin could change the course of medicine. While introducing brain health, it is like this. It is really changing the course of how we approach. We never, Charcot, the neurologist for excellence, he never thought that we could have gone and speak about prevention, but in a sense, the history of neurology, it was already connected to prevention. The only problem is that neurologists didn't believe in it. So now we have to change the course and introduce prevention and rehabilitation, primary prevention, secondary prevention in the pathway. We have to start from education. Academia has to be with us. We have to go and speak with academia. Each of you is a brain health ambassador. And I think that being brain health ambassador, in the European Academy of Neurology, I'm the scientific director of a course, and every year we take 40 Europeans and 10 outside Europe. It's an online free course. You can apply for next year, and you become brain health ambassador, meaning that you are going outside feeling that there is no area in which you cannot speak. You all are responsible of making a change. It's not something that some people do and others receive. Everybody is responsible. Patients' organization, patients themselves, caregivers, politicians, and us together. And I think in a world that is separated and in a world that is in war, science, music, art will be the bridges. And this is, I strongly believe.
Well, thank you very much for being here till this moment. It was a great pleasure to have all the speakers and such an interesting day. So I won't do many comments because we are all very, very tired. So see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. here, and thank you very much for your attention.